wasn't thinking he's cartel. He's like, I'm not thinking that. I'm nobody. He said it wasn't until pounds just kept coming and coming and coming. And I kept thinking, I'm on the hook for this. Like now I'm realizing this guy didn't give me 2,000 pounds on my word. He knows where I live. He knows where my parents live.
These guys are involved in stealing oil from the pipelines. They're involved in cargo shipping. They're involved in extortion. They're involved in, these guys are in everything, and they buy everybody. And they don't buy you, they kill you.
Hey, this is Matt Cox, and I'm here with Ignacio Esteban, and we are going to be talking about biker clubs and the biker wars. So what is the history of bikers? I actually kind of know the history a little bit, but
yeah, Florida's a big state. A lot of rich history there in Florida. I did some cases out there, and very interesting. It's currently, it was when I was there, an outlaw state, because you're out there in Pasco County,
yeah,
and Wesley Chapel. But before it was an open state, before Taco Bowman, who became the head of the outlaws. So I want to backtrack a little. I'm going to give you a little history. People say, what's a one percenter? Maybe some of the audience don't know what a one percenter is and the history of the biker world. And one percenter was the term given by the AMA, the American Motorcycle Association, for those who said 99% of those who ride their bikes are law-abiding citizens. They're good people, right? It's that 1% because they always have melees and brawls and everything else. And these outlaws pretty much took it to heart and put the patch on it that says one percenter. They like to be outsiders. They like to be outlaws. They like to be hellraisers.
It's
right?
The 1% that make the 99% look bad.
Exactly. Bad apples. They love being the bad apple in the bunch. They really enjoy doing that. And the big five and the big six, if you don't know, which are, like, let's say the major leagues, right? And then there's a lot of minor league clubs out there. Eventually they recruit and they become the big leagues. You have the Hells Angels, right? Mm-hmm. You have the Outlaws. You have the Banditos. You have the Vagos. You have the Mongols, right? And the Pagans. Those are considered the big six because they really divide the country in regions. And they fight within themselves to take over. And what are they fighting for? It's all about lucrative drug areas, drug territories where they can sell, make money. And the bikers really is an American phenomenon that started in this country after the Second World War, where you have World War II veterans who are looking at a way to express because you're in combats against the Nazis or Japanese, right? You come back to the U.S. and you can't just go back to a normal life when you did that for 4 years or what have you, right? You want to have some excitement. So it starts that way, and then it builds out and gets bigger, and then the Vietnam War veterans, and it turns to something else with the one percenter groups. They involve a lot of violence, a lot of drug trafficking, armed drug trafficking, extortion, murder, and a lot of the killings are within or against rivals. And I'll talk about some of that there, and I can talk about the Hells Angels. But there in Florida, you have the outlaws there. It was an outlaw state. They have the Lower Walker. This is Florida, right? Because the Lower Walker says that's my area. So if a rival biker says they have their Lower Walker in the back and says that state, that's a problem. That's going to be a big fight that's going to go on there, because you see that in California with the Hells Angels and the Mongols. Both of them claim California for their state, and that's where they're always fighting, and they're going at each other, and it's really nasty battles. And I'll talk a little about that and the history there. So let me start with the most popular and probably the face of the Hells Angels, if not of the biker world, Sonny Barger, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of people say, what's Sonny Barger? He just passed away last summer, by the way. He was a big name that passed away. He had cancer, and so did Mom Boucher, who was the face of the Hells Angels from Canada. Both those guys really have an atrocious criminal history of these guys. And a lot of people, they have the facade also. This is me in law enforcement, ATF. We've done the big cases. They're deemed criminal enterprise by Department of Justice, right?
Right.
Because they try to do toys for tots. They try to do these other things that'll make them look good. But in the back end, they're involved in major drug trafficking. They're involved in firearms trafficking. They're involved in murders and other things that leads them to that where they're at in that culture. So Sonny Barger is an interesting guy. He was born, a little background on him. He was born in the 30s in Modesto, California, from a broken home. His mother left him when he was like a few months old, right? His dad was an alcoholic. He had a older sister, had issues in school. He dropped out like in 10th grade, and he joined the Army underage. He lied about his age. He wasn't 18. I think it was like 15 or 16 when he joined the Army. Okay. He was there for a year and a half until they discovered he was underage, and he was discharged from the military. He got involved. He loved bikes. He was like a mechanic. He worked on bikes, And then in the late 50s, he starts the Hells Angels, but the Oakland chapter, right? But there was already a Hells Angels before in California at the start of the 40s by Otto Friendly, who was himself a veteran from the Second World War. So there were some issues in California. And so he tries to set up some bylaws because there are a lot of infighting, say, who's going to run the Hells Angels? Well, at the time, it ends up being the chapter out of headquarters out of San Bernardino. Otto Friendly gets arrested, and he gets 10 years. And Sonny Barger takes over, and he moves the chapter, the headquarters, to Oakland. Never looks back. And then he becomes the face of the Hells Angels and runs them for years and years and years. I don't know if your audience have seen. He pretty much became the face of the counterculture movement in the 60s and 70s. When you think of the counterculture movement, you think of Sonny Barger, the Hells Angels. They were popular in movies. They hung up this celebrity. They were big at that time. They were really big. There was if you haven't seen this video, I encourage everybody to take a look at it. In 1969, this was like the Woodstock of the time in Northern California, Monte Springs, California. You had the Rolling Stones, who were getting a lot of slack at the time for doing a lot of expensive concerts. They decided to throw a free concert, and all the big names were there. Jefferson Airplane was there. The Grateful Dead was there. Everybody. This was as big as Woodstock was. But unfortunately, their manager, security, had the Hells Angel do the security for the concert.
Right.
And if
weren't they hurting people or fighting?
You haven't seen this videos. I mean, you got to look at that. This puts the Hells Angels. People see it firsthand. And Rolling Stone magazine dubbed it the concert. It said, "Let it be, let it bleed." Things get so out of control out there with the melee fighting. Allegedly, they said that there were concert goers. People were getting, LSD was popular. Everybody's smoking weed. The concert goers were all day out there partying, drinking. And a lot of the Hells Angel guys were getting paid with kegs of beer. So they had lots of kegs of beer in the back for their security team, right? Mm-hmm. They're drinking heavily. Concert goers are drinking heavily and on whatever drugs they can. You can see the pictures. You can tell these guys are on something. It's really bad. And they accuse the concert goers of breaking their bikes, right? And all of a sudden, fights being out, they're going at it. Even the singer for Jefferson Davis at Jefferson Airplane gets knocked out by one of the Hells Angels. You look at the picture, he gets knocked out. Boom, he's knocked out there. Allegedly, Keith Richardson allegedly said there, Sonny Barger puts a gun to his side and says, "You're going to keep on playing." So it's really getting out of control. And there's one black guy. He's in a green suit. You can't miss it there. One of the Hells Angel guys take a knife to him because he's pushing back, and he gets stabbed. You can see the video, him being stabbed by the Hells Angel guy. So take a look at that. And he gets charged with murder for that. And that's really starts putting the reputation of the Hells Angels, and then people see for what they really are, these bunch of thugs and goons at this concert. So if you haven't seen that Altamont Speedway concert, take a look at that video. It's unbelievable. So that starts it out. Sonny Barger then in the 70s gets tried for murder, right, in California. Allegedly, there's a drug courier that he shoots in cold blood that stole $80,000. That's a lot of money back then. $80,000 then it's probably equivalent to a few million today, right? $80,000.
A lot.
Yeah. He's a drug courier that came from Texas. But you don't justify murder, right? You don't kill somebody. You have to try to work things out.
Right.
So allegedly he shoots him while he's sleeping in the house. They find out where he's in. They shoot him in the head, cold blood. There's a witness that testifies trial that Sonny Barger shot this guy in cold blood, and kills him right there. And then they try to burn down the house. What saves him, in my opinion, this is my opinion, right? What I've researched and everything else, is that there's a Oakland Police Department sergeant that says that, well, Sonny Barger, on their defense, says that he's been working for us for years. Pretty much saying he's a cooperator,
right,
against the Black Panthers and against the Underground Weather, leftist organizations, pretty much domestic terrorist organizations, giving us weapons and explosives, information, where they're at, what they're doing, in exchange for lesser time for guys that Hells Angels have been arrested.
Okay.
So that was a big thing. So Sonny Barger cooperates with law for years. That comes out during the trial.
Third-party cooperation.
Third-party cooperation, maybe for himself. I don't know, because it's for years people couldn't figure out why Sonny Barger hadn't been arrested. Mm-hmm. He gets acquitted, by the way, for this murder trial. He was looking at the death penalty. California at the time had the death penalty. Then it would change. It would not. Now it's back again. He gets acquitted, and he would be dubbed, in my opinion, he would become the Teflon Don for the biker world because he escapes a death penalty case, which people thought was a slam dunk.
Right.
And I think that kind of helped him there. He later gets popped for some other things, for drug charges later. He does a little bit of time in California. And then the feds bring in this massive racketeering case.
Right.
In the early 80s in San Francisco, spends millions of dollars, and he walks. And he walks on that. A lot of his guys walked on that one. So later it would change. Racketeering case would get better and stronger, but this was a testing ground, and he walks on that one there. So what happens in the late 80s, one of his guys gets murdered by the outlaws in Louisville, who was the chapter president out of Anchorage. They were in a bar fight, and the outlaws kill one of his guys, right?
Okay. I think there's a video of the bar fight, isn't there? Is that the one? There's like a massive biker fight?
No, that's a different one.
Okay.
These guys are involved in so many. It's unbelievable. But this one here, he gets murdered, and unfortunately, he doesn't realize that the sergeant of arms from Anchorage is working with the feds.
Okay.
And he comes down there because they're meeting how to get back, how to plot, how to kill these guys, right, out of Kentucky. So they get charged with conspiracy to cross state lines with explosives to kill these bikers, these outlaws who kill one of theirs. He gets about 4 years. So that's the most time he gets. I mean, some of the other guys, Taco Bowman, got 2 life sentences, right? Shit, I'm not bouncing. Something's a little better when I have a little bit. Yeah. Taco Bowman gets 2 life sentences, right, for his case out of Tampa.
Okay.
And that's not far from here. I knew the prosecutor in that case, and one of the prosecutors, and they hammered him. Sonny Barger dies a free man. A lot of these guys don't die free men. They die incarcerated for life, long
Right.
stints out there. So he gets hit with that. He comes out. He's changed a little bit. He changes a lot, and he ends up getting involved with his show, Sons of Anarchy. He writes a lot of books. He's a show consultant. He's even in the show. His character is Lenny the Pimp. If you haven't seen an FX, you ever see Sons of Anarchy?
I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I don't remember Lenny the Pimp. I haven't watched
Very
that.
popular show. And he changes his persona. Obviously, he has cancer issues. He suffers from that. He gets involved back into drinking. He did have a cocaine addiction back in the 60s and 70s, extremely bad addiction that he has to fight with a lot of issues he had. And then he gets involved in other things. And then he gets throat cancer. He can't speak anymore. He has to speak with a voice box. So he goes through a lot of issues. Eventually dies from cancer and that. And he's also involved in a lot of domestic. His third wife accuses him of serious domestic abuse. And his stepdaughter says it, and that she feared for her life every day, thought he was going to kill her. So that's the life. You know, Sonny Barger, I mean, they spread all over the U.S. and all the world, right? Hell's Angels.
Right. I was going to say they've got organizations all over the place, and they're a major problem in some countries.
Oh, yeah. Especially in Europe. They're enormous in Europe. The biker wars, the Nordic biker wars, I've talked about some of the biker wars, but if you want to talk about a massive melee, if you want to see the video, you talked about the one in the video.
Right.
Go to Laughlin, Nevada, right, and Harris Casino, and look at 2002.
I think that's the one I'm thinking of, because there was video cameras, the angles and everything.
Yeah, that one's intense. And I know we talked about I think on your show and other shows about poor police response to mass shootings and attacks and good ones.
Right.
I think this was a bad one because the police officers stayed outside on this one. And you have the patrons in there cowering, fearing for their lives, while you have the Hells Angels. You can see the video. They're just charging right at each other like this. Boom. And it's on. It's on. A few guys get killed from both sides, stabbings and shootings and everything else.
Right.
And look at that. That's part of the rivalry between the Hells Angels and the Mongols. It's extremely, extremely intense there. So the book I have there on Sonny Barger, and I've written quite a few books. I've read one on Sonny Barger, Full Throttle, Riding with the Hells Angels, A Life of Sonny Barger. I have one on Taco Bowman with the Outlaws. I have also one on Dakavasas, Mongol Nation. I'm going to talk a little about him, about his life, and also Biker Wars, and also have one on the One Percenters. And then I have one that all together that talks about all these 1% bikers, so violent bikers. So,
do you know who Jim Big Jim Nolan is?
I've heard that name. Yeah.
I think for a while he was head of the Outlaws in Florida.
Yeah, his name was big there, and of course Taco Bowman was a big face, big name, who kind of had more ambitious. I mean, and he's a different guy. I mean, Sonny Barger, you kind of maybe understand. He came from a broken home. He dropped out of school. He got involved in this culture and the cocaine, the fame. He just grew, and he had ambitions, right? He had ambitions for the Hells Angels. I mean, these guys make a lot of money with, obviously, you saw the drug trafficking angle, 80,000 drug. He was doing pretty good for his time with the drugs, right? And he had other angles and stuff. And then he got involved with the cocaine and the drugs and incarceration, the murder, and it becomes an ego thing, right? And these guys get cut up. Doc Cavazos, Ruben Doc Cavazos, he became the head of the Mongol. This one I understand fully more than Taco Bowman. Taco Bowman, he was a product of Catholic school education, right? Up in Detroit. And eventually he gets involved with the outlaws. And then he becomes a brutal leader, ruthless and killer, that he ends up being convicted out of Tampa, like I said, and gets 2 life sentences. He dies a few years ago, incarcerated. That's how it ends for most of these guys. You know,
right.
The life of the culture, like anything else, you've seen it. You might have seen some of these guys in where you were at. Some of these.
Yeah, I'm going to say Big Jim Nolan was locked up for, I don't know what, he got 30 years or something. He was locked up in the Medium with me.
Right.
He was huge. He was old too. He was probably in his 60s.
I imagine they call him Big Jim for a reason, right?
Yeah, he was like 6'6". He was huge.
He's a big guy. And all these guys also used to juice a lot. They juice up a lot because that's part of the reputation, right?
Right.
They kind of.
But this guy was just big.
Yeah. Naturally, it could be just tall guy.
Just tall, just big. Yeah, he was just a big, tall guy. I mean, he was just massive. Nicest guy. I talked to him a few times. Nice guy. It was like you know, he's been there. He'd beaten multiple murder cases in the state of Florida. Eventually, the feds got him on it was racketeering. Was it racketeering or was it just a continuing criminal enterprise? I forget, but it was a huge case.
And sometimes just good old drug conspiracy cases will get you a lot of time too.
Right. Yeah, they'll beat like murder charges and stuff, and then they're like, oh, okay, well, I got convicted of drugs, and they'll get 30 years for drugs. Like,
yeah, no, you get hammered federally. You get hammered. And that's why these guys are involved in some of the most heinous crimes, and you just continuously. That's how it ends for these guys. It's going to end up just like him, just like Taco Bowman. Sonny Barger was the exception. Sonny Barger was the exception. He was the exception. He was the exception that he only ended up doing very little time, and he died at home. He died at home with his family, which a lot of these guys don't get that. I think he learned after doing 4 years that stint where he realized he was infiltrated. We had an informant from within. I think even though he cooperated years earlier, right, with authorities, I think he realized that's what he changed, I think. And it seems like he was more, what I was reading, he took a back, step and lets other people run the day-to-day operations. And he's more a figurehead where he just go out there, do these movies or do these shows. He did a lot. He became very popular in Hollywood and doing all this stuff and book writing. So maybe he learned his lesson.
Right.
So Doc Cavazos is an interesting character. I'm talking about the Mongols. I'm going to give a little history here about them and then go back to them. Was that the Mongols and the pagans seem, what I'm reading, have some sort of alliance to try to take over Florida against the outlaws. And that's what's been talked about there because, currently it's an outlaw state.
Right.
They're doing that in other places where the outlaws are popular in the Midwest also. So there's a big push to push them out. So, and the outlaws have taken, the Mongols have taken a beating. So this guy, Ruben Doc Cavazos, this is an interesting story there. And this is about Mongol nation, the fall of Doc Cavazos, the rise and fall of Doc Cavazos, my book. And he was raised in East LA as a sureño. He grew up in a street gang, a hardened street gang that has Mexican mafia ties. So this kind of makes sense. Someone who comes in from this background, you can see them going and doing this, right? The other guys, it was kind of strange I was reading about, but that's their background. It happens. People change. People may be going to Catholic school. They may be doing this and they become these monsters. It happens. Unfortunately, it happens.
Listen, Stalin was supposed to be a monk.
Yeah.
I mean,
Some of the guys come out and they do the insane, maybe Putin back in his day was a good guy, but my goodness, I don't see it now anymore. They were little angels to their family growing up, but they end up becoming these monsters, and it's interesting how that happens. So these guys, Sir 13 guy, he ends up getting recruited by the Mongols, right? He moves up the rank. He has a good personality. Why do they call him Doc? He was a radiologist, so they call him Doc. That was his nickname they gave him, Ruben Doc Cavazos. But he didn't respect what he saw. He saw that they were a bunch of drunken old men. Because he grew up in Sureño. Remember, Sureños are badasses. They're tied with Mexican Mafia. Sir 13, 13th letter of the alphabet is M. Their allegiance is with the Mexican Mafia, right? This is going to bite him later. So I'm just putting this out there. And I wrote a book about this, about the history of the Mexican Mafia, the history of this guy here. And anything you see MS-13, Mara Salvatrucha, they have allegiance also with these guys. So anytime you see a 13, you know they are allegiance to the Mexican Mafia. So I'm just putting that there because I'm going to come back to it in a second why it's important in this his story. If you bite the hand that feeds you, there's going to be problems right there. So now he sees himself as a leader of this international organization. He moved up the food chain. He's the leader. He doesn't respect what he sees here. He sees a bunch of drunken old men. He wants more Sureños in there. So he starts bringing his guys in. All the guys he grew up with and everything else. But these guys don't even own bikes, right? They don't even know how to ride a bike. They don't even know what a Harley is. This is a biker group, right?
Right.
This ain't a street guy. This is a bike. This becomes comical almost. I'll tell you why. Yeah, and so his problem is he just brings in people fast and furious into the organization. Well, guess what happens? Operation Black Rain, ATF Operation Black Rain, that brings him down. Not only the ATF agent, not one agent infiltrated because of his lack of they do background checks, but he was just bringing people in. Not one, not two agent, not three, not four, not five, not six, not seven, 8 agents infiltrated the organization during this operation. 8.
Okay.
Ocho.
How many? I mean, how large is the biker gang?
It's a good size in Los Angeles. I mean, the Mongols, yeah, they're international.
Like,
they're
when you say bring people in, I'm wondering, is it 5,000 strong? Is it 1,000 strong?
I think the numbers on the book between 500 to 800.
Okay, and 8 of them are agents.
8 are agents.
Okay,
in the mother chapter, right?
All right.
You can read about Operation Black Rain if you haven't read about that one. 3-year investigation that ends up leading to over 60 some indicted, over 100 search warrants, right? In 2008, it ends up being, so they're having issues with Cavazos already within the organization. They suspect different things. They think he's stealing from the organization. They boot him out before he's arrested. So they get rid of him. They ban him from the organization. And then, of course, these guys are taken down. You know, normally, the head of the organization is the last to cooperate. He's the first on board.
Right. He knows better.
He's the first one on board.
Right.
And normally these guys get life. You got 14 years.
Listen, being first is best.
First you get on, you cooperate, and everything else. And he even supported their case. Excuse me. He even supported their case to seize the patch, where they couldn't even wear their own patch.
Right.
That's a big thing going on now, to try to take the symbols from these bikers, because to most people it's something that they represent that brings fear to the public, terrorize them. People see Hells Angels walk into a room, or outlaws or Mongols, they think criminals, fear, right? Intimidation. Here we come. We're going to mess with you, right? So the federal government is trying to seize this so you can't wear this again. If you see it, they can take it from you immediately. The case with the judge they had didn't like it. He had a bad judge, in my opinion, who had it. This is back in 2012, 13. You can look this up. Said that the government's picking and choosing what symbols they want to seize and don't want to seize. And he didn't like that. So even though the jury supported it, the judge at the end didn't sign final approval, forfeiture, to do it. So the government then redid it again, and now it's in court again to try to seize the Mongol symbols. Symbols are their patches that they wear in their jacket. Watch out for that. If they succeed this time, Hells Angels are next, outlaws, they're going to keep on going and start taking their symbols, so they can't wear their colors anymore. That's a big deal. That's going on right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So if 8,
they just switch to another symbol?
Well, they can, but they keep on going after them, right? If you're going to keep on wearing it, doing stuff, they're going to keep on after you. That's the thing. So you know,
I'm not sure how they can do that. I don't, what I'm saying, that doesn't really make sense, but it's like freedom of expression.
It would have been if they're not involved in these criminal activities, right?
Right.
If they're not involved in these shootings and these murders, and they wear their colors while they're doing it. It's here I come. It's not like the mafia who try to be covert or something, right? These guys aren't covert. They're showing their colors all the time. They're doing their things. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy. Very, very, very crazy what they're doing. So that's kind of the Mongols. I know you've had you're talking there, and you have the pagans, and some of the interesting biker wars that come in. So yeah, you saw that one there. I talked about Laughlin, Nevada. That's a famous one right there. Twin Peaks. If you haven't seen the video of that one, that's Twin Peaks is in Waco, Texas, right? Massive shootout, probably the worst biker shootout, where it ends up the police responds, and they treat it like an active shooting, and they end up killing. I have my numbers in my book. I think 8 or 10 involved in the shooting between the Bandidos and the Cossacks. The Cossacks are a lower tier biker group, right? But they were the Lower Rocker of Texas, and the Bandidos, the Lower Rocker.
Oh yeah, okay.
On the back,
right.
So they're wearing. That's a big problem. Like I said, man, if you start wearing that this is by state, right?
Right.
You can't be wearing a Lower Rocker. That doesn't sit well with these guys, right? So those are issues they're having with that. They're also having, and then they want to, then they want to tax them. Then they want to tax these guys. On top of that, then they want to tax them. So that's a problem. So they are in a parking lot. Words are exchanged. They were supposed to have a meeting, try to work things out. It doesn't work out at all. So if you haven't seen that video, I don't know if you've heard about it or seen it. That was a big thing out of Waco. That was probably one of the biggest shootouts since what happened we talked about on that show with David Koresh and the Branch Davidians back in 92. Well, I have the exact date in my book, I think 2016, 2015. This is a big deal. What's happening? If you haven't seen that video, check that out. So.
Okay. Where are we now? What's happening now?
Yeah, no. So they keep on. So going back to about Florida. So where are the bikers now? Where are we thinking? I don't see them. This is my opinion. Again, based on what I've done, what I've seen, what I've researched, is there nothing where they used to be, right?
Right.
The bikers now. Where are the bikers now? That they're about to collapse. Just like the Italian Mafia. The Italian Mafia is nothing where they used to be. And I wrote in my book, The Fall of Mafia, The Rise of the Cartels, right? That's the big one. The gangs, the Mexican cartels and the gangs are the strongest ever that I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. And just getting bigger and bigger and stronger because of the corruption in Mexico. And this is feeding, like I said, the mafia at its prime, the Gambino family, maybe was making $500 million in the 80s. These guys are making 15 to 16 billion a year. That's per cartel group. So the Sinaloa is making 50 at least. Some of the numbers think it was even higher because they're involved not just in drug trafficking. These guys are involved in stealing oil from the pipelines. They're involved in cargo shipping. They're involved in extortion. They're involved in, these guys are in everything, and they buy everybody. And they don't buy you, they kill you, right? Because
right.
We get all the guns from the United States.
It was right? Gold or lead?
Yes. Blew my mind about that. Yeah. So
isn't that one of the
Yeah. That's true.
Their ultimatum is, look, it's gold or lead.
The carrot or the stick technique, right?
Yeah.
I'll give you the carrot, or here comes the stick.
Right.
And it's not going to just be for you. It's going to be for your whole family. And we're going to do it in front of you, which they're famous for. Bring the whole family in front of you, execute them, and they don't kill them with a bullet. The mafia, they just want to shoot you and be done with you and bury you, whatever. No, they're more sadistic than that.
Yeah.
These guys start dismembering, cutting you up, and doing really bad things to you.
Did you see the movie The Counselor?
Counselor? Oh, tell me about it.
It's horrific. It's a guy who's basically, he's a lawyer, and he knows that his clients are, cartel. They're involved in, drug smuggling. But he sees the kind of money they're making, and so at one point he gets into a drug deal where he puts up the money, for the whole drug deal, and it goes bad. Well, the cartel, they come after him. Like they grab his girlfriend, they torture her to death. It's just everything that happens. Like they kill I think a couple of the people that were involved, like all these people that he's involved with.
Yeah.
He first transaction decides, hey, I'm going to get involved. I'm going to get myself a few $1 million and get out. I've seen these guys do it off and on for years. Nobody will really know that I'm involved. First transaction goes bad. Next thing you know, people are getting whacked left and right, kidnapped, and they're torturing him to death. Like they get his girlfriend, and and he knows what happens. Like they track her down, they grab her, and he's calling up begging, like, let me turn myself in, let me swap. And they're like, oh, it's too late. And then they send him like a DVD, a video of what they did to her.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just horrific. Like, what does she do? She's dating a lawyer. That's all she knows. And they know that. They know she has nothing to do with it. She's nobody. We're just going to grab this. Or, if you don't have kids, or I mean, if you have kids, they'll grab your kids. Or
they do. No, that's all well documented. And these assassins are horrible. And they start at a young age. These sicarios start at a young age. Like some of these serial killers, psychopaths, they're taught to be desensitized early, and you kill. That's what Guzman, when I think we said on one of the shows, when Chapo Guzman was interviewed by Sean Penn and Kate Castillo in the mountains after he escaped the second time, he said he himself had killed over 2,000 people to climb up the food chain, right? That's how you get respect. That's not count all the ones he gave the orders to kill, right? Because life is no value at all.
It's funny. I wrote a story about a guy named Kerry Woolsey, and he has a buddy named Danny Sweet. Anyway, when they first met, they're like their cartel contact. They're just selling pot, right? They're like, no big deal. We're just selling pot, and it's funny because he buys like half a pound or something, and then the guy that is selling him the weed ends up connecting him with the guy he buys it from, which is a Mexican guy. He said, so one day he shows up, he gives me like 5 pounds or something like that. I don't know what it was exactly, but it was a lot. He was like, wow, there's a lot of weed. He said, I sell it right away. He said, then the guy says, hey, I'm going to come and I'm going to drop off like 50 pounds. Or was it like whatever, 10 pounds or 20 pounds. He shows up in an RV and he said, we go in the RV and the back of the RV, he said he like hit something on the dash and this little panel comes up in the middle of the floor. And he reaches under there and they start pulling out 1 pound. He said they're tied together. He said he just keeps pulling them and pulling them and pulling them. Got to, I forget how many, if it was like 1,000 pounds or something like that of marijuana. And he just he's like, we were freaking out. But what was funny, and I was like, he just gave you the weed like that, like on consignment?
Yeah.
And he said, I didn't realize it at the time, but when I first met him, he said he could give it to me on consignment. And he said, but I want to get to know you. Like, do you have good credit? What's your credit like? And he was like, this Mexican guy, he could barely speak English. And he was like, my credit, I have perfect credit. I have like 700 credit scores. I'm perfect. My car's financed. He's like, I thought it was funny. He said, and then he was like, so do you live around here? He's like, yeah, I live actually a couple miles away. And he's like, let's go by your house.
I don't think I'll be asking. I've been doing a lot of drug deals. I don't think I'm asking you for a credit score.
What he drives by his family's house.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm thinking he's talking about my credit. He wants to go by my house. Like, I'm thinking we're being friendly. We're friends. Not realizing if I don't pay him, now he knows where my mom and dad live. Now he knows. But if you knew Kerry, he's such a, it's just pot. To him, it's like, it's just pot. La, la, la. Well, then when he thinks he's buying like whatever, or he's getting fronted 20 pounds.
Yeah.
Instead, the guy shows up with like 2,000 pounds.
Yeah.
And he realizes how much trouble he's in now. Like, if I get busted.
And now you got to sell.
Right.
Now you got to work.
So it was, when he explains it, he's like, the guy was so nice. He's like, I'm not realizing, wasn't thinking he's cartel. He's like, I'm not thinking that. I'm nobody. He said it wasn't until they pulled, it was just the pounds just kept coming and coming and coming. And I kept thinking, I'm on the hook for this. Like, now I'm realizing this guy didn't give me 2,000 pounds on my word. He knows where I live. He knows where my parents live. He knows, he's like, we spent the day together. But he just clueless.
Now, that guy's dangerous. Clueless like that also. What was that TV show, which it kind of reminds me of, where the guy was a chemistry teacher, and then he gets involved in Breaking Bad. Yes. And anyone else that gets involved in that culture. Now, I watch a few episodes here and there. What's his, a good actor is in there. I can't remember his name right now. Norton?
I forget his name. He's great though. He's
been around forever. He did Malcolm in the Middle, which is a funny one too. And he's done so many good movies and shows and everything else. But he shaved his head. I'm like, oh my God, dude, he got really into the role and intense. And he brought his chemistry background to cooking good meth. He said, this is not hard to do. What?
I was going to say, I have a buddy named, his name is Pierre Ricini. Anyway, Pete, we call him Pete. So Pete actually, it's so funny because we're talking way before that, way before Breaking Bad. Pete was in Los Angeles and actually started making, he was making ecstasy before it was illegal. So they were selling it at clubs as like an 18, 19-year-old kid, and Pete's super smart. So one of his buddies, who's probably 5 or 6 years older than him, said, look, and these are all rich kids. Well, not Pete, but all of his buddies were rich kids.
Sure, that's a good client.
His buddy's 25 years old, and he's driving like a Ferrari. So he ends up finding a retired chemistry professor from like UCLA and convinces him to train Pete on how to make ecstasy. So they figured out, they go back and forth, they reverse engineer the entire process. He figures it out. Well, that eventually, it became illegal. Then the precursor materials became like illegal.
Illegal too, yeah.
So then, he's like, but the problem is you can continue to, it just gets harder and harder to make it, but you can continue to break it down through other things. Well, there was some kind of an oil or something that they needed to extrapolate this certain chemical. And it turns out that the Hells Angels had like 2 50-gallon drums of it.
Oh,
and they said, look, we need that. We'll pay you this much. And they said, no. We'll give it to you. We need you to manufacture this into into ice. So Pete's like, well, that shouldn't be too hard. So he goes to the library and they figure out how to manufacture methamphetamine. So now we're manufacturing methamphetamine for the Hells Angels. And this is back in the mid to late 80s.
Oh yeah, they're big into meth.
Anyway, what happens is this is continuing to happen, right? He's doing this for years.
Maybe they're doing it larger.
I don't know. But anyway, they end up doing it in like penthouses, and there's like some famous buildings he was doing it out of, like the penthouse. And so here's what happens is, they're having trouble, of course, getting the precursor, the materials, right? And at some point they find out like they get Sudafed or something from Mexico through the cartel. Well, the cartel, after he gets it, and then they're trading with the cartel. They're trading the product through the cartel. The cartel comes to Pete and says, look, come to Mexico. We'll set you up with a lab. We'll set you up. And, he's like, they're trying to convince me to do this. He goes, and all I kept thinking is, no, they'll get me down there.
They'll kill you.
And I'll be a hostage. Like, I'll train their guys, and they're not going to let me go. So he was terrified to deal with. He's like, because they are ruthless. He said there's so much money.
No, it's real. And even it's like you have El Chapo now. He's in prison, right? He's looking at life, and that's. I mean, I don't know if we talked about this.
Didn't he already get life?
Yeah, he's got life, but I mean, he should have been. Mexico should have handled their problem, right?
They tried.
They let us, not once, not twice, but 3 times. You can't keep the guy in. And the last one was in a Supermax where he builds. If you haven't seen this video, folks, look at this video in here where they have the underground tunnel with his little moped. They even put him there. And he even says, he's even yelling. They've been documented reports. They said, you guys are too damn loud. Everybody's going to hear you, right? Everybody can, but he bought everybody. I think over 70 people were arrested over the second time. It was a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. And when he's even being interviewed by Sean Penn and Kate de Castillo in the mountains of Sinaloa.
Yeah.
What the heck? They almost caught him because they tracked her phone. Agents were tracking her phone. They came this close to catch him. But he is also known as El Rápido, the fast one. So he is the master of tunnels. Dude, that guy has tunnels everywhere. And he was able to escape and again, get away. Eventually they caught him again, and enough. Third time, he comes over here, and now he's in the Supermax. If you haven't seen those pictures, man, he's a tight little cell. He's looking up there, and he's unhappy. Now, allegedly, he's fed up with it, and he wants to cooperate. It's what's being documented. He's finally had enough of that.
The thing is, with him and cooperation, these guys have such a short lifespan. Like, how much information can he give you? He can maybe tell you, yeah, I bribed this politician, I did this. But most of this stuff is what, 10 years old, 20 years old?
Yeah, he's out of the game for a while. He could just tell who's run. Well, I mean, I don't know, because does he know who's running the hierarchy in Sinaloa? His sons, his family's involved. His wife has been arrested. His son has recently been arrested.
Right. So
who's next? His nephew, his cousin, his. I mean, he has a huge family.
Did they ever catch Mayo Zambada, the father? Has he ever been caught?
I don't think so. I think he's dead. I think he has health issues. That guy has a major. He's old. He's up in there.
Never spent a day in prison.
I don't think some of these guys never do. Like I said, there's guys that do, right? And the guys that don't. They get away with it. Like I said, or they get killed from within, or he died from health issues, what have you. But El Mencho Cervantes now is the big dog. You know, he's out there in Jalisco region, in Guadalajara, right?
Yeah.
But he. I don't know if I talked to you on this show or not, but he's very different than Escobar, and he's very different than this guy Guzman. These guys love to live a large life, right? Everybody knew Escobar was in his big palace, right?
Mm-hmm.
It
wasn't hard to find him.
Medellin, very corrupt in Medellin, right? What he did out there, he bought everybody. Everybody knew that this guy was a Sinaloa. They knew exactly his big ranch, right? He had these famous parties. I mean, the guy was a sick guy. I don't know if you know, I wrote about it in my book out there about life. If you like when I'm talking about Guzman, go read what I write about him. But he had these sick parties where he liked to bring underage girls, 14, drug them. And he said this was his vitamins. It gave him life to be able to take advantage of these young girls.
Right.
That's kind of the sickness that some of these guys get involved in. El Mencho Cervantes, he's in Guadalajara, and he's had. And we can talk another show about this, but I'll give you a little background about him. Former police officer from Jalisco, right? He was in the United States illegally. DA popped him heroin trafficking. He gets deported. He goes in there, joins the police department in Jalisco, turns dirty, becomes an assassin for the cartels in policing, right? And then starts working for the Millennium, which does protection work for Sinaloa. He was an ally at one point. Now he's one of the biggest rivals because he starts his own CJ&G, right? Jalisco New Generation. So former law enforcement, he keeps a small circle. He jumps around different houses. He does not act. He has a small security team around him. Anything unusual, they're always moving different locations. Keeps a tight circle around him. And he allegedly, he himself, you don't know what his background, just like this guy, dropped out of school when he was 4th, 5th grade, semi-illiterate, right? He grew up selling avocados in the streets from poverty. And allegedly, the government says he's worth over $50 billion in assets. $50 billion in assets. El Mencho.
You know, the problem is, I mean, I get you're saying it's an embarrassment, but
it is.
With the exception of simply going and scooping up every single one of these guys and executing them.
You can't.
What do you do? How do you fix it? They can't afford to house them. They can't afford to.
They can't keep them.
Right. So, well, I mean, even the low-level guys, there's thousands and thousands and thousands. Hell, 90% of your police force is being, is probably on the take.
Yes.
So what do you do? How do you fix it? You don't have the money to combat that. You don't have the ability to house these people. So it's basically, it would have to be just mass executions, and you're living in a 100% police state. That would be devastating.
It's a failed drug state. It's pretty much a failed state that's become a narco state, right?
Right.
That's what Mexico's become, a narco state. So we don't have a fair partner in the war on drugs at all.
Right. So how do you fix it?
Yeah, well, it has to be from within, right? It has to. I know I've said it before in other shows too. I get criticized for it.
If you're a non-corrupt politician in Mexico,
I'll give you the answer. It gets fixed here in the United States. People start producing the products. Then there's nothing. No one's going to buy it. The game's over. If we didn't consume it, they don't have the issues there, right? So America stopped consuming it. Europeans stopped consuming it. Canadians stopped consuming it. Other countries that become popular stopped consuming it. Now they're going to do other things.
But I was going to say they're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. So you either make it 100% legal and make it so that the cartel can't compete and tax the shit out of it, and then the cartel can't compete.
Marijuana, I see that happening now, right? I think many states are legalizing for recreational use. It's not medical use anymore. Many states now, I think like over 25 plus and counting, every year a new state adds up to lists Where I live, they just passed it for recreational use, right? So that's a start with marijuana, right? I think people are okay with that now. I guess you have to learn from history. And I read a lot about prohibition, right? With how Al Capone and the outfit and all these guys became so rich, right?
Right.
But it took it out of them once they legalized it, right? 1933, it all changed, right, for them. So how much can you legalize? What can you do? There's certain things you can do and have to do. But obviously, this path that we're going, it's not working. It's a disaster in Mexico. It's a disaster in our country. Fentanyl. We have fentanyl crisis in this country, right? With addictions, destroying family, right? All this stuff coming in. Things have to be working. Do I have the answers? The only thing I can say is I can tell you this ain't working. I wish people wouldn't use it, right? That's a solution. Stop using it. Just say no, right? Nancy Reagan. Just say no. Yeah, it's not going to happen. People just said no. This goes away, right? This goes away. So we have to really look at ourselves. We have to look at the crisis in Mexico. I think part of it could also be martial law, right? You have to imply martial law in Mexico. You have to have the United States involved. You have to have us with drones. Maybe they're controlling it, going in there and annihilating these guys. But like anything else with you ever see an ant colony? You drop a bomb, you drop something on one, it just keeps on spreading. Yeah, spreading and spreading. That's what happens. You keep on fracturing these cartel groups, which I see in history. They just spread and spread and spread, and they don't go away. They splinter groups after splinter group after splinter group, and they just keep on splintering. I mean, the Zetas are a perfect example. I mean, they were hit hard, but they kept on splintering and splintering. Gulf Cartel's getting hit hard now. They're splintering. These guys are splintering because CJ&G was part of Sinaloa with Millennium. They all splinter, and they grow, and they get stronger. So instead of having 5, 6 big ones, you may have 50 or 100 big, little ones. Same problems. Harder to deal with. Corruption. So I know we got off topic a little bit with the cartels, but all these guys end up working one way or the other, either with the, it used to be the Italians. They're not, well, they used to be. They're almost done, gone. Racketeering cases destroyed them. The bikers, going back with them, all the big faces, all the big names are pretty much done. New generation, nobody wants to do 30 years, right?
Right.
They're going to all cooperate. You got RICO charges? People cooperate with RICO charges, RICO cases. So that's the end of these groups as we're going to know it. Then why do the cartels can do that? Because they're in Mexico. It's hard to grab them. If they were in the U.S., I think that'd be different. Now, the only thing I can say is my experience in doing a lot of cases in street gangs, it seems we have a problem with these cycle of violence that continues with these kids, that we have to get them out of the street gang culture. You can't continue to have, the grandfather was in the gang, the father's in the gang. We have to remove them from that culture, because it seems like, and I'm seeing it, the father was the head of this group, now junior's head of his group, now this kid's, it's just, you got to get that generational cycle out. I mean, I look at LA, I worked in LA for almost a year, and it was generational. These guys were generational. And they love it. So we have to, that's a problem we have in our country that we have to deal with, is the violence of street gangs, that how we have to remove and give them hope. Because what you saw with the Mexican mafia, with the Italian mafia, is that the guys in the mafia didn't want their kids involved, right? They went to school. Some of them became doctors and lawyers. Right. They didn't want their kids involved in this culture. They knew this is no end, this is zero, right? But you don't have that mentality with the street gangs. They take a lot of pride, they have that blue collar. I think education is also a big part. You have to help get education to these people where they realize, this is no future for you. It's going to end up, you say, one or two ways, death or imprisonment, right? So I think there's a lot of things to be looked at. We have a lot of problems. I've studied it for almost 30 years, 26 years, right, in this country. Some things are getting worse. Some things are getting better. I've written a lot about them. I think you see 70-some books about it, mostly true crime, my own personal experiences, and you can see what they're all about. But I definitely don't see the mafia and the one percenters as big a problem as I do with the cartels and the street gangs. That is the biggest problem for our country right now.
Okay.
What do you think?
I mean, I think partial, look, what I think the quickest thing is basically just, it would practically have to be genocide to go in and just wipe them out. And but they're not going to do. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to do that. But I'm saying that's the quickest.
Right.
That's the quickest one is for the military to go down there and just track down anybody that's you even think is related to the cartel.
Right.
But I understand. I'm just telling you that would be the quickest and cheapest. But so I think the other alternative is a combination of legalization, of education, and of offering, drug rehabs, right? Like you want a drug rehab, you can go, that sort of thing. And I think, and I think that you could pull a lot of that from, without giving out these outrageous sentences. I mean, at this point, you realize that you could basically monitor people on ankle monitors. Like a lot of these guys that are locked up for 30 years for drug charges, you've been giving people 20, 30 years for drug charges. It didn't do anything. So why not give them 5 years, let them out, put them on an ankle monitor, and cut back on these massive prison sentences and have them pay for their own housing? You see what I mean? Like that alleviates the problem.
Yeah.
And look, let's face it, with artificial intelligence and every other tracking device that's out there, you can track these guys pretty good, and they'll be working, paying for their own food, paying for their own, you could put them in halfway houses. What really, you could just let them stay in society and put on an ankle monitor and let them get a job. So
there's a lot of options out there that we have to start exploring. No doubt about that. What's happening now is not working. Some people say just build more prisons.
Nah, come on, man. That's been a failed model for 30 years. Shoot, for 40 years, that's been a failed model.
Just incarcerate them, put them away. I think that you have to do that with repeat violent offenders who don't want to change. We have to protect society. Those who are nonviolent, want to be rehabilitated, want to improve their lives, I think we have to have different options. But there's hardcore people, and I've been there and I've arrested and I've dealt with. They won't change.
No,
they won't change. So we have to protect society from these animals, right?
Yeah, prison's just a part of their life. Like going to prison, doing a bid, coming out. That's just part of my life. And the nice thing is, it's not hard to figure out who those guys are.
No,
you
come across quickly.
Yeah, you realize right away, like, that this is prison's part of your life. Okay, well then you get 40 years and you'll never get out. So let's go ahead and stop this cycle now. But those are few and far between, for the most part. And a lot of these guys, a lot of these low-level drug guys that also go in and out, they have drug problems, they have no education, they have no choice. They have nothing else they can do.
Yeah, that's why I go back to, you have to educate them. You have to give them a future. You have to give them hope. And the ones who do take advantage of their choices, I think, don't go back into the system. The ones who don't do anything, they're only thinking about the next score or the next lick or the next whatever they're going to do. That's a problem, because they're just looking to do another score and they just can't wait. What they're doing is some of them is they're trying to become better at being criminals and talking to other people how to be a better criminal. We need to keep those separate from each other.
I love these guys literally, well, next time I'm going to do it right.
Yeah.
There's a right way.
If you think there's a right way, you haven't learned your lesson, and now you're going to get more time and it's going to be worse for you. And those are the kind of guys we have to incarcerate. We want the guys that want to say, man, I really messed up. And I've been doing a lot of shows. If you like this show, please watch the ones we've done. I've done a lot of shows out there on YouTube, and guys who have learned, like yourselves, right?
Right.
You learned. You don't want to go back again, right?
No, I'm very happy. I'm very happy out here.
How long did you do?
13 years.
13? I didn't know you did that long.
Listen, 3. They give me 5 years, I had probably learned my lesson. I'm pretty sure I would have been like, yeah, I'm good.
What would have been the amount you said I can do it again?
Oh, if it had been under 5 years, because when I think, most people think, 5 years. When I hear 5 years, I know that's 3 years. I know the drug program. I know time off. I know I'm going to do 3 years. I might even get 6 months halfway out. So it's really probably 2.5 years. So I'd say if they had given me 10 years, which is really what I thought I deserved, I would have never done it again. 5 years and under, I probably would have done it again. Wow. 5 years and under, because my fraud is difficult to detect, and it's extremely lucrative, and I felt it was very safe. So if you said, hey, you're going to prison, and I did 18 months and got back out, that wouldn't have been much of a deterrent.
Yeah.
But if I'd done not mentally, physically done 5 or 6 years in jail,
that might have been it for you.
I'd have been like, yeah, man, I'm not doing that again. Like, I knew right away. I'm you lower your expectations of life, and you realize, okay, honestly, I'm happy sleeping in someone's spare room and just being able to watch YouTube and having a regular job. Like, life is too good out here.
You missed your late 30s and 40s in prison, right?
All my 40s.
All your 40s and late 30s, right?
I was 50 when I got out.
Oh, so late 30s too. So you missed your late 30s and 40s in prison.
Yes.
Coleman. You were in Coleman the whole time.
I was in Coleman.
I've been there a few times doing interviews and stuff like that, but
I was on the run for 3 years too. So now that's 16 years of that. My life is just gone.
That's rough. Yeah. A lot of people. So at least you learned your lesson, and he was a white collar. I've seen guys who do, violent crime because they have no education.
Yeah.
They didn't study. They're illiterate, right? They can barely do anything. This is all they know. So we have to, in my opinion, and I've written about this in my book, Prison Gang Killers, and I've written about in other books. You have to get them outside the street gangs. You can't extract them from that, Mexican mafia culture or MS-13 culture or Latin King culture, Bloods or Crips. You can't get them away from that. Guess what happens when they go back to the street again?
Yeah, that's all. It's all they know.
They go back to that again.
So I can tell you something. I think I might have told you this before. I was actually on the run when this happened. I was building houses, right? Like I owned a development company, and we bought a bunch of vacant lots. We're building new construction, which sounds funny to be on the run and doing that, but it's like I have nothing to do. I have a bunch of money and nothing to do. And
would you have like a fake ID, fake identification?
No, it was real. I mean, I went to the DMV. I've had 27 driver's licenses in 7 different states. I've had 24 passports issued by the State Department in different names. So
different names.
Different names. So I was living in Nashville, and I started a development company to have something to do. And I remember one time I went to Home Depot. You go in, they order your you go into Home Depot, you give them your like a knockdown list of what you need, and they take the plans, and they come up with a list of all the lumber, everything you need, and then they drop it on different pallets on the site.
Okay.
So it's never quite enough. You're always missing something. There's always something. So I'm always in and out of Home Depot. So I went in one day, and I forget what I was buying, but there was this kid that was there, and I'd say he was 20, 21, probably 22, 23 years old, something like that. And they called him New Orleans. And this was probably a year after Katrina. And I remember I'd seen him over and over again. And he was a hustler. Thin, black kid, all over the place. They would say, hey, New Orleans, hey, can you get me a price check on this? Or, hey, have you seen this? And yeah. I think we got it in the such and such. Hold on, man. And he'd literally like almost run down the aisles. He was just, so one time, I saw him, and I was like, hey, New Orleans, where's the such and such? And because I was in there so much, and he was like, hey, it's here. And he walked me over there, and I said, why did they call you New Orleans? I said, I was actually in New Orleans, like 2-3 months before Katrina.
I was there after Katrina.
Oh yeah. Well, so anyway, he sat there. He said, yeah. He said, I was there during Katrina, and I started laughing. I said, really? I said, wow, what happened? He said, bro. He said, I said, man, that's devastating. He goes, Katrina saved my life. And I went, well, what do you mean? He said, during Katrina or after Katrina, he said they came in. He said he was living in that dome, that big
Superdome.
Superdome. He said I was in the Superdome. He said, and they started putting us on airplanes and flying us around the country. He said Home Depot flew me and a bunch of people to Nashville. He said, gave me a place to live, gave me a full-time job. He said, trained me on how to do it. He said, I've worked here for a year now. And I went, wow. And he said, changed my life. He said, before this, he said, I was selling drugs on the street. Both my brothers had been in and out of prison. My mom was in and out of prison. My dad's doing life in prison. He said, my cousins have been shot in prisons. Everybody's in a gang. He said, I was in a gang. He said, I came here. I got a fresh start. He said, I'm never going back. And I mean, he was just like, wow.
That's great. Which
I
people
remember,
like that.
I said, what happened to your family? And he said, yeah, I have no idea. I said, have you tracked him down? He said, I haven't even tried. He said, I'll be honest with you, man. He said, I don't want to know. He said, I'm done. He goes, I got a fresh start. He said, change my life. I'm not looking back. But I mean, that's almost what you have to do.
Yeah. Oh, those kind of people. Yeah, for sure. When you're in the gang culture, that kind of street culture, you have to almost start again, which is it's a great story. But I'm talking about Katrina. I responded with ATF after the fact, and they had a task force set up in Baton Rouge because a lot of the problems in New Orleans went to Baton Rouge, right? And we had to deal with that. ATF, when we respond there, we're there to help take care of, the worst, the violent criminals, and put those people away and do cases and gun cases and all that. But we also, took a day or two and went to see how New Orleans was looking. It was a ghost town. I've seen New Orleans before.
Yeah.
And I've seen it years later. It was a major city, was a ghost town. They had few bars open, empty. It was being martial law in effect. It was unbelievable what I was seeing in New Orleans. And it happens anywhere. But that kind of story, I think it feels good, but you would wish him to help his other family members, right? Try to get them out of that same situation, right?
He said it wasn't till Katrina that he even thought getting out or his life not being that. He said, I never even considered another life. He said, that was it. He said, I never considered it. He said, and he said, honestly, he said, there was just such a bad environment. He said, I don't want anything to do with any of it at all. So, I mean, I don't know what his deal with, I only talked once or twice. So who knows what the thing with the brothers is.
And soon you were arrested after that. Was that how did you get caught?
Yeah, I got caught in Nashville. I got arrested. Dateline was coming out. They were doing a 1-hour special on me. So I was planning on going to Australia, and we were pulling cash out of the bank, my girlfriend and I, and just over the course of several weeks, we were just pulling out as much as we could so that we could take off. Crazy, yeah. And my girlfriend confided in another girl, a friend of ours, who I was.
Loose lips sink ships. I forget that.
She called the Secret Service and negotiated like a ridiculous like $10,000 reward or something. That was nothing.
So she got $10,000 reward for turning you over,
for turning me in.
Yeah,
and they just staked out my house for a few days, and one day I drove.
Fascinating story. Boom. Yeah, and I'm not sure your whole story. I'm not seeing bits and pieces. How did you do a Dateline story? I wasn't familiar with that.
I was on the run, and Dateline was doing a story about this guy who was on the run committing all these scams, these real estate scams.
Wow, that's not good. When you're on the run, you don't want Dateline to be doing a story.
No, you don't.
You sure don't. What the heck?
So here's the thing, like there'd already been 30 or 40 newspaper articles, but those are just newspaper articles, right? Like that's not a big deal because they're in Tampa, they're in
local.
Right. But I'm in Nashville. And then I'd been in Bloomberg Business Week, had done 2 articles on me. And then Fortune magazine did an article, but I still was okay. Like I was like, it's not, I'm saying, like, who do I know that reads Fortune? Like I'm dealing with construction workers all day. Like I don't know anybody in this town. But
Dateline average Joe watches that.
Right. And this is, keep in mind, this is back in late 2006.
Yeah. People watch TV. People still watching TV.
Deal back then. Dateline was huge back then.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I don't remember all the big names, but they had some big names back there on Dateline, and they were household names. My name's escaping right now, but I remember watching Dateline. There were some good shows. And then, of course, the world changes when everybody goes on the internet. They go in their own little world now. Now everybody goes into their own YouTube podcast world, and that's people disappear to now, which is fascinating. I think I told you, or maybe on the first show I told someone else, that people you would say, what are you doing with the internet? In '95 when Windows came out, and I went on and you're going on there and dial up. It's dial up. What the hell is this? Emails. What the hell are you doing? What is all this stuff?
Bad.
Yeah. And I said, Mom, this is going to be the future. No way that's going to be the future. Now we have all this stuff on our phones, right? We do everything in palm of our hand. We can't live without it. How did we have without it? How do we function without it? It's just fascinating how the world changes and stuff. And that's intriguing. But I want to one quick story. I know you like the true crime channel. And I had just finished writing a book on Miami's history with the mafia. So we're talking about organized crime.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't realize how much entrenched organized crime was. Al Capone died in Miami. He had I don't know if you've seen his pictures. If you haven't seen his pictures, type in 93 Palm Avenue on Palm Island. It's a little island, man-made island, part of the city of Miami Beach. Beautiful island, expensive homes. You can see Al Capone's old house there. It's been bought and sold numerous times since he died in the late 40s, right? And he died there from syphilis. He had symptoms from syphilis, and he died. I think at the end of his death, he had the capacity of a 12-year-old. That's how bad things were for him, and it was treatable for him. But unfortunately, he didn't get in Alcatraz. He didn't get the right treatment he needed, and it was too late for him by the time he died. But that home, at the time, he invested over $100,000 in the 1920s, which today I think easily $2 or $3 million. He built the largest residential pool in the country at the time. Look at that, how long. You look at the pool, look at the pictures, it's insane. And he ends up dying there. And he bought it from, of all things, irony, a family member from Anheuser-Busch.
He did what from? He bought it from what?
He bought it from a family member from Anheuser-Busch.
He bought. Oh wait, I don't understand. He bought the pool from Anheuser-Busch.
No, the property, the house.
Oh, the property. Okay, sorry.
Remember, he was kind of blackballed. The Chicago outfit in Chicago, they pushed him out. He went cross country trying to find a new home, and he ended up finding it in South Florida because he has contacts and they buy it under someone else's name. And so that's irony, because I thought it was funny, especially with prohibition and then legalization, and we made his money, and now he's buying from somebody who used to own it from there. And it's a 14-room building, 14-room, 2 or 3 stories, immensely. Now I think it's a company that uses it for model shoots and stuff like that. It owns it, so they really did a nice job with it. It looks really, really good. But quick story here. So this is a book I wrote, Miami's History of the Mafia. A lot of people don't know this story, and I think it's a cool story to tell. There's a lot of cool stories in there with that. The almost assassination of FDR that happened in Miami. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right? We're looking at 1933, February 33, FDR just beats Hoover. Hoover was a very unpopular president. I'm also a history guy, so that you don't know, I do history, politics, and I love this. So this is a combination of true crime and history. It's in my my area of expertise, which I love.
Middle of the Depression.
The Depression is horrible. You have, of course, the rise of the outfit Al Capone is going on there. So you have 1933. FDR wins a landslide because Hoover, they thought, is very cruel. He doesn't, we had COVID, where we had all the money pumping in, people couldn't have jobs, they lost everything else. Hoover wasn't doing that, right? He wasn't supporting the veterans. He wasn't supporting those unemployment. Even Al Capone, which is unbelievable. You see his pictures. He even paid for soup kitchens, and he was helping. That's what people thought, he was a man of the people. Al Capone was kind of popular with the people because he helped. That's Escobar did, building soccer fields,
right,
and schools type thing, right? Al Capone was doing the same thing in Chicago with stuff like that. Well, Hoover was being kind of stingy with the money, very, very Republican, and they thought he wasn't helping the people like he should be, taking care of the elite and the ultra rich. FDR was going to change that. A little background, if you like that stuff. If not, you don't have to listen to it. So you have this little Italian guy named Giuseppe Zangara. He's an Italian immigrant. Have you heard this story before or no?
Sounds familiar so far.
You've heard it? Okay.
I don't know. Let me hear it.
Okay. This is now, we're talking February 1933, right? FDR is not president yet. Things were a little different then. He didn't get sworn in June. In January, he'll be sworn in March. Things will change later with airplanes and stuff like that, where it would be changed. The president will be sworn now in January. But back then it was March. It was still March because then it was a time where people would take longer to get to different locations, but planes and technology would change that. There's a little history there, and that will be changing why. So he would go to Bimini on a short fishing trip. He came back, and he was going to do a 1-2 minute speech to a crowd in Miami, Bayfront Park. Those who know what Bayfront Park is, that's near downtown. It's in Miami, very popular area. It's changed a lot. But remember, people don't learn their lessons. We've already had 3 presidents assassinated. 3, right? Now the Secret Service, after McKinley assassination, Secret Service came on board, right? But they don't learn their lesson with FDR because Kennedy will be assassinated the same exact way years later. Convertibles. Big problem, right? They are a big problem because the president's not protected. He was in a convertible. He was up. The mayor of Chicago, Anton Cermak, was become very popular. People thinking he could be maybe down the road a running mate with him, was there to talk to him about things that were going on in Chicago and give himself some looking what's going on there. A little politics, but it's an interesting story here. This guy Zangara is a little crazy, obviously. Short Italian guy. He gets on a chair, a rocking chair like this, and he gets his 32 caliber Ivory Johnson, and he starts shooting over a lady on top of her head at the president-elect, FDR. Boom, 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 like that, and people start grabbing his arm, and his hands start moving all over. FDR is spared right there in Bayfront, but Cermak gets hit, the mayor of Chicago, and he ends up dying a few days later. And allegedly, it's in this plaque, his last words was, "Mr. President, I'm glad it was me and not you." Allegedly, that's one of his last words that were said. I don't know.
Right.
That's what out there. So that happened there. FDR came very close. Of course, Kennedy was killed by Oswald. Same situation, right? Convertible, going down. People don't learn their lessons in life. History tends to repeat itself. And they didn't learn the lesson with Hinckley either. Reagan almost was killed. The crowd got too close, right? He didn't have the protection he needed. So they learned their lessons on that. My problem with this, with the mafia, this is a theory that's out there. I'll just, people talk about it, was right. Zangara. Zangara was actually hired by the mafia from the outfit because Frank Nitti, who at the time was running the outfit, you had Al Capone Alcatraz, right? He's out of the picture. Nitti is running operations out there. The mayor is trying to clean up the city. He has his guys do a search warrant in his office and try to kill him and shoot him, saying he was armed, and they shot him. He doesn't die, and it's shown that he was unarmed. The officers that shot and said he was trying to kill him are arrested, and they are fired from the job for allegedly lying in the reports and stuff like that. Allegedly, this was out there. Nitti wants payback for the mayor trying to have him killed through his officers, right? Guess this guy, and FDR wasn't a real target. It was the mayor that was a target. Little history of Miami. Miami's history with the mafia.
So what did
So Zangara, and
the Italian guy say? What did he say?
He gets the quickest execution in Florida history. His trial was less than a month. He was on death row in Rayford for less than 10 days and is executed, the quickest execution in Florida history in Old Sparky. I'm not sure if that was one of the early ones from Old Sparky. Old Sparky's had some good ones. Bundy, right? Zangara, right? And some other massive serial killers have been executed by Old Sparky. Now it's no more Old Sparky now it's lethal injection. But they had Old Sparky. And allegedly, his last words were, "Viva Italia," just like that. We'll copy his Spanish. "Viva Italia. I dare you do it. Push the button. Push that button." They did it.
All right.
So, little mafia's history with the mafia.
All right.
That's a good story, man. So look it up. If you like those stories, history, I love that. If you put history with true crime, that's my thing.
You know what's funny? Do you have Apple?
Apple apps?
Yeah, the TV, what are Apple, what are they?
No, I don't. I don't like streaming that much.
They have a whole series called something for all of mankind. And it's funny because it's about the space program.
Oh, okay.
And so it's following it like almost identical, only the Russians land on the moon first.
Oh.
So everything, like all the characters are the same and everything's off slightly. So it's like, what if, it's like a what if scenario. What if
stuff like that,
the Russians had landed first? What would we have done? So then now we're like, we're going to the moon. And so we do go to the moon. We almost crash, but they do make it. And so then they're planning on doing then they find out the Russians are going to put a base on the moon. So now we want a base. Nixon wants a base on the moon. And then you find out, then the Russians land another mission on the moon, only it's a woman. So now we've got a woman who has to be an astronaut. Like, it's like we're struggling to keep up. But what happens is, it's what if we had just continually dumped money into the exploration of space. So that's really, I know that ultimately it ends up like we go to Mars, like there's all of these things. So now it's spinning off into an area where you're like, I don't know what's going to happen now. Because initially I'm watching, I'm like, oh, this is the one where this happens. And this, I'm saying there's little things that you're like, oh, but But now it's at the point where it's like, I have no idea what's happening. Like von Braun, they just kicked von Braun out of NASA. You know, they get him in front of Congress and they pull up, you find out that he was actually a member of the Nazi, of the SS. I mean, you knew he's a Nazi party member, but they actually, in Congress, they come up with, oh yeah, and Chappaquiddy, what's his name?
Ted Kennedy. Yeah.
Ted Kennedy. Because of the moon landing, for some reason, he doesn't go to
Chappaquiddy.
Right. So the woman never dies. So now you know he's going to run for president.
Now he has a chance.
There's all these spin-offs.
But instead, now we're going to have RFK Jr. become president now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
I think he can be Biden. I think he can be Biden.
I think anybody. I think any warm body could be Biden.
Yes, I agree with that.
Can they beat Trump?
Or Trump now might be indicted for a third time. It looks like, not one, not two.
You know, unfortunately, having multiple felonies, you know, that really only just kind of he just went up in my book.
So if he wins, can he pardon himself?
No, because you know, somebody was saying that the other day. Oh, he'll just pardon himself. He can't pardon himself.
Can you imagine that he creates that precedent that you can pardon yourself?
Nixon couldn't pardon himself.
Huh?
Didn't Ford pardon Nixon?
Ford
right?
pardoned Nixon.
Yeah.
Right.
But
I don't
know that.
The question would DeSantis pardon him if he wins?
DeSantis, his whole campaign's falling apart. He's not gonna. I listen. When I found out DeSantis was running, I was like, "What are you doing? Like, you can't. Like, it's not the time. You're still young.
Yeah,
wait."
But he's in the game. He's in the game. We'll see what happens. I like RFK Jr.'s chance. I find him appealing. He's a moderate, and I think Biden's in trouble.
Yes.
You don't want Kamala Harris, man, with her horrible cackle, the word Miss Word Salad herself.
Yeah,
she could be probably the worst vice president in U.S. history.
Oh, and Biden's just across the board, his ratings, you know, the whole administration's ratings are just in the tank. Like I don't know, but the worst part is too, Trump is very likely to, self-sabotage himself. You know, the likelihood that he will self-sabotage himself is
that's his likely. He does it all the time.
Yeah,
he can control himself and keep away from Twitter or whatever you're going to use. Stop using that stuff. Don't
read the teleprompter.
Yeah, we can't
just read the teleprompter.
No, he's like Biden when he gets off script. Ooh, he doesn't want to go to. So I do also a lot of political books, and I predicted last year Joe Biden one and done, one term. He's not going to win again. I don't care if Trump or DeSantis or I don't know Chris Christie. I don't know. He's kind of going out there. He's interesting character. Nikki Haley, maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of potential out there. There's a lot of people on the field. Trump has the name recognition. People feel sorry. They don't like that he's been indicted. I think 2 out of the 3, in my opinion, are bogus cases. I think paying off the porn star after 7 years ago, that's Daniel Storm. Stormy Daniels. Ridiculous. The one with Georgia interfering with the elections, I'm not sure how strong the case, but I think the one he should be worried about, and this is my opinion, this is Bill Barr and other people saying the same thing, is why did he have classified documents in Mar-a-Lago after the FBI said, bring it back, turn them over, we need them back, including invasion plans of Iran. He had operational plans how to invade Iran because they're getting fed up with all their tactics, what they were doing to us, and because of the threat of having them nuclear. We can't have Iran with a nuclear weapon. Obviously, there'll be a threat to Israel and to us. So a lot of things are going on that shouldn't be out there, and I think that is he's probably looking at over 30 years.
It's never going to happen.
How can he run the White House? Can he run the country in I guess house arrest in Mar-a-Lago? They used to say AI.
Privileges.
Would they give him an ankle monitor, maybe?
Maybe. How funny would that be? The whole system is just falling apart. It's just it's almost comical at this point.
It is comical. And people say if I wrote that and I said fiction, nonfiction, stranger than fiction, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. If
I wrote that in a book, people say this is garbage.
It's just silliness. He's just being silly. We are going to leave all of I think there's one description for all of Ignacio's books in the description. Also, if you want to donate $10 a month to Patreon to help support the channel, that would be much appreciated. Leave me a comment in the comment section. Thank you very much, and I really do appreciate you guys watching. Hey, this is Matt Cox, and I'm here with Michael Martin Hudson. And I wrote a story about Mike called Devils of Contraband, and which he never really liked the title of. But it's about basically he's essentially a part of the genre that is what's known as cocaine cowboys. He was active in, well, he was a part of the Dirty Dozen, and then he ends up moving into the into smuggling operations in Miami back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and we'll get into that. And so it's going to be a really interesting story. So check it out. You know, I want to, like, I typically start most stories. I obviously start, you know, with something interesting, and then I jump back to the origins of like where the person was raised, that sort of thing. So, and you were raised in Arizona. But the way it happened was your mom was basically just a maniac teenager, right? She got married young, had 2 boys, you and your brother, and she ended up getting caught smuggling marijuana from Mexico into the United States.
Correct.
Right? And that's kind of like, to me, that's where the story kind of begins, because it immediately starts off with smuggling. It ends with smuggling. It starts with your mom. It ends with your mom. Because, you know, out of all the cocaine cowboy stories that are out there, there's just not many, there's almost no stories where there's basically a woman is running the entire operation, and that's your mom. But so can we start with, you know, like you and your brother were born in Arizona, and that's the question.
Prescott, Arizona.
Right.
1954. I was born in 54. My kid brother, 57, and we're about 18 months apart.
Right. And what happened with your dad? Was he around, or?
My mother left him,
right,
and took me and my kid brother, and essentially, my grandmother was very wealthy. She married a wealthy miner. She left my real grandfather and married a wealthy miner in Arizona. He died, and grandma got to mine. So mom, pretty much, she wasn't so much of a maniac. It was just a product of, you know, of
60s, 70s,
the 50s, because they weren't hippies then. It was essentially beatniks. That era started, and she took me and my kid brother with her girlfriend Terry in her Corvette and drove to Big Sur. And we lived there for a while. I have memories of that when I was really young, and really young, like 3, 4. And then she came back to Arizona, and we ended up getting taken care of by my Aunt Carol Jean, Grandma Dickey. We called her Grandma Dickey because Ernest I. Dickey was the CEO of the Cypress Spruce Copper Mine. Grandma married him, left my real grandfather, as I previously said, and she left Grandpa, took my mom and my Aunt Carol Jean with her, and
Well, your mom started smuggling
it was years later,
right?
But the first, she tried to run a couple of keys across the border in Nogales. That was a few years later, but she, the pills, whatever, and the marijuana back then in the 50s and the 60s. So probably the early 60s. And then she got busted coming through Nogales, and my grandma had to go down there, and with Barry Goldwater, he had some connections, and Barry Goldwater was a very close friend of Ernie's.
Right.
He built the house, and Del Webb. Del Webb built the Flamingo for Bugsy Siegel. He was the contractor to build Sun City in Phoenix. He built the house in Baghdad, up there in the northwestern Arizona, where Grandma Dickey lived with my mom and my Aunt Carol Jean.
Right.
After Ernie died. So, she was my mother was, they were pretty, more so my mom was pretty rebellious, and
so she got arrested.
She got arrested. They got her back in the United States, and my grandmother said, "I'm taking Mike and Doug away from you, and here's the rest of your inheritance, and go where you're going to go. When you get there, give me a call."
Right.
And that was it. Mom went to Miami.
Right.
And,
so what'd she do in Miami? I mean,
she moved. Miami was really was really the Mecca, as compared to Big Sur and those places in California. She came to Miami. It was, popular, and there's a lot going on down there then. And Mom moved down there, and with her and her girlfriend Terry came down there, and she lived there.
This is by this time it's what, the 60s?
Yeah, and mid 60s, late 60s, and my grandmother put us in military school in the early 60s, and then we did a year in San Diego at the Southern California Military Academy, me and my kid brother. Then we came back to Phoenix, and she farmed. I was in a wreck with her when I was 3 years old, and she was crippled.
Grandmother.
My grandmother, she was crippled for life. She owned most of the town of Baghdad and a portion of, she had a farmer's market, more or less in Prescott. And on the way there that evening, she had a load of strawberries and she hit a cow at 120 miles an hour. And it crippled her for life and threw me through the windshield. So she, after she recovered, they didn't expect her to live. After she recovered, she essentially sold off most of her interest in the mine and moved down to Phoenix and bought a palatial home down there and a large piece of property. And we went to military school from there. My mom was leaving us all over the United States with different friends, and then we wound up being farmed out to the Mormon church. The bishop of the Mormon church lived next door. They got close to Grandma, got her to build a wing on their 16th ward in North Phoenix at the Church of the Latter-day Saints. And the bishop coerced my grandmother into having us adopted through the Mormon church to a family there, and we lived with them for 9 years until by this time Mom had lived in Miami all this time, and she decided to come back. She was a little more fluent by this time, and she decided to come back and look for her sons.
Well, I mean, at this point, your mom went. She went to Miami, but that's where all the drugs were coming in. At this, there's no DEA. At that point, there was no DEA.
Miami wasn't really prevalent for the drugs then. The drugs were coming out of the marijuana was coming out of Mexico. The drugs weren't coming out of Colombia until the early, middle, late 70s. The Carrillo, I believe, the Lord of the Skies, they were running the marijuana out of Mexico and flying it in.
Okay.
See. And it was all different then than the Neanderthal format that the Mexicans use now with the tunnels, digging the tunnels,
right?
See, and all that jazz. They were actually flying it in. So the marijuana the Colombian marijuana was a much higher grade than the Mexican marijuana. Most of it, you had good Mexican pot, but Mom didn't get into that until the mid 70s. She flew us back to Miami. She had a sugar daddy there, if you want to call it, essentially a guy that took care of her who was vice president of Lawnmower Corporation. So by this time she's pretty affluent, and she came back in 73 and got me and Doug and flew us into Miami. Because she came back, went to the step-parents' house and says, "I'm looking for my sons." And the stepmother goes, "Oh, well, they're living down there by their old high school. They've got they're running amok." But we were doing burglaries and trading everything for the burglaries for heroin, and then slinging the heroin on the street.
Just like how you grew up, right?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
The detectives were looking for us hard. In fact, the night that Mom and Aunt Carol Jean came and found us, well, actually it was my Uncle Jimmy. He came and found us and said, "Your mom's out here from Miami. She's staying out at our ranch." My Aunt Carol Jean took her part of the inheritance and built a 30-acre ranch way out in the middle of nowhere off of Beardsley Avenue it's all developed now. Those areas were essentially pristine. When we grew up to grow up in Arizona in the 50s and 60s was idyllic.
Right.
So the step-parents, and we had 4 uncles, I essentially hunted and fished every square inch of Arizona hundreds of times growing up with them. Learned the use of weapons. Was a Boy Scout and there was a marksman with the Boy Scout with all the medals, for the sharpshooting and all that jazz. And we hunted winter and summer and fished winter and summer. So all that kind of a lifestyle. Was a Boy Scout. Like I said, my stepdad was the he was the scoutmaster. So that's how we learned, weapons. Basically, you grow up with that, and you became really adept with firearms.
So, all right. So your mom shows up. She takes you back to Miami, right? And you go back to Miami, and I mean, what happened? She put you back in high school. She said you guys are going to be accountants and lawyers.
School was out of the picture. I was already a dropout.
Right.
Long hair. My kid brother, long hair, and we were already into drugs pretty much. And Mom introduced us to an underworld that we had never could have possibly envisioned. These were Mom knew some of the most famous,
like the Dixie Mafia, right? Like
Rick Cabero and his crew.
And these are the guys.
Ricky and all close friends of hers. We had next door neighbors that are very dear to me. I'm not going to mention any names, but a lot of us fell into the marijuana smuggling, flying it in from Colombia. But Mom didn't get into that till me and Doug I was more or less turned off by Miami because I really wanted to ride a Harley. I was still young. I was 17 years old, so I went back to Phoenix. And my kid brother went first, and we fell off into the same thing, the same lifestyle that we were involved in when Mom and my aunt came and grabbed us and Mom took us back to Miami. Burglaries. But this time my kid brother fell for a burglary. I fell for one, and my kid brother flew back to Miami, and I stayed in Phoenix. So Mom didn't really get into the smuggling until around 74, 75. Somewhere around in there, Mom, negotiated in Bogota with an individual, and she was able to mortgage out the house and get a boat, and then bring in her first few loads. So, but by this time I was already in the state penitentiary in Arizona.
Right.
I bought my first Harley with the smuggling heroin out of Mexico.
What were you what'd you go to the state for?
Burglaries.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much time did you do?
Did a couple of years. Had a couple of 5-year sentences run concurrent. Did a couple of years, and ran prospect for the Highwall Jammers. My kid brother was a captain in the Aryan Brotherhood. He said everybody knew who the Highwall Jammers were, and we had a race war with the blacks.
Right.
And the Mexican Mafia had our backs, and we essentially took over the compound at the time, and they put us that were involved in that riot in 1975, put us on death row because they had nowhere else to keep us. And that's where we were. And on orders from the president they were sanctioned by the Aryan Brotherhood out of California. The Highwall Jammers became AB. But we were still Highwall Jammers during that time in 75 under underground lockdown. And I had to electrocute an individual, set one on fire, and we blew one up with a bomb. 3 different individuals, and I was the youngest Highwall Jammer, so they split us up, and I got a half, because I only had 5 years, so I did 2 years on the sentence, and I was essentially done.
Right.
They grabbed me first, and then they shot me to a halfway house in Phoenix. And my kid brother rode his Harley with a friend of his up to New York, and then he rode all the way out sent me a letter from the Waldorf Astoria on Waldorf Astoria Station area, and then he rode out to meet me when I got to the halfway house in Phoenix.
He convinced you to go back to Miami?
No. I stayed in Phoenix. He was, by this time, him and Mom were bringing in a few loads. They were making a lot more money than they had, than initially they had been making. Well, she did $1 million on those first few loads, but she turned around and her and Doug were already bringing in. She had bought a couple of shrimpers, and they were running them down into Cartagena and Barranquilla.
And Doug's captaining.
Doug's captaining the boat, and then taking the boat down there and back. And I stayed in Arizona and rode.
My question is that you're in Arizona, and your mom brings in the first load, and she arranges it with some guys from Atlanta, right? How does that first transaction go?
Well, her friend had set up the Start over.
Set up the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A good friend of hers had met these guys while he was in the federal penitentiary in Atlanta.
Right.
And so he hooks mom up with these rednecks out of Atlanta and out of Georgia, and they come down to buy the load. And they were in one motel room at the old Days Inn on Collins, down in South Miami. So they get a sample. Her friend gives them a sample of the
pot, right?
Yeah, of the Colombian gold back then. And then she gets a call from her friend, and he tells mom, and I'm relating the story that she told me.
Yeah.
And parts of it my kid brother told me. So he says, they want another sample of it. So they moved to another motel room. So, they're ready to, conduct business. And so, what do you want to do? So he says, okay. So she loads it up in 2 vans, a couple thousand each van, and goes down, a couple £1,000 in each van, and drives down there. And they leave. She leaves my kid brother down in the parking lot. If I'm not back here in a certain amount of time, you know who to call in Colombia. And then she goes upstairs and walks up there all by herself. And they had moved to another suite, so she's a little apprehensive, and she's getting, she's being as smart as she was. Just the alarm bells are going off, and she walks in. The guy answers the door, and kind of raggedy looking rednecks from, I imagine they were moving quite a bit of pot up there. But bottom line is they answer the door, and she goes in, and there's 4 or 5 of them around a table, I think, and the guy that was running everything, he's sitting there, and she tosses him. She always carried a purse that slung over her shoulder, about waist height. So she hands him the sample, and he starts smoking, and then he starts telling stories, and one thing leads to another, and she's there all by herself, and they're kind of oogling her because she's extremely beautiful, and so they're talking and kind of drinking beer and everything, and then he says it's not like the last sample that he had gotten, and he's having a hard time getting high, and she's been leaning against the kitchen counter for better part of half an hour, and that's it. So he says, I think I know it's not like the other stuff. I'm not really feeling it like I did on the other sample you brought. I'm not really getting high, and just kind of thinking that they can just, kind of handle her because she's a woman.
Right.
And
but it's the only shit she has. It's the same stuff.
It's the same stuff. So
right.
She just unzips the purse, pulls out her hammerless police snub nose, 38 special, and 2 quick steps, and leans across the table and sticks the pistol in his ear, and you know what it says in Devils, you better start getting high, you motherless cocksucker, or I'm going to splatter your brains all over your ugly redneck partner's lap.
Right.
So, and that's it. And he freaks out, and you could have heard a pin drop, and he starts screaming, "Pay her, pay her." And there you go. She walked out of there with the cash, and
how much? Do you remember how much?
$2 million or whatever, 4,000 pounds, something like that, I guess. And that's it. She paid off the mortgage on that she'd taken out in the house for the boat, the loan shark, and all that kind of stuff, and walked out, and
nice lick.
And I grabbed my kid brother, and they were gone. And told him they have the keys. They're down. The keys are under the front seat, and it's in the parking lot in the Days Inn down there. And but my kid brother had walked. He had gotten a little worried. He's down there. He's young. He's all by himself. So you're doing something like this. You don't know.
Right.
Maybe they're waiting for you to pull in, figuring and then they're going to go. Oh, it must be. They might rob him.
Right.
So highly volatile situation back in them days, and that kind of stuff. Like walking into a hotel room and doing a deal for a few keys, and you don't know if they're cops,
right?
Or if it's a ripoff, and everybody's strapped. So I stayed in Arizona and built a show-winning Harley. I had a cousin that owned a bike shop, well-known custom bike shop called Cosmic Choppers, Keith Warlock, and we built my second Harley, another Panhead, and we won a big show out there, and I rode that for like a year and a half, and then we built another one. I wrecked that and got the insurance money, and we built another one. Actually, I bought it from the mechanic, a shovelhead, and I rode that, and then that's the bike, and we won another show on that bike, a big show out there in Phoenix at the Veterans Memorial Coliseum, and then the Dirty Dozen by that time knew who I was, and they approached me and wanted me to run prospect for the club, and I eventually on that shovelhead, I rode prospect for the Dirty Dozen for the Phoenix chapter and got my patch about 1974,
right?
Or excuse me, 1977, 76. Late 76, got my patch for the Phoenix chapter.
Well, I mean, so writing prospect for the Dirty Dozen isn't exactly a W-2 job. What were you doing for a living?
It's not. I knew a Hell's Angel that never rode prospect for the Dirty Dozen that never made it.
Right.
But
I'm saying, what were you doing for a living though? Because I know.
I was number one Harley Davidson motorcycle thief for almost 5-6 years in Phoenix. Chased by two top detectives for almost 6.5-7 years.
Right. What were their names? Because I know.
There was John Giordano and Jack Hackworth. They were the heads of the motorcycle theft division of the Grand Theft Auto SID, Special Investigation Department, or SID or SIS, Special Investigations for. They got me one time. And they let me go. They wanted me to cooperate. So I said, yeah, sure. And I got out, and and they said, we want to hear from you by Monday. Well, I think it was a Friday evening. And I went and stole 3 Harleys up I-10 there in Phoenix, and they never saw me again. They put out a warrant for my arrest because they floated they couldn't get the individual whose motorcycle I had allegedly stolen to come back from. He was a guy from Alaska. They couldn't get him to come back and testify.
So they had to
drop the charge. Well, the judge gave me a probationary term for a few months. And
Rossini, in the 1990s, was a 20-something-year-old Los Angeles-based drug trafficker of ecstasy and ice. He and his associates drove luxury European supercars, lived in Beverly Hills penthouses, and dated Playboy models while dodging federal indictments. Then, 2 FBI officers with the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force entered the picture. Dirty agents willing to fix cases and identify informants. Suddenly, 2 of Rossini's associates, confidential informants working with federal law enforcement, were murdered. Everyone pointed to Rossini. As his co-defendants prepared for trial, U.S. Attorney Robert Mueller sat down to debrief Rossini at Leavenworth Penitentiary, and another story emerged. A tale of FBI corruption and complicity in murder. You see, Pierre Rossini knew something that no one else knew. The truth. And Robert Mueller and the federal government have been covering it up to this very day. Devil Exposed. A twisted tale of drug trafficking, corruption, and murder in the City of Angels. Available on Amazon and Audible.
Tell me the story about, I know there's a bunch of stories, but tell me the story about stealing the guy's Harley twice.
I had a friend who was a junkie named Pat Grafe. Pat essentially told me one day I would give him $50 on any Harley I would grab that he would find. So Pat says, man, there's a guy out there in Paradise Valley that's got a bike, and he leaves it out in his backyard in front of his tool shed, but he's got a Great Dane. And the Great Dane sleeps in the tool shed. And he just parks it right there on a concrete slab in front of the tool shed. I said, okay. So we drove out there and looked at it, and it was a real nice shovel, kind of customized. So I went back there, and this is the wintertime in Phoenix. It gets down to freezing. I went out there and he took the Great Dane in the house and it was so cold, and I went in the backyard and I took the bike. It took me a while. I kind of got stuck trying to bring the bike between the shed and the fence that ran adjacent to the street there. It was about a 4 foot, 3.5, 4 feet width, and I miscalculated. And once I got between the shed and the chain link fence, I realized that I had enough room to get it out of there. It took me at least 45 minutes to back the truck out. Or excuse me, we'll have to back the. I'm thinking in terms of trucking. To get the motorcycle between the shed and the chain link fence to get it into his backyard and roll it out to the alley and then down the street and into another alley and hotwire it. The bike wouldn't start. I had to kick it over. Most of those motorcycles that I was stealing back then, a lot of them were electric start, but this one was a kick, and I couldn't get to start. But to back up, when Pat and I came out and looked at the bike, he says, by the way, I saw the bike where it was parked. It was daytime. He goes, this guy's about 6 foot freaking 11, 6'10". He carries a 44 Magnum. And I just kind of, and Pat was a skinny little guy. You know, he had a Harley too. And he says, you think you can, he says, I don't know. He says, I can't imagine how you're going to get that bike. He keeps the dog in the shed. Well, he took the dog in that night. You walk by there about 3 a.m. when they're in their REM sleep. Toss a pebble at the shed. No dog comes out. You turn around. You wait a little bit, and you go back and you hold your nuts and you walk up in there and you try to get the motorcycle without getting blown away. So I got that bike, took it to a buddy of mine.
So you did get it started though.
I had to hotwire. I had to go to pop the hood on a guy's. A car that was parked over there at another house along the side. I had to pop the hood. You could tell the car wasn't running, like an old Chevy, and take the wire from the solenoid going to the battery, and about 4 feet long, and run that from the battery to the solenoid of the motorcycle. And she finally started. I had overloaded the carburetor. I flooded it, but when it ran like a raped ape. And I took off and took it up to a buddy of mine named Dave, who was fencing most of the motorcycles for me. Little unbeknownst to me, Dave was under surveillance by the Phoenix Police Department, the same 2 detectives.
Who were already looking for you?
They were looking for, right. No, they had no idea who I was. They were looking for Dave. They found Dave, and I went back to get paid for the bike. I called him, and from my cousin's bike shop, he says, come by tomorrow morning, I'll have your money. As I rolled, I had an old Polaris 64, a Dodge Polara, and I rolled through there, coming by Dave's house, and looked, and I saw about 6 or 7 Phoenix police cruisers, a couple of unmarked detective cruisers, and a couple of tow trucks, about 20 bikes out in the front yard, and Dave and his girlfriend were cuffed. So I lost the bike. I kept going. So I tell my buddy Pat, he thinks I'm lying to him. I says, no, man, my guy got busted. So about 4 or 5 days later, I get a call at my cousin's bike shop. My cousin Keith, he had a payphone inside the bike shop. He says, you got that guy Pat is on the phone. So I walked over. I said, yeah. He goes, this guy got another motorcycle. I said, what guy? He's the guy that you stole the one from last week. He's got a brand new 80-inch lowrider, a black one. I said,
you got the insurance money.
So I rolled up there. We took Pat's little Nova and drove over there. And the motorcycles we pulled up to a Dairy Queen right across the street. And the guy lived on a corner. And I looked over there in the residential neighborhood. I looked over there and I saw 2 motorcycles in the driveway, or actually on the front lawn. And me and Pat were sitting there. And I got a chili dog I'll never forget, and a Tasty Freeze. It was a Tasty Freeze, or I think it was a Tasty Freeze. And I'm sitting there watching it. We smoked a joint. Pat's looking over there, and these guys came outside and were walking around. The guys knew his biker buddy. His biker buddy was almost as tall as he was. So I'm watching them, and Pat's looking over at me and going, man, he says, you'll never get a brand new 80-inch lowrider. They had just come out. So it was broad daylight. They went back in the house. Then the one individual, his buddy, came out. They stood there and talked. He fired up his bike and left. The individual that owned that owned the motorcycle that I had taken one previously about 4 days before, he went back in the house. Front doors open. I looked over at Pat and I go, watch this action. Pat's jaw dropped, and I walked across the street up to the corner, and just walked right up on the grass to the motorcycle. I could see the guy's feet up in the ottoman watching Beverly Hillbillies, or It's a Big Valley, or something like that. I walked up to the bike and very carefully and quietly picked up the kickstand because they make a noise. If you don't know how to pull it, it's spring loaded. Right. Pulled it up, put it in neutral, and froze because he got up 1 second. They changed the channel to Gilligan's Island, little buddy, and then flip it back over to whatever he was watching. And I backed it out and whirled it down the street, and then cranked it up on about 2 streets down in an alley. And I went down that alley and realized that I had hit a dead end. Because that street I rolled out on, I went to make a left and it says dead end. So I had to make a U-turn, and the only way to get out of there was to ride right past his front door. So I come down the street, coming out of second gear into third, about 60, 70 miles an hour. The guy was standing out on his porch. He had his 44, but his jaw was down on his belt buckle. And as I ripped past him, the only thing in my mind is I'm thinking all he has to do is step out in the street. If he's a good shot like I was, he could put one right between my shoulder blades.
Right.
But it's, and as I went past, I looked to my right, looked over at him standing with his jaw hanging out over there in front of his door. I looked to my left, and I looked, and Pat's jaw is hanging on his belt buckle. As he watches me, I look over at Pat, and I rip by about 70 miles an hour, and Pat's jaw is, he's like, he couldn't believe it. It was crazy. Pat had looked like he was having a heart attack. As I looked over at Pat, and I finally got to the next street and made a right and rode to Pat's mom's house.
The guy didn't fire the gun?
No.
Okay.
And so I got over to Pat's mom's house. He was following me, and I got there. Pat's mother had come home from work, and she opened the door by the gate by the pool, and she looked over at me, and she says, "Oh, hi, Michael." They go, "Hey, Mrs. Grafe, how you doing?" And she goes, "You have a different motorcycle every week." She goes, "That's a beautiful bike." I said, "Thank you." And it's a friend. I'm just working on it. I'm working on it for a friend. So I parked it by the pool, and then Pat pulled up. And he walks up to, he was white as a sheet. He looked at me and he says, "Man," he says, "I cannot believe that I just saw what I just saw." He says, "You had the biggest set of balls than anybody I ever met in my entire life." So I just said, "Look, because I was still building that chopper I was still building that bike that me and Keith had, essentially I had bought that motorcycle, and Keith talked me into stripping it down. They were going to completely rebuild it for the show that was coming up in about 5 or 6 months. So
right.
There you go. So I was doing everything I could, burglaries, motorcycles, dealing drugs in order to pay for the bike. And,
yeah, your cousin, didn't you say your cousin said it only cost a few $1,000s, and it just kept every time you walked in?
Yeah, he says, "Oh, it costs about $12,000. And at that time in the middle 70s, that was a lot of money. And I was living with my stepbrothers, so.
But it kept getting.
I can't believe
higher and higher.
Oh, it got up to into the mid 30s before we finally finished the motorcycle and entered it into that show at the Veterans Memorial Coliseum, and I won first place. Got a big check. Got a big trophy. Keith put it in the showroom at Cosmic Choppers, and I had to sign the check over to him because I was into him by that time for about $15,000 to $17,000. I always had a huge balance there. So,
well, what happened with Keith? He passed away?
Keith died.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I got my patch in the Dirty Dozen, I've been with the Dozen for about a year and went over there. Duke was his partner, the painter.
Right.
And went over there, and he told me that Keith had died. So, it was a rough time. It was a rough time then. We were very, very, Keith and I were extremely close. I loved him like an older brother. Like I love my older brother, who's a Vietnam veteran. Greg still lives in Phoenix, the stepbrother.
Right.
From the, so.
So, when you met, you got married.
Well, I didn't get married, and it was a couple of years later after I got remember that I had a wreck on that panhead. We got the insurance money, and Big Tim, the mechanic from my cousin, he had that shovel head, and he had it up on the workbench. When I came in there one day, I looked at it, and it was out of this world. I go, "What do you want for that?" He goes, "I'll take $6,000 in cash." And I said, I'll give you $5,000. I'll give you $4,500 in cash and my motorcycle. And he said, "Deal," because he wanted around 15 for it. that was a lot of money then for a chopper. I mean,
Yeah.
you might pay $7-8 for a real nice motorcycle. A stock Harley Davidson out of the dealership was $2,300. Sportster was like $1,800. You might pay as much as $3,000 for a limited edition bike like maybe a lowrider, $2,800, somewhere around in there. So we put that in the show again, and it won. First place, big trophy, So I rode that for. I had a really close friend named Lumpy whose brother had rode with the Dirty Dozen, Bob Hennessy, Leo Hennessy. We called him Lumpy.
Yeah.
And he was 11, 12 years old and had his Harley. When he went to a Catholic school next door to where I went to grade school in Desert View in North Phoenix. We used to see him riding by on his chopper, and he was a pretty well-known individual. We became very, very close and lived together. So
what was happening with your mom? Like at this point, your mom was sending up, shipping up marijuana, right, for these guys to sell.
Mom and Doug were going to Colombia by this time on shrimpers. They had a couple of other individuals that they were working with, but they were either flying it in, or but most of the time it was coming in on boats. And Doug was bringing in loads from Cartagena, from Barranquilla, and I'm still out west on the bike.
All right.
So I didn't ride Prospect on that third Harley for the Dirty Dozen until around 1977, and got my patch in the Phoenix chapter. So I started going to this popular college bar called the Squeeze Box, and that's where I met. Well, I walked in there one night with a member of the club that had gotten busted down to Prospect named Turtle. And he said one night, I took him away from, when you're a prospect, they'll keep you up for days. And it's brutal. And I got to tell you, it's brutal. Boot camp ain't nothing compared to being a prospect for the Dirty Dozen back in the 70s. As I said, I knew a Hell's Angel that never made it. Met him years later. And Dirty Dozen minimum prospect is 60 days. If you don't have your patch in 70 or 80 days, something's wrong. They're either going to beat your ass and take your motorcycle or just run you out of town. And this Hell's Angel, obviously, who I forget his name, he essentially realized he wasn't going to get his patch, and he took off. And Hell's Angel's prospect period is a year. And so he ran prospect for the Hell's Angels. I forget if it was the Purdue chapter or the Daly City Boys or up there in Oakland. But I met the Hell's Angels used to come to Arizona, and we were real tight with them. And I knew quite a few of them. So me and my president years later, and one of the warlords, our vice president, we used to fly over and stay with the HA in their, and party at their clubhouse in Oakland. So
I had at this point, like by the time you meet your wife, had you already gone to federal prison? Because you already went to state. We talked about state. But...
I did the state time. No, I hadn't gone. I didn't go to federal the federal prison until 81 and 82.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I met her,
and that's for stealing like massive tractors and right.
Well, it was a couple of million interstate transportation. We would take a truck like I drive now with a flatbed, or we called it a lowboy. You'd go to a job site, find a brand new case grader or a backhoe, put it on the flatbed and run it across the state line before the contractor that owned the equipment would come to work and realize that someone had broken into his yard and stolen, right. One of his. Usually we would take his prize Kenworth or Peterbilt and use that to go grab. Sometimes the contractor had the equipment on the back of his trucks in at the yard where he owned his business. So I had to cut the locks, and this is after she and I had split up.
Right.
So I'm
let's jump back to, so you meet what's your name?
Chris.
You meet Chris,
who was engaged to someone else.
Right.
And I was pretty much.
Was he like a pilot or something? Or
he was going to an air college in Bisbee, and she was dancing down there at that club, and the mother had married a wealthy guy, and who had $1 million. It was called Sun Valleyani, I think, as I recall. And but she wasn't having anything to do with me.
Right.
But I was essentially smitten, So, but at the time I was living with I had like a lot of the brothers in the club had prostitutes, if you will, or massage parlor employees that were bringing in money.
Right.
That's it's almost like the Italian mob. You got prostitution, drugs.
Right.
When Sonny Barger bonded out $1 million, that's when the RICO statute came out, and they knew that, wait a minute, they have $1 million cash, and Sonny Barger got bonded out, and they put the Italian mob first under that RICO statute, and the feds put in outlaw motorcycle gangs as the second highest priority for investigation. So when they realized these just aren't regular, just outlaw greasy bikers, they posted $1 million cash bail.
Yeah, it's obviously it's an enterprise.
Yeah. By the time I was gone, I was in Miami. Sonny Barger had throat cancer. He moved to Cave Creek because of the dry climate, and then a lot of the Dirty Dozen. My old brother in the Mesa chapter, Chico, Robert Moore, he died. But by this time, I was in Miami. And
Chris, back to Chris. So you meet Chris. You get married. She leaves
the fiance.
Right.
We meet the mother. We meet the mother-in-law. Chris has me go over to their expensive townhome where they're living for dinner. And by this time, I had a go-fast Jap bike. I stripped down the shovel head to put an S&S kit in it. Essentially bore and stroke it. And I turned around and I'm riding a Jap bike.
Right.
And I remember Hell's Angel looking at that thing. We were building rice rockets and putting them into rigid frames like a chopper, but it was a 1100 Kawasaki, and he told me, he says, man, your Harley's going to get back at you for this. And a guy turned left in front of me a few months later, and it was a bad wreck. And this time I didn't get any insurance money like I always did when I would drop one of my motorcycles. So anyway, we got married and then moved into a house, and she kept dancing, and I got in that wreck. And then we flew back to my mother. I called Mom, and she started sending me quite a bit of money through Western Union every week. So by this time, Mom's, and she had told me, we learned basic seamanship when we had lived there in Miami for a year.
You and Doug.
Yeah.
Right.
As best of my brothers. So we knew basic seamanship. She wanted me to come home. She wanted me to, me and Chris got married 79, 80. We flew to Miami for our honeymoon. Then that's when, flew into Miami, and I needed an operation. I was pretty messed up from the wreck. And she and I got married and flew into to Miami, and then Mom had a home on the ocean. And, we had lived in essentially another property that her sugar daddy, years before when we first came to Miami in 73, in Miami Shores. And this was still Miami Shores, but it was right there on the intercoastal. So then I kind of realized when I came in the house, there were 80-pound bales of, 4-car garage, 4-car garage, 80-pound bales stacked up along the walls. And I had told my wife it was fertilizer for her botanical, garden that she had out back and all this kind of stuff. And, a few days, we partied for a better part of 2 weeks. And, a lot of coke.
Right.
Back in the old days, Pablo stuff, Griselda stuff, back in the day when it was 93% in, ether, the good stuff. So we were, and I had been in Arizona for so long, since I had come back in 73. By this time it's 79. And my mom had pulled me aside and she says, your brother, listen, the heroin. Doug had, by that time Doug was a multimillionaire when he was 18.
Right.
So, they 19. So she says, you got to come home. You got to come home.
She was afraid he was going to kill himself, right? Like he was going to end up overdose or something.
And they would bring in the loads, and some Italians were coming down from New York or wherever, and they would take the load. Mom would flip the load to them, and the Colombians were fronting the load. they would front mom the load, and then she would they'd come down, she'd flip it for a percentage for a nice profit, and a few million, 2-3 million, whatever, 5, and then she would pay the Colombians, and she was getting it pretty cheap, of course, and then that's the way it was running. So, but I told but Chris wanted to go back to work in Phoenix, so she flew back before me, and then I stayed in Miami. And we, me and my kid brother and some real close friends, we took a little, Doug says, let's go out in the boat and go to Nassau. So we went to Nassau and gambled, and those days were pretty decadent. Had a pound of Coke on the boat. There was the friend's father's sport fish, Hatteras, a Bertram, a 53-foot Bertram. And we took that to the Bahamas for about a week and a half. 2 weeks we were on the at sea, so it was a nice vacation for me,
right,
to get away. But Chris,
using forgeries and bogus identities, Matthew B. Cox, one of the most ingenious con men in history, built America's biggest banks out of millions. Despite numerous encounters with bank security, state, and federal authorities, Cox narrowly, and quite luckily, avoided capture for years. Eventually, he topped the U.S. Secret Service's most wanted list and led the U.S. Marshals, FBI, and Secret Service on a 3-year chase, while jet-setting around the world with his attractive female accomplices. Cox has been declared one of the most prolific mortgage fraud con artists of all time by CNBC's American Greed. Bloomberg Businessweek called him the mortgage industry's worst nightmare, while Dateline NBC described Cox as a gifted forger and silver-tongued liar. Playboy magazine proclaimed his scam was real estate fraud, and he was the best. Shark in the Housing Pool is Cox's exhilarating first-person account of his stranger-than-fiction story. Available now on Amazon and Audible.
went back to Phoenix. So I didn't follow her for a couple of weeks. And then, a few things went down and I had a little bit of cash. And I flew back in to Phoenix. And, by that time I had quit the club. And because the motorcycle, the injury from that wreck, I've been down about 15 or 20 times during my tenure riding all those years. But I had 3 major wrecks, and the third was a charm, like they say in Vietnam, 3 in a match. The third one was the worst, and it was pretty debilitating, and I needed an operation. So Mom volunteered to pay for it, but you got to come home to Miami.
Right.
I want you to. And I told her, Mom, Chris doesn't like Miami. And my mom's, essentially my mother's exact words, dump that flaky bitch.
Right.
And mothers know. And get your ass back home and get on the boat.
So she basically wanted you and your brother to captain the boats to go pick up marijuana.
So Mom could live her
luxurious lifestyle.
Exactly.
Right.
Hey, listen, she was the brains. Mom, the feds were never, the DEA, the FBI, they were never able to outsmart her. Never. So that's the bottom line, was she was alive. We had a lot of heat years later. They had a lot of heat. And, I would sit there at the house at night, high on blow and sit there and watch a car go. She had a boyfriend that she met a younger kid, and his father was a boss in the Gambino family.
Right.
Joe Paterno. So you'd see a car go by, a couple of Joe's button guys would drive by. Then you'd see another car go by about an hour later with undercover vehicle with the shortwave aerials. And you see another one like that one go by at about an hour later. I would sit there at night and watch 4 or 5 cars go by in a 5 or 6 hour period. So, we were under heavy surveillance, but Mom just said, no, we're not going to offload over here at the warehouse where we usually bring it up here into the intercoastal here in Miami. We're going to bring it down to the Keys. You dumbasses. We're going to offload it there and bring it up in trucks right under their noses. And we got another warehouse. And so, we were never busted for any load ever. Right. By although they tried to get Mom, they did come in the house which I believe when we were in Coleman, you got that the indictment. My mom was indicted for cocaine in 1975 in Miami.
She got it quashed, or she brought it all the way to the Supreme Court?
No, she took it to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And there was a corrupt judge named Ellen Morphonius. And she tried to extort mom for $10,000. And then mom was said some derogatory things about Morphonius, and the phone was tapped.
Yeah. On the phone.
Yes.
So on the phone, she says they had it was a bail bondsman, right? The bail bondsman came and said that Morphonius wants
detectives.
Oh, okay. They want
they gave
$10,000.
They gave the tape. They wanted 10. Initially, they wanted 10,000, and then mom was pretty upset about that, and then she said a few derogatory things about Morphonius, and
she said it on the phone. Like, she knew the phone was tapped, and she still called up
she was talking
Angie?
to one of her gangster friends,
right? And she's
yeah,
on the phone.
Some wise guy, and it came back, and the detectives came back over and played the tape for her and says, now Morphonius wants $100,000. My kid brother's out in California at this time. Dougie had to help raise the 100 G's to give to Morphonius because Morphonius said it's 100,000. Now remember, this is the 70s.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money in the mid 70s.
That's a lot of money now. But you can
well,
imagine back then. That's like $500,000.
So they raised the money and gave it to that corrupt piece of
right. So
work and. Invective vernacular. Anyway, so make a long story short, Morphonius, the detectives initially told mom it's $100,000 or you're going to prison. So she quashed the case, but mom took it to the Supreme Court, and that's what you pulled up when we were in Coleman.
Right.
And Marlene Hudson, aka the lady.
The lady, yeah.
So versus the state of Florida.
So I was at this point. So when is that? Well, that's 75, but we were up to about 79. When did Doug get grabbed? Because he got grabbed twice.
Doug got grabbed in the Bahamas on a load, and he got grabbed the first time, and the Bahamians took Doug into the Fox Hill.
Right.
And they, I was still in Arizona then, but I didn't,
Fox Hill was like an infamous. Prison, right? In the Bahamas, like horrible.
Yeah, it was
conditions.
Yeah, probably just as bad, if not worse, as Combinado del Este, where Doug wound up in prison in Cuba in '83.
Right.
When I had already came home from that federal prison camp
right.
for the $2 million in interstate transportation.
So what happened with? So he's in the Bahamas.
Mom calls the Colombians and says Doug's in Fox Hill. The Colombians go to essentially the story that was given that Dougie gave me and mom. The Colombians went to the jailer. I got to a jailer in the Bahamas and said, "We'll give you 50 G's, 25 now and 25. When the kid comes home, we'll have a cigarette sitting down there in the marina."
Right. So they put a cigarette boat. The Colombians put a cigarette boat in the marina, and the prison guards let him out. Like, they let him escape. They leave a door open.
Apparently one individual that they were able to get to.
Right.
And but this individual decided he was going to keep the money and his job and gave up Doug. And when Doug got in those days, you had to run the blowers. You had to open up the blowers on the boat to get all the gas fumes out of it. Otherwise, you could go up like a Roman candle.
Right.
So Doug got down to the marina, got in the boat, and here comes could have been a Hatteras or a Bertram that they had confiscated, converted with a 30 caliber or a 50 up on deck with a 5,000 cannon power searchlight. And, so Doug just took off. He didn't even know, and he took off, didn't even run the blowers for a minimum of 3 minutes and took off, and they opened up on him. And there was quite a few holes in the boat. Doug made it to Fort Lauderdale, and, that was it. And to my knowledge, the Colombians found out that the jailer had double-crossed him, and he never had a chance to spend that money.
All right.
So,
So basically you come. So what happens with you? You come back to Miami. What happened with Chris?
Well, Chris, I came back home and we were together for about a year, and it got to the point where Mom told me finally, listen, you're coming home. You need to come home and get on the boat because Doug is going to kill himself. He's going to OD. So his heroin problem had gotten a little out of hand. But listen, I had done the same thing, but I had essentially kicked it back in '73. When I bought that first Harley. So he was really giving Mom fits, and the whole operation could because they would get $100,000 up front as a captain's fee before he ever got in the boat. The people, the Italians that were buying the marijuana were giving Doug a captain's fee, and that would essentially cover any expenses that they might incur in case he got interdicted. The Coast Guard boarded him, or he wound up in a foreign prison somewhere.
Right.
So they could get him out, like he did winding up when Castro got him. So. And I told Mom, Chris hates Miami. She doesn't want to go back there. And then,
she said, get rid of her.
But I wasn't. I loved her. I didn't want to leave,
right.
And so Mom essentially had been sending me quite a bit of money, and I still needed to get that operation. So she kind of cut me off.
Right.
So we wound up just living together, and she was still dancing at that club, and I was doing a few things. I was still stealing Harleys here and there and doing a burglary here or there, and I put together a score. The mother-in-law was quite the hater, and the fact that when Chris came home from her honeymoon, they never got along together. And Chris had told me one time that they had gotten in a fight and put each other in the same hospital room in separate beds across from each other. And I was like, Chris was a beautiful, beautiful woman, but she was tough. It's about 5'9", so. She was definitely a 10. So anyway, we would fight on occasion, and I put together a score that my good friend Lumpy had run across. He was a carpenter at Excellent. I used to hammer nails with him and frame houses years before when we were younger. And he said, yeah, he did a room addition for this real wealthy Jewish guy that owns a jewelry store. And he's building a bigger jewelry store, so all of his inventory is in an alarmed part of the property, about 5,000 square feet. And Lumpy essentially gave me a layout of the, and we went over there, and I sold a little bit of gold to the guy, and I got I did a little recon, and saw it was heavily alarmed, proximity, LEDs on the doors, tape on the windows. And as we're driving away on Lumpy's porch, he says to me, and we're smoking a joint, I'm just staring out the window, and Lumpy looks over me, he knows what I'm thinking. He goes, no, there's no way you're going to be able, don't even think about it. I go, I says to him, there's got to be about 17 or 18 pounds of gold. Gold was at $550 an ounce then. It was the highest it had ever been. And hanging on the walls, just in chains and diamond pendants and, displays, for Cartier, Rolex, blah, 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 all the diamond rings. So Lumpy goes, forget about it. You'll never get, he says you could try going up in the attic and crawling across the home into the guest house where everything was being kept under, the whole property was heavily alarmed, and you could jump through the drywall. And I thought about that for a minute, and then I tried that one night. That I would scope the residence, and the individual was gone. There were two cars that drive away, a new Mercedes diesel and a Eldorado. So I knew he had a wife and a couple of kids, and I went back there and tried to move the attic enclosure up about 2 inches, and the alarm went off. So I told Lumpy, listen, you idiot, this is proximity. So what I did was eventually get a schematic of the alarm system. And I went back there. The guy went on vacation. I just happened to get lucky. So I went in. And it took 8 hours. It was one of the hottest nights in Arizona history. It was 108 degrees at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. It was like 101, 102. I had a young kid whose girlfriend worked at the squeeze box with Chris. And I went in there, and it took about 8 hours. I cut the alarms. I essentially, disengaged the external system, the audible system, the striker, and had special tools, and then cut the glass, like Jack Murphy did with the India Star Sapphire, the long ruby, and back in the day. But mine were my entry was a little more professional, and I tied off the alarm system. This is the tape, and I got in, and I told this kid, listen, it was a cul-de-sac. So you had an alley, and then you had to run around the side of the home. It had a pool, it was about 5,000 square feet. It had a big swimming pool. I says, tap on that side window if you see any police coming down. There's only one way to get in.
Right.
Coming down the street. It was at the end of that street at a cul-de-sac off of Glendale Avenue and 12th Street. So as I stepped up to the room where all the inventory was, I could actually feel this. It was glowing red, and feel the almost a hum, an audible hum from all the service that was being run in there. And I, had a ski mask on, and you could see the LEDs across the doorway on the 2 feet up, a foot up, and then from so that the light emitting diode would trip the alarm. So you had to dive between them. So I threw the duffel bag in there, dove between them, stood up, and as soon as I stood up, they had a backup system that wasn't on the schematic, and the damn thing the alarm system was sold out. It woke the dead.
Right.
So it had to have woken up at least 5 square blocks.
But you're already in.
The kid left me. It scared him to death. But I was in, and I wasn't leaving. And in Arizona then, burglaries were prosecuted for, you had a window of maybe 5 to 8 minutes. Before the Phoenix Police Department, burglaries were heavily prosecuted, and I went away on.
And you've already been to prison.
So a second offense carried a man of 15. Yeah, and I had been doing them all along when I built the motorcycles. So I had the butterflies the whole time I was doing burglary. I did some high end burglaries when I was building the second panhead. And that Keith conned me into building. So the alarm went off, and I stayed in there. I looked at my watch. I was in there for 9 minutes. I got every last bit of inventory and got stuck coming out the window because there was just this tiny pane that I had cut to open these windows cranked open, but I tied off the alarm, with the alligator clips and all that kind of jazz. And it didn't matter because all that time I took, it was immaterial because I set off a backup system.
Right.
So by this time you can hear voices of the neighbors. In fact, the neighbors did come outside one time when I was on a 2-story ladder that the individual that owned that property, I used his 2-story to go up and disengage the audible system with the bell and the striker. I took that all apart, but there was another one inside the attic. Anyway, I got out of there and made it back to we had parked across a main thoroughfare, Glendale Avenue, and an apartment complex parking lot right there. And I went and walked back through and this kid was sitting in his Jeep. And I had about 30 pounds, 40 pounds, gold, diamonds, and watches, you name it. And I threw it in the back of his Jeep. He never knew I had it. And I got it. And my little brother wanted to kill him when he found out. Because my little brother, they had essentially helped me with this, how to tie out the system, because I was not a cat burglar per se.
Right.
I did burglaries, but I was more of the Jimmy the Door with a crowbar, vice grips, get in, get out, and so. But this one was a little different. So we waited, and about 20 cars come up with the lights flashing, and the helicopter was already over the property with the searchlight. I watched the helicopter go across. This property was west of us, and I noticed it went across 12th Street, which we were sitting on, facing north, and Glendale ran east-west. And we were right there on the south eastern corner of 12th Street, right on the street, and I'm watching, and the cops were making a left as they went up. There was a canal that runs around Phoenix, and they had made a left. And I'm looking over at this kid, and I says, they went the wrong way. So we just sat there for a while, and waited. Then they finally came back across 12th Street and went the right direction. And I says, let's get out of here. So that was it, I went back home, woke up Chris, she, and this kid, I was a little upset that he left me there. And I says, where's all the tools? They had all my prints on them.
Right.
Snap on, a roll-out valise, Velcro that I used to, the glass cutter, everything had my pre-kills. I threw it in the alley. I had to go back there early the next morning and find the toolkit that had all my prints on it and get that. So, we fenced off the stones, just the stones alone. I hitchhiked down 12th Street and went to a Coulter Cadillac and bought a brand new Seville cash and rolled back up. This was 1970, 1979, 80. And then, we moved the gold. It took a while, but Chris had come home on our honeymoon a year and a half before and had told her mother everything. Because one morning in Miami, she woke me up. He says, I went down and helped your mom do the laundry. And, we smoked some of that fertilizer. So, I said, oh shit. I says, look, we better have a talk. Right. So I told her his mom's a smuggler. I says, what do you mean? I says, she brings in, large amounts of marijuana on boats from Colombia. So Chris went back and she never got along with her mother and they essentially hated each other and she liked to really just get under her mom's skin. So she told her everything. Oh, Michael, you think you're wealthy? Her mom, she says, Michael's mom cleans house in a 9-carat Marquis diamond. So you think we're wealthy? So her mother threatened to go to the police. And I had to call my mom and tell her, who called back and left the message on our answering machine when Chris and I came back from the club one night. Because she'd go dance and I'd just go in the club and, drink, play foosball,
right,
Galaga, and sit there and watch her dance. And then we would go across the street to like a Denny's, was called a Carol's, have breakfast and go home. And she says, my mom says, Michael, it's your mother. She says, tell your wife that if her mother goes to the police, I'll have her killed. And that pretty much put the kibosh on her mom going to the cops.
Right.
So, and it kind of, our marriage was it was just, look, it was the mother-in-law. She was right in the middle of it. She couldn't help but just try to just disrupt the whole thing. We loved each other, but I feel this way. Chris did the right thing because when I did that score, it got us on our feet. She turned around and she went and told her mom, and she says, the cops are going to come in that condo that you two live in, and when they're going to take you to jail along with him. But she and I started arguing about something, and then she eventually took off.
Right.
So by that time, I ended up meeting Johnny Patterson, and we started stealing heavy equipment. And I moved out of there real quick to try to cover my tracks into a luxurious condo, bought an Eldorado to match my silver Seville, brand new, and that's what I was doing.
Right.
And I dropped, by this time I went underground, and started doing the disco thing. So, we're doing the disco deal, and that's essentially how my lifestyle then. It was discos in Phoenix and cocaine and discos. And flipping a pound of coke here and, a couple of pounds of pot there.
Was your mom still moving?
Oh, yes.
Just marijuana, or had she switched to coke?
No, they didn't go to the cocaine until I came home.
Okay.
Yeah, because there was a lot of heat with the federal government on the marijuana when they you essentially think of the movie Scarface when Tony's telling Alex, he's telling him, hey, this is not a cakewalk anymore with the new spy in the sky technology. The feds had the forward-looking infrared radar, the look down, shoot down radar, which is essentially the same technology they had in the F-14s and the Tomcats then.
Right.
that look down, shoot down, the infrared signature of a boat. The wake signature would give it away. It's running hot. They could see it. It's bright red. They knew it wasn't, that it was low in the water. And they would contact a Coast Guard cutter and say, you might want to check this boat out. Here's the coordinates. See? So you had to really know where the Coast Guard was at. Mom knew. They had the grid system. They knew pretty much where they ran and what times of the year, But remember, you got a window. You got a window to go to Colombia. You got hurricane season. Any kind of storm out there. We had a friend named Doyle that got lost out there with a kid that Doug grew up with in Arizona. They went to grade school together. They were best friends. He brought him out to Miami, put him on the boat, and Hurricane David caught him.
Right.
And they were never seen again. So.
And this was running a load for your mom. They loaded it up.
Yeah. And I was still in Arizona then. Me and Chris were living together, and I was still in the dozen. And I had to go convince the kid's mom not to go to the feds or go to the. I said, Mom's trying to find out if they got interdicted and they're in a foreign prison someplace.
Right.
So
But you think it was a hurricane?
We knew it was a hurricane.
Right.
Yeah, but that was the story we had to give the kid's mom.
Right.
She knew nothing about the boats unless he had told her. But she never did. She was a junkie herself. The kid was a junkie.
Right.
But Doug got him out to Arizona, got him out to Florida to dry him out, and took him from Arizona to Miami. And I guess it impacted Doug pretty tough because the kid wound up. That's not a good way to die.
Right.
Going down in a hurricane. You think of the movie.
What is the name of that movie?
With Wahlberg.
It's a great
remember?
movie.
Yeah.
Oh man. The Perfect Storm.
The Perfect Storm.
Perfect Storm.
Think about that. Yeah, going down like that. You're fighting for a day? It might take a day. It might take 8 hours. No telling how long it takes for that boat to go down to Davy Jones. So that's it. So
I'm sorry for me. The references are I can see the boat going up, and as soon as you said Davy Jones, I immediately see Pirates of the Caribbean with Davy Jones where he's got the squid. Sorry.
There you go. So, so me and Johnny Patterson started stealing the heavy equipment. Two brothers that I had known when I was an outlaw biker. I got in a lot of fights in North Phoenix, and they were bouncers at a club called the Foggy Bottom, and I beat a guy up in there pretty bad. So I had 50 or 60 hand-to-hand combats when I was a Dirty Dozen. And, I got in a lot of fights before that because essentially the Dirty Dozen, I started hanging out with them. They would call you a leaner, and the ones that weren't in the club, because the Dozen owned Arizona, and they had ran 15 or more outlaw motorcycle gangs out of Arizona, killing them in shootouts, you name it. When I was still in grade school, the Dirty Dozen took over and owned Arizona like the HA owned California.
Right.
So,
you were boosting trucks or the
yeah, we were these two brothers were bouncers at this club, and they introduced me to John at a party one night. They lived in a nice home, pretty much like like you ran here.
Right.
And I came in there and I said, and then one's driving a new Corvette and one's got a new 4-wheel drive truck, and I'm thinking they're not doing too badly.
Right.
And it was a high-end neighborhood. They're not doing too badly for being bouncers, because I was still riding my bike.
Right.
And we went to a party and a kegger, and there was this guy in there, another guy, and his brother were terrorizing all these 200 or 300 kids there. One guy, the taller of the brother the two brothers was about 6'10", 6'9" if he was an inch, and the other one was about 6'4", 6'5", and went outside with some dudes, got in a van to do a bump, and we were in there and we heard a bunch of noise, and they were going around pinching all the girls in the ass, and they were across the street and under a street light and had these 3 or 4 guys out there backed up, across the street. And then this guy says, "Hey man, that's them 2 guys that are walking around the party." So I went outside and I said, "Hey man, calm down, everybody be cool." And I'm just starting to come on this blow, and anyway, the one of them I just kind of touched him on his elbow, and he kind of swung back at me. And these were sidewalk commandos. These are the guys that are wearing Harley jackets, but they don't have any motorcycles. My bike was parked right on the front lawn of that kegger, and I was wearing my patch.
Right.
And I just, I leaned back, and I was trained by a Golden Gloves champion in the state prison in Arizona named Bobby Golden out of Oregon. So I was really, really good with my hands. And I leaned back a little bit, but the tip of his zipper caught me in my lip as he backhanded at me. Get your hands off me, man. So I ran him down and knocked him out. Had to run him down. He tried some karate stuff and all that jazz, and I just, blocked all of his kicks, and I ran up on him and knocked him out with a hook. Well, the brother run up on me. I heard him running up. He left these other 4 guys and ran up on me, and I hit him with an overhand, and he went right down. And I thought, I heard a little noise like you're pouring a beer out.
Right.
Slow. And by that time, we could hear the sirens coming, and the Higgins brothers, ones that about a year and a half later, ratted me and Johnny out. Well, see, they got busted for coke twice, and they had been stealing the heavy equipment with John. That's how they were able to afford that house. They had been with John stealing the heavy equipment. They got busted, and they're both snitches.
Right.
So I had thought about coming back to Arizona and killing them both. Years later, my mom said, put a stop to that. No, we don't need that kind of heat. But it would have been simple, because we were highly trained in that kind of thing, because all the gangsters that mom knew and all this kind of crap, we knew how to get rid of somebody. They were never seen again. So I turned around and we ran to their house, and the cops came. And not to get off on a tangent, but about 2 years later, I had a buddy named I'm not going to mention his name, but he was coming out to Miami, getting a couple of pounds of coke and taking it back to Phoenix. We went out there. By this time, Chris had left, and I was living, over there in a luxury condo. He bought a new Jeep. We went out to the river, went 4-wheels with these guys. We saw some guys doing 4-wheel, and they had another one of those kind of vans. And, hey, you want to come in and have a drink? And, hey, nice Jeep, blah, blah. We went in there. So we're sitting there, and there's about 4 or 5 of us in there. And my buddy was very, very clandestine. He was very close-lipped and very professional. He was rather well-to-do with the operation he was running between Miami and Phoenix. And one of these guys pipes up and says, "Hey man, I know you. You were at that party with the Higgins brothers. You knocked those 2 brothers out." Because everybody came out in the front lawn when it happened and started clapping.
Right.
So then we hear the cops coming, and the Higgins brothers go, "We better get out of here." So we went to their house and hid, even though the cops knew where they were at. We saw them driving by all night. So we essentially sat in there and did coke all night and just peeked through the curtains and watched the cops coming back and forth in front of the house. He goes, I said, no, you got me missed, because my hair was cut, and the beard, the Fu Manchu was all gone and clean shaven. He goes, no, it's you. I go, no, man, it's not me. Scott's looking over at me going, hey, man, whoa, hey. And I said, listen, no, you got me messed up with somebody else. The guy goes, no, man, it's you. So finally I go, okay. I says, yeah, it was me. He goes, man, you were in the Dirty Dozen. I says, that was a while back, not anymore. So I says, by the way, Scott goes, I think we should leave, because he was really close-lipped and he didn't want any kind of notoriety at all. I go, look, I says, what happened with that guy? He says, you cut an artery in his cheek. He almost bled to death. He lost like 3 quarts through his cheek before they got him to the emergency room in the ambulance. So I was just like, but
dodged a bullet.
Yeah, so that's how it was in the club. It wasn't a week didn't go by. It seems I couldn't avoid it. So that's what was going on when I spotted Chris at that club, and I kind of started getting away from. The president of my chapter got really upset. I was his protege. He was grooming me to become a warlord, but I didn't. After a couple of years of that, Matt, 2 years, 3 years of it, I really didn't want to do that anymore. I really wanted something different. When I saw her and got to know her, I had this I had this hooker that was bringing me $500 a night. She worked at a massage parlor. A lady named Paula, a little older than me, a couple of kids, but we lived together. And me and Rabbit, the president of the Tucson chapter, he had a girl that worked with her, and me and Rabbit were really, really, really tight. And we had a little safe house in Phoenix nobody knew about. So that's where we were ensconced, and that's where we lived. But at the same time, I really didn't, that dozen lifestyle, it started to get, there was only a matter of time before you wound up going back to state prison.
Right.
For something that I had a roommate named Big George and another one named Hillbilly. They got in a fight at a bar, and it happened to it was under surveillance, and an undercover cop got in the middle of it. And Big George, he was about 6'10", and he broke the guy's jaw. Big George and Hillbilly wound up doing 5 years in the state prison in Arizona. At that time, that's when I started wanting to distance myself from the club. So
you started stealing like the tractors and stuff like that. How'd you get caught for that?
Well, the Higgins brothers got busted for cocaine twice in 1 month. That was the story I got later on, but it came out in the discovery. And they flipped Johnny to an FBI agent named Hank Webb out of El Paso, FBI, Special Investigations, El Paso, heavy equipment thefts. The head of the whole investigation, Hank Webb, an FBI agent. And they introduced Johnny to Hank Webb under the guise. He went under the alias Cowboy, the Rolex, the cowboy hat, the boots, the gold,
right,
the bling. And we started meeting this guy at a famous restaurant in Phoenix called the Green Gables. So by this time we're making a lot of money. They're giving us $30,000-$40,000 a pop for each piece of equipment that we're running across the state line. We'd go to Gallup. We'd run one from Phoenix to Gallup. We'd steal one in New Mexico and run it to Las Vegas. We steal one in Las Vegas, bring it down to Phoenix. So it's like a triangle.
Right.
So me and Mike, and we had a kid named Mikey Liner that was hot wiring the vehicles for us, the equipment. So we had to make sure we got out of Arizona. By the time the sun came up, we wanted to make sure we were across the state line before the identifying the plate number and the serial numbers on those on the heavy equipment and whatever it is else we had taken, came up on the NCIC.
Yeah.
That's all they had back then. So, the Higgins brothers gave up Johnny to the feds in order not to go to jail for, these kids were half-assed tough, but I could have whooped either one of them.
All right.
And in fact, the guy that I beat up one night, I came back a week later when the dozen had gone in there because of all those Ohio bikers. We'd see about 50, 60 bikes from Ohio with Ohio plates. So one night at a meeting of the dozen, my president, Fat Al, says, we're going to go in there. Don't anybody wear any Dirty Dozen paraphernalia. Go in there undercover, no bikes. We're going to find out what's going on with these Ohio guys. So we went in there, and I got in a fight with some guy, some big biker that, and I was really young too. I was still 22, 23, clean shaven, looked awful young with didn't realize I was with the Dirty Dozen. He knew a couple of them, but he got mouthy. One thing led to another, and I lit him up in there, knocked all the teeth out of his mouth, put the boot to him once I kicked him under the bar. But when I went back a week later, the owner of the bar goes, that's that guy that was here a week ago and told the Higgins brothers throw him out. And they go, you throw him out. Now, then we met, we went outside, we talked, and that's when we got pretty friendly, and they invited me to their house. I started going in the club. I told the owner, listen, man, I'm alone. That what happened last week, it was just a fluke thing. Listen, the guy tried me, and look, that's what happened. So he goes, okay. I says, I'm not coming in here with any brothers. We're not coming in here in force. So that was it. And then when the Higgins brothers got busted about a year later for the coke, they turned around a year and a half later, because remember that during that interim, I married Chris, went back and forth, went to Miami. And so that was it. They gave up Johnny Patterson to the feds. We sold a bunch of heavy equipment to the feds.
And you?
No, they didn't give me up. They wanted to get me away from it. They gave up Johnny only. Johnny kind of wanted to be the spokesman.
Then how did you go to prison for the heavy equipment?
John would meet our buddy, Hank Webb, the FBI agent, Cowboy, at the Green Gables restaurant once a month. We would go there in a limo, or we would meet together. John would drive his Corvette. I would go over there. We're going to meet Cowboy at 5 or 6 And you go in this place on a Friday or Saturday night, you got people standing, it's a gazillion degrees outside. You go in there, and I would notice that we would be sitting at a table like this, and there'd be people all around us, but 4 or 5 of the tables, and one of the you had to have a reservation. They're not occupied. And then you had some upraised dais where there were tables and booths, pictures on the walls. It was done in a Green Gables, done in an English Tudor type of style.
Right.
They had a guy sitting outside on a horse wearing a suit of armor in Phoenix. I used to walk by the guy, look up, I goes, man, you got to be cooking. I says, man, are you alive? And you'd hear him mumbling obscenity under his suit of armor. I said, man, this guy's got to be, I don't know what they were paying to sit on that horse wearing that suit of armor. But anyway, we would sit down there, and the cowboy, Hank Webb, would walk in, and we would talk, and John did all the talking. Blah, 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 blah. We can bring in, and we're going to bring up a dump truck next week. We'll meet you in Vegas. We'll go to Vegas. We'll meet you in Gallup. We're going to bring a grader we're going to steal a lowboy and a Peterbilt or a Kenworth and bring it to Gallup. He would tell him essentially what we were going to grab and where to meet us. I never said a word. 4 or 5 clandestine meetings with this guy. Then the last meeting that we had, the Fed looks over at me and he goes, Mike, I got up to leave. I was pretty roided out by then. I was cutting those big railroad logs with a set of special bolt cutters, to get Mikey Liner would cut a hole. We would cut a hole in the fence. He would go in there, try to get the Dobermans out, hotwire a couple of trucks, move them out of the way to get to the guy's prized tractor. And then he would call me on the radio, and Patterson, being the chicken shit that he would sit down the road about a block where he could kind of keep an eyeball on us, eyeball the whole deal. I would tell him, I'd tell Liner, you got to get the air pressure up to 100 pounds. Once the air pressure was up to 100 pounds, he would let me know, and I would cut the lock, roll the gates back, and he would come through. Then I would shut the gates, and then put another lock that matched the one that I cut. So when the contractor, his key wouldn't work in the lock, it would be
give you another hour.
Yeah,
or
give
so,
me another, little more of a window to get across the state line. So in that last meeting, I get up and I tell John, I'll see you at the club later. And I would, and I looked over at the Fed cowboy, and I said, well, nice seeing you again. And he goes, Mike, he tried that little cowboy, that hick freaking accent. He was actually from El Paso. He goes, you never say nothing, do you? I go, well, whatever. I says, no, I ain't got nothing to say. I says, Patterson here, let John I let him do all the talking. I left. Well, he goes, I'll pick you up in the limo. He yells over at me as I'm leaving. He goes, I'll pick you up in the limo tonight, as usual. And we were going to a bar, a club called The Store. The biggest country western bar in the United States at the time was Gilley's in Texas.
Right.
In Houston, Dallas, I forget. But the second largest was The Store in Phoenix. And that's where we would go. And millions of girls, blah, blah, blah. And he picks me up in the limo.
Urban Cowboy was shot in Gilley's.
There you go. Yeah.
You know what Urban Cowboy is? No.
With Travolta.
It was Travolta, yeah. He was.
It might be before Colby's time. But anyway.
It was massive.
Yes, it was. So, and then I would go through all of that, but I would essentially get up and I would go after that thing at the store. John, it was a deal with him. He, all the girls were all over him, the blonde hair, the buck teeth, the skinny body, the Jordache jeans. So I would go there and hang out with him for an hour or two, drink, and I'd say, I got to go. Right? So I'd have the limo take me back to my condo, and I'd jump in my car, and I wanted to go to the disco. Right. I had a lot of close friends that were in there, so I was flipping a lot of coke in there. Anyway, John, getting that last meeting, he says to me, man, you really embarrassed me in front of that cop. Excuse me, you really embarrassed me in front of Cowboy. You really embarrassed me. And I says, let me tell you something, man. I said, you dumbass, don't you think it's weird that every time we go in there on a weekend or a Friday or a Saturday that there's nobody sitting around us? What are you saying? I said, I don't know. I said, I'm just saying I got a bad feeling about it. He goes, nah, man, everything's good. They've given us $200,000-$300,000 already for all the stuff we all the heavy equipment. Long story short, they waited for us in Gallup. We went to Las Vegas, hit Tab Construction, the largest non-union construction company in Las Vegas, in Nevada, and took his prize Peterbilt and went to a job site and took a grader and took it into Gallup, and they were tailing us the whole time. Me and Liner would have the chase truck, a big dually with a snap-on toolkit. We could change a tire on a tractor. That's how much equipment we had, air compressors and everything. We would go to a motel and wait. John to get paid, and then we'd come back and grab him. And then, and so we went back there, about an hour or two went by, and I said, usually he was back in like 30 minutes, and I told the kid Liner, I said, something's not right. I says, we're going back to Phoenix. Well, we drove back over there. The feds had grabbed John when he pulled in there, when we dropped off the heavy equipment, the tractor, the lowboy, and the grader. And they had grabbed Patterson from Jump Street. Webb came, they swooped. So they didn't know where we were at, but we came back through again. And I decided to stop on the interstate at somewhere. I said, I got to get something to eat. So I went to a Burger King to get two double Whoppers. And then I said, we're jumping. We got enough fuel to make it to Phoenix. And Liner was dumbfounded. He was just a kid that hot wired the equipment. And Patterson would only flip him $5,000 a pop, So right. I knew Patterson was probably skimming off the top on me, but we were, by that, at that time, that was the lifestyle. And, so when we finally, they caught us, they had tailed us, and they grabbed us at the Burger King. We ended up in the jail in Gallup. We were taken to Albuquerque a week later, federal court arraignment we had this flim-flam attorney named Frank Lally that wore the same jacket with the same suede elbows on his jacket, same jacket every day, that had us sign $50,000 promissory notes. So we turned around and I looked at Patterson. And Patterson goes, just sign the promissory note. I says, I'm not giving this guy. I says, did you see that he's wearing the same clothes every time he comes? He's a paid for attorney, and this guy's a bum. And it's a small town, Gallup, and they're all telling him, you got some big shots now. You're going to make some money off these guys.
Right.
So we went to Albuquerque for arraignment, and they had a highway patrolman that was essentially, driving us back and forth, cuff us up and take us to Albuquerque. Me and John made bond. Mom came to Albuquerque, sent her bondsman in from Miami, and we got bond. They bonded me out. Right. John put his house up and everything, and that was it. And then it came out on the discovery. When we would go to that restaurant, there were telephoto lenses and there were shotgun mics in the pictures in the booths that were unoccupied in the restaurant. And I told Patterson. So when it came out in court, the judge, Enrique Campos, a federal judge, they had nothing on me. I never said a word. Patterson did all the talking. The judge gave him 5 years. He wanted to play the essentially the ringleader, but we were partners, right? But the judge loved me. And he says, Mr. Hudson, I'm going to give you 2 years in anywhere you want to go. I said, he goes, now you're pleading to misprision of a felony. Do you understand what that means? I says, Your Honor, it means that I had knowledge of a crime being committed. There was a lesser included offense from the interstate transportation. I said, yes, Your Honor, that means that I had knowledge of a crime being committed, but I didn't report it. He goes, exactly. I go, but Your Honor, I said, if that was the case, I'd be on the phone all day long. So the whole courtroom starts laughing, blah, blah, blah. The judge starts laughing and goes, hey, I really enjoy our conversations, Mr. Michael. He says, I'm going to give you 2 years. I says, I want to go to Stafford Federal Prison Camp. Okay, 2 years. You got 90 days to clean up your affairs. You self-surrender. I said, okay. So my Aunt Carol Jean brought me up in my Cadillac, one of my cars.
Right.
Patterson got 5.
Right.
He cried in front of the judge. He literally cried. So why should I get, and the judge hated him. And the judge hated John Patterson, just hated him. He said, yeah, 5 years for you.
You just went to prison. You get out.
I self-surrendered.
You self-surrendered. You're there for what, a year, 2 years?
I did 14 months total. So I wasn't, 17 months you did on 2 years.
Okay.
So I did 14 months there and got a halfway house in Miami. Mom flew me in, chartered me from the federal prison camp to Tucson, and I took American Airlines with a 2-hour layover in Houston and flew into Miami to the halfway house. Mom and Doug and Aunt Carol Jean picked me up. Mom we sold the Seville, and she brought that brand new Eldorado and parked it in the garage at the house in the Shores.
Okay.
Then they drove down, picked me up from the airport. We went back to the house, and I had to report in by 10 o'clock. And that was it. I drove myself to the halfway house.
Okay.
With my Arizona driver's license with Arizona tags on the car. So I went to the halfway house in Miami and pulled in there at 10 o'clock at night or a little earlier. And the guy goes, "Where are you from? Who are you?" I go, "I'm Hudson." He goes, "Well, you're the only Caucasian American in here. The rest are Cubans and Colombians. And you're upstairs in room such and such, on bed number."
Right.
And that was it. I drove myself in there, and the halfway house then in 83 was essentially we were under the old law. See? So, like the federal prison camp in Safford had no walls or no fence. If you wanted to walk off that camp, you walked. There was a Mexican that was in there that got indicted, and he found out ahead of time, and he just walked all the way to Mexico. Yeah. He walked right past us. I worked in the boiler room then. I remember him grabbing one of our rakes and walking out in the middle of it, going out towards the desert. I go, "Hey, man, you can't pick that rake up." He just kind of smiled at me and grinned. "And where you going with a rake?" And then he just threw that rake over his shoulder to make it look like he was a worker, working with us. But there was only 90, 100 men in there at any one time.
How many guards? 1 or 2?
Wow, maybe a dozen, maybe more, but still. Maybe 150 guys total, somewhere in there, but there wasn't very many. It had to be $1 million crime or more, white collar, to get into Safford Federal Prison Camp then. The only other inmates we had in there that were not in there for a white collar crime were the Indians because they're under federal jurisdiction.
Right.
So we had a couple of Indians in there, the Apaches. One killed his neighbors because he thought they put a curse on him with a hatchet. And he used to.
God.
Yeah. So.
So you went back to Miami. Like, how long were you in Miami? You started captaining a boat?
No, we got back to I'm still in the halfway house.
Right. I mean, when you left the halfway house.
Yeah, I moved out to Miami Lakes, and I lived with pretty famous smugglers in the Estates around the corner from Don Shula. I moved into his house. He had separated from his wife, so his son, Wayne, I moved in there with Bobby Casal's kid and his ex-wife, Audrey, and their daughter lived there, a palatial home in the Estates. And that's where I lived for a while before, before we put together a load, Dougie got on a boat to go to Jamaica, and that's when he was interdicted by the Cubans.
Oh, okay.
By Castro.
Right.
And so he wound up in prison there. And Bobby, the informant on my federal indictment in 2006, he was
already there.
He was already there since 79 with a kid who was the son of our next door neighbor. He was the younger brother of the individual that had gotten that got overran by Hurricane David.
So Bobby was doing, he got arrested doing a load or bringing in a load for your mom, right? So he was already there once. He was already there with those guys or with the other crew members. And
just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
And then Doug got caught with what? 2 guys? Two Cubans?
Two individuals. Yeah, 2 Cubans, an old man and a younger kid.
Okay.
And the kid was a naturalized American citizen. He was Cuban, but the old man had escaped from Cuba.
Under Batista?
Under Batista, and they grabbed him. When they grabbed Doug, they knew they interrogated everybody, and they put my kid brother told me, they put a gun to the old man's head in front of the kid. So we're going to blow his brains out unless you tell us what the Gringo Capitan was, what's going on here, because they found weapons on the boat.
Right.
Found an AK and, alley sweeper and, some handguns, and that was it. They essentially put a gun to the old man's head and told the kid, you're going to tell us what's going on or we're going to kill him. And he said that we were going to Jamaica to pick up a load. So they had, I believe it or not, it could be, they hit Doug with a conspiracy charge, which is essentially under a communist regime. That's kind of hard to believe that they need a charge like that.
Right. That they even need that law. Yeah.
Exactly. So, the Doug wound up in there, and then he walked in years later, and there's Young and that kid Dana in there. That kid Dana tried to kill himself 3 times because that's how bad that prison was. They had a 15-year sentence. They didn't think Bobby had a shootout with the Cubans when they got high and passed out on the boat and drifted into Cuban territorial waters, and they got interdicted by the Cuban Marines.
Okay.
And Bobby went on deck with an M16. And they shot him up, and then they were there for 4 years before Doug wound up, almost 4 years before Doug showed up.
So
then Jesse Jackson ran for president a few years later and got him out.
Well, wait a minute. So he was there. Your mom was going in every month or so, bringing food.
I did a score in Miami,
right?
And because I was essentially left alone at the time, and so when Dougie never came back with that load, it was just me and Mom and my Aunt Carol Jean, and of course she had her boyfriend, the Italian kid Joey,
right?
Paterno, and so that was that. Basically, we only had one more boat, and we didn't, and we had one boat. We needed straps. It was up on straps. In other words, it was in dry dock. We had no way to get it in the water. So, make a long story short, I went on the street.
Right.
So for about 2 years there, I was on the street, hustling, and doing crazy stuff on the street, and a couple of scores. And I gave Mom like one score for quite a bit of cocaine. I turned around at the King Cole over there in Normandy Island, and I gave my mother the drugs, and she got rid of them. And
this is the Griselda Blanco one, right?
I'm not sure. Yeah, they were zips that were, we call the Sicilians.
Yeah.
But the old man was the one that the Joe Paterno, one of his soldiers named Tommy. They're the ones that turned me on to these guys, and he just wanted a piece of the action. So that's what I did. I went in there and went in there with a Mini 14 and a high power 9mm Browning, but of course it was what essentially anything like that I try to set it up so there's a 90% chance hopefully that I won't have to discharge my weapon.
Right.
So I went in, and I got lucky. I got it, walked out with enough cocaine to give to Mom that she could continue to pay her $25,000 a month nut that she had to come up with every month on the properties and everything that we owned. And she could fly to Cuba every month and feed those guys.
Right.
50 pounds of freeze-dried food that she could have only 50 pounds.
Because basically these guys would starve to death in that Cuban prison.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. Doug was, and they, apparently they used Doug and I guess, some other white guys that were in there as like jailhouse guards to watch over the other Americans that were in there, kind of like a Cool Hand Luke thing.
Right.
Remember Cool Hand Luke? They had essentially inmates in the movie, and they were also acting as like prison guards.
Right.
So, but Doug was in there for a while. I guess he used a baseball bat or whatever but whatever, they kept him in line, and then Jesse Jackson ran for president, and the rest is history. He brought them all out.
Right. So, you know who Jesse Jackson is, right?
Sounds like a president to me.
No. So,
I don't know.
Wow. So Jesse Jackson was a preacher. He had actually studied was under Martin Luther King, right? Like in all the marches and stuff. He was in that whole organization. Well, at some point is this the 70s or 80s? Early 80s?
Let's see. 60s, because when was Martin Luther King assassinated?
No, I'm talking about when
was
he ran for president.
84.
84. So he ran for president, and one of the big problems with
he got an American down pilot out of Russia.
Yeah, I think so. So one of the problems with him is that a lot of the candidates were saying he has no like international experience. Like this is a civil rights leader. Like how's he gonna run for president? So he goes on this mission and he like gets like a downed pilot like out of Russia. Then he goes and negotiates to get, is it 22 or 23?
22 Americans. 22
Americans, gets Castro to release 22 Americans that are being held in a Cuban prison. Two of those, one of them was Doug Hudson, Mike's brother, and the other one was Bobby. What's Bobby's last name?
Young.
Bobby Young, which is the guy that ends up is the guy on his case that worked for his mother. So they actually he flies in there on his private plane, convinces Castro to let these guys go. They load them all up and fly them into Washington. Where they fly?
They flew them into Dulles International in Washington, D.C.
Right.
And we find out about it. Joey was the one that come to me because when my mom and my Aunt Carol Jean had a
RV,
largest RV at the time. Fleetwood Pace Arrow. She took that with a diesel. She took that motorhome and she drove it to Mexico with my Aunt Carol Jean, and they loaded it up with pot to the gills and drove it to Boston. And another friend of hers, pretty famous gangster named Walter Abraham Metz III, aka Hal.
Right.
Hal was he was kind of like a father figure to me for a while there, because when Dougie was still locked up, Hal and I did some things with Hal. So Hal was in Boston, and Mom and Aunt Carol Jean took the pot up there, and then Joey came and woke me up one morning because we were living in the house, and just me and Joey in the house in the Shores, and says, "Hey, Jesse Jackson's in Cuba, and he's negotiating for the release of the however many Americans are there, and your brother's coming home." So I called Mom, or she called, and I let her know. So Joey, and I remember they were flying in when the news media finally let us know when they were coming in. I called Channel 7 News, and I said, it was at night, and I says, "This is a brother of one of the Americans that Castro released to Jesse Jackson, and I'd like to know when he's gonna, what some of the details." And the lady there said, "This is a night crew. There's nobody here." So it was the day crew, the reporters and blah blah blah. They'll be here. I said, "Okay." She goes, "I never gave her my name. Period. Anything. They must have gotten the phone number." But she turned around. She says, "What's your brother's name?" I said, "Douglas Allen Hudson." The next morning, I'm in the shower. They knock on the door with a camera crew, and Joey let them in, which really didn't go over too good with Joey's dad.
Right.
And the lady they sent over there was Cecilia Fernandez, their crime investigative reporter. And Joey let them in the house. And once they walked into my mother's home, jaws dropped. And I kind of steered them into the family room and sat them down. And, because my mother, it was rather decadent, the furnishings, and she's my mom.
Yeah.
So the Lolly crystal and all the giant brass figurines, the shrimps, and 8 foot long brass shrimp, and the vestibule in front of the windows facing the street, the circular driveway, all kinds of. But they were literally kind of blown away by the. They kind of got a gist of what,
they had to know drug dealers.
They knew something. They already knew. She was the crime investigative reporter. And so I did an interview for her just to kind of Well, by that time, Joey let him in, so, I did an interview for, which the tape, which I got years later from a reporter there named Sally Fitz. They all used to frequent a club in North Bay Village, which was called the Runaway Bay Club. And I saw Sally Fitz was a reporter for Channel 7, and I got her to get the tape. They had taken that tape and they gave it to CNN. So I guess it was on CNN for a couple weeks or whatever after they came in.
So did your mom and your aunt Carol Jean went and picked him up in the RV?
They left Boston and went to Dulles International and picked up Doug. And then brought him home to Miami.
And Bobby was held because Bobby was on federal. He had a federal warrant. He had a federal warrant. Or was under indictment when he was on the boat. So they kept Bobby. But naturally, the rat, he worked out a deal with the feds, and probably told them all kinds of crap, and they said, yeah, because you were locked up down there, they were pretty lenient with him because he had spent that time in prison in Cuba, and so eventually he shows up at our door a few months later. But okay, so this is the second time your brother's escaped a prison sentence that probably should have killed him.
Yeah.
So now, but at this point, like, you guys are he comes back, you guys start bringing in, larger and larger loads right now. Like, now you kind of go full tilt into bringing in loads from Jamaica and Colombia.
The kid, my Dougie brought in another load from his release. It was a little while after his release. A load came in. We brought in a load, and then we purchased a condominium over there on the ocean, and then
right,
and then there was more some more
mischief. What?
Yeah. Once Bobby came down, and him and Dougie, we put together a few deals here and there, and then wound up with a problem with a guy, and then.
All right. So
we fast forward,
right,
past all the smuggling, the guy turned out to be a problem,
right,
and it's public knowledge. So this guy winds up dead.
Right.
And
but this guy was also talking about possibly, like, you guys figure out that he's been targeting known drug dealers.
Well, that individual you're referring to did not come into the equation until years later, when I ended up in a state prison in Florida. See?
Okay.
This is after me and Bobby and Dougie ran for a while and were indicted by the Miami city of Miami homicide cops were starting to try to sweat us on a homicide.
Right.
And we yes.
Is this the guy? Okay, is this the guy that shoots at the car? Like, you guys get into an argument, he shoots at the car.
I set up a deal for a couple of keys in the lakes.
Right.
And Doug and Bobby essentially blew the whole thing. They wanted to go themselves instead of me going. And the guy, they brought this guy with them, but they didn't take. And he essentially blew the whole deal, and almost got my brother shot.
Right.
Yeah. And by the individual that they were going to do the deal with. And then when they got rid of this guy, the guy that they brought in,
right,
that they should have never, because Mom said stay away from him. He's no good. So I don't trust him. The guy turned around and when they dropped him off at his rental car, he took a shot because he had a flat tire and they wouldn't help him, fix it. And he took a shot at my kid brother. So as they were driving away.
Right.
So he took, and that was it. So he went to jail, and that's it. He got out. He got out of jail, and they got him they got him over into a certain location in Miami, and the guy they found him in Alligator Alley.
Right.
So that's what sparked the city of Miami homicide
Investigation.
The two
right,
detectives, Nelson Andrew and John Spear. John Spear was the head of the city of Miami homicide. City of Miami relegated that entire investigation to them and them only. Nelson Andrew was the city of Miami cop that was the head of the investigation when Griselda Blanco killed those guys down at the Dayland Mall at Crown Liquors. That was Nelson Andrew was Cuban. He was the one that investigated that.
Isn't he? Is he the detective on the documentary Cocaine Cowboys? The same detective.
Those guys are rats. So I don't know about if Nelson was. Nelson was on a documentary about Griselda.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Not the Cocaine Cowboys.
No.
So I remember Fabio Choa coming to me a few times after I guess it was Men's Illustrated. An article came out about that Cocaine Cowboy movie and all that. And he goes, "Who is this guy, Mike, calling me Fabito?" I says, to my knowledge, nobody calls you Fabito.
Right.
He goes, "Well, I don't know who is this guy." I says, "He's a snitch. This John Roberts guy, he's a rat." So and the other guy that was, so I says, "Yeah, whatever." I says, and because he had read the article.
And he didn't know who this guy is.
Who this guy is telling him, telling this wild bullshit story about Fabio. You don't know Fabio Cho. You don't. Yeah. So
right.
You're not. But I'd read it, and he had asked me about it when we were in the pen in Georgia.
Right. So I have a quote. Do you remember when your brother? Doesn't your brother get left in the mountains somewhere? Is it?
Oh, that was years before when I was still in Arizona, when I was in the federal prison camp.
What happened?
They flew up. This time they decided to take a DC-3 and fly it down there with
down where?
Colombia.
Okay.
And where else? And the house that when I moved into the estates, when I got out of the federal prison camp, that was Bobby Casal. He was a pretty famous smuggler in Miami in his own right. They took a plane down to Colombia, and apparently from my kid brother told me that they had a partner, a guy that lived in Arizona named Chris.
Right.
And he was partners with Doug and Mom and Bobby on that load that they're going to fly in from Colombia. Well, the federales didn't get their protection money. And when they landed the plane, apparently Doug went out in the jungle. And
so Doug had to take a piss. So as soon as the plane landed, he goes off into the fucking jungle to take a piss.
And they run up on Doug heard shots being fired and everything, and he stayed in that jungle. And according to my kid brother, a pilot and the co-pilot were both killed.
Yeah, the federales pull up. So they pull up. These guys landed on a plane on a strip in the mountains,
on an airstrip up there, and
right to basically load up cocaine, or was it marijuana?
Marijuana.
Yeah, marijuana. And it's like they didn't pay, and so they pull the pilot and the co-pilot out. The plane. They're standing there. They're like, "Okay, you guys didn't pay," and they execute them. Well, Doug just happened to be taking a piss in the jungle, so he takes off. Oh wait, you said that the guys loading the plane took off too. You said the Indians?
Those Wajitos took him up in the mountains in Colombia, and he stayed up there for 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks. And Mom doesn't know what happened to him. My mother was pretty stoic. Even when Doug wound up in prison in Cuba, we never knew where he was at for 30 days,
right?
40 days. I'm like, I'm a little worried. But Mom was like stone faced. She was just, and eventually he would get a letter from Combinado del Este in Cuba. So anyway, Doug gives one of those Indians, a runner, a note, and he runs they, it's like the Pony Express.
Right.
He does 5 miles and then another, he gives that note to another Colombian Indian, and he runs 5 miles, and they get it down to Raul in Bogota, who calls my mother and says, Doug's up here in the mountains, close by where the airstrip was, and she got a plane in there to get him out. So he's up there. He loses 10 pounds. He's having a ball though. He's chewing coca leaves and. Like the Indians, and he's up there, but he's got 245s, one under each armpit. My kid brother's up there, just waiting it out. And like I said, that's how they got him out. Mom flew a plane down there and got him out. Where I robbed the zips.
Yeah.
Well, that was while Doug was incarcerated in Cuba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay.
This
You kind of touched on
Cuba.
Yeah, you kind of touched on it. But,
yeah. So.
Bailout is a psychological true crime thriller that pits a narcissistic conman against an egotistical, pathological liar. Marcus Schrinker, the money manager who attempted to fake his own death during the 2008 financial crisis, is about to be released from prison, and he's ready to talk. He's ready to tell you the story no one's heard. Schrinker sits down with true crime writer Matthew B. Cox, a fellow inmate serving time for bank fraud. Schrinker lays out the details. The disgruntled clients who persecuted him for unanticipated market losses, the affair that ruined his marriage, and the treachery of his scorned wife, the woman who framed him for securities fraud, leaving him no choice but to make a bogus distress call and plunge from his multi-million-dollar private aircraft in the dead of night. The $11.1 million in life insurance, the missing $1.5 million in gold. The fact is, Schrinker wants you to think he's innocent. The problem is, Cox knows Schrinker's a pathological liar, and his story's a fabrication. As Cox subtly coaxes, cajoles, and yes, cons Schrinker into revealing his deceptions, his stranger-than-fiction life of lies slowly unravels. This is the story Schrinker didn't want you to know. Bailout: The Life and Lies of Marcus Schrinker. Available now on Barnes & Noble, Etsy, and Audible.
Okay.
In the state prison in North Florida.
And they rob the banks and the cops come to see you?
Yeah.
But what I was thinking is, what got you ended up doing a stint in the state of Florida, and was that for the fight?
No.
I'm sorry.
When we're on the run from the homicide cops, the city of Miami, the homicide cops put the Miami Beach narcotics on me, and they went through an undercover informant and tried to set me up for 5 keys.
Right.
And Mom knew it stunk. She didn't like the way and she says, well, we got plenty of money. There's no need for you. But I like to walk around with a big, back then it was just, so I wanted a little extra cash because I had to go to Mom and
right.
say, hey, throw me 50, 20, 30, whatever. And she turns around and says, no, it stinks. And I go in there anyway, and they were cops. So
right, but it wasn't even, you weren't even going to sell them coke, was it? It was.
Yeah, because in the old days, a lot of times what Dougie and Bobby used to do a lot. What we did was we would gaff. You get a couple pounds of sugar and gaff it, and you might throw an 8-ball in there, and then right where it's at. So you throw you.
Yeah, you scoop out the 8-ball, and if they want to test it, they can test it.
Yeah, make sure they're not. Yeah, this way
so
we're
99% of it's sugar, but you've got the spot where the coke is, so they scoop it up and
you gaff it. So this way, if anything crazy goes down, you'll know they're not cops. You might say, hold on, don't freak out, but just wanted to make sure you guys were who you say you are. Naturally, the cops come in there and hold themselves out to be drug dealers.
Right.
And they're not.
So you did that to this guy?
When he pulled out a syringe to test it, that's when the alarm bell went off. So I just put my pistol right up under his jaw. And he had a heart attack. They thought it was going to be a slam dunk, but I scared him to death. So that was it. And then I pretty much robbed them for the cash.
Right.
So, but they...
but it didn't work out.
Well, of course, yeah. So I wound up and indicted for possession of cocaine. They threw it out there as a kilo because we were going to do a kilo up front. first. What I wanted, I wanted to count all the money for the 5 keys, but they were hedging on that. They couldn't get City of Miami Beach to give them that much money to bring to me to count. So we came in, we said, well, we'll do 2 then. See, so let's, and then they essentially got me down to the kilo, and I said, okay, so that was it. They brought the cash for a key, and it was, almost 30 G's. So that was it. So Janet Reno prosecuted me on that case personally.
So how much time did you get?
Well, we were already on the homicide investigation. The City of Miami homicide came into that house where that individual essentially we killed him. What they did was they came in looking for forensic pathology, blood, brain matter, blah, 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 and they found a large cache of weapons, some real exotic stuff, and it took my kid brother and me years to collect, mostly my kid brother. So they got my prints on a sawed-off shotgun.
Right.
And that was it. They were able to get a warrant out for my arrest for the 2 sawed-offs. They found me in Tampa at a safe house while Doug and Bobby had jumped Florida and had gone to Tennessee to another safe house while we're being investigated and followed all over South Florida by these 2 homicide cops and their crew. So to make a long story short, they got me here in Tampa, and I went to the Hillsborough. They found me in the safe house, the Hillsborough County Jail. Mom bonded me out, and I'd met a young hooker up here, and I took her back to the condo we had on the ocean in Miami, and then hung out there for a while, and just she said, "Cool your heels for God's sake." And I had an attorney, Mark Krasno, that represented me in that case. And then they tried to set me up for the narcotics, and then of course, so those 2 charges, they lumped them together and ran them concurrent. It was attempted murder on a police officer, possession of a kilo, trafficking in cocaine, possession of how it is.
Yeah,
a little shotgun. See, I hope one of the pellets will stick. See, so make a long story short, that's about the time that I started going. My attorney was Jewish, and that's when I started. And I couldn't get I was on bond on the shotguns. I made bond in Hillsborough County Jail, so I was on bond when I flew back to Miami with that girl, and then kind of laying low, but and everything with Doug and Bobby being out of state now, where there's a lot of heat. You see, plus my mom's still with Joey, the Gambino captain's freaking kid. So so we got a lot of heat. So calm down, try to take it easy, don't do anything crazy. But I was a little unbalanced at the time, So I went for the street drug buy, and they were cops.
Right.
So they ran them concurrent, the shotguns with the other charges. They ran them concurrent, and about that time, I started going down to the chapel, and started, going down there with a guy named Willie, who was a Cuban. He got busted for 2 kilos, so he took me down to the chapel, and I went down there and I heard the gospel, and I got saved. Simple, and then wound up. Then my attorneys, Janet Reno's trying to give me 40 years, and every month they come with a little bit lesser of an offer, 40. 35, 28, and I'm flipping out, and they're thinking, this, and my attorney's going, attempted murder on a police officer. The cop's going to testify. You put a loaded pistol up in his neck, put it in his belly or whatever, So their little slam dunk investigation didn't quite go the way they had planned it. So they had a little vendetta, and these guys, look, they tried to steal my Rolex when they had me cuffed and all this kind of stuff. So to make a long story short, the attorney comes to me and he goes, we're Jewish. We don't believe in Jesus, but something's going on here. She kept coming down, because he initiated an entrapment defense. And back then, here you got these cops holding themselves out to be drug dealers or undercover narcotics agents. And so what he did was he raised that entrapment defense, and Reno still trying to step to us with an offer that was just for me, it was just 20 years. It got down to around 20. She takes a vacation, tells her subordinate Sally Weintraub, don't offer him less than 12. They'll think we've got no case. Well, Weintraub did. Well, she came to me with 5.5 years.
Right.
Now, I'd already got a year in the county jail. They dropped some of the charges, and I had to plead to the min man for the pistol. So I told my attorney, I got a year in the county jail. I do 2 more years for the min man for the pistol. After that, the back of the sentence, I says, they're telling me they're giving everybody in the state of Florida 120 to 150 days consecutive gain time every month because of the overcrowding and that judge that had signed that order to start releasing inmates.
Right.
So I said, he goes, no, we got this case beat. 5.5 years, they don't have a case. I said, no.
You never know.
I said, no, that's not what God's telling me, man. I said, I tell you right now, that's not what I'm hearing from the Lord. I'm telling you right now, I'm taking the deal. I told your mom that you're going to be home in 2 weeks. We're going to trial. Well, a famous gangster from Canada, also another friend of Joe Paterno's, named Willie O'Brien, also known as the Meat Packer. He was a Jewish mobster and a heavyweight. He loved me. And we were all locked up in there together at that time. Joe got arrested on a murder indictment. Then they got Obi, O'Brien, Willie. They got Obi, and they got a couple of Joe's soldiers. So we're all locked up in there together. And then Obi went to the Jewish attorney and says, give Marlene back most of that money you gave her. Mike's going to plead out. So the most of that money she gave you, you give it back to her. But he had initially told this a Jewish attorney from Jump Street months before, make sure you do a good job with Michael, or otherwise I'll.
Right.
So he's coming to me when he comes to visit me in the Dade County Jail. He's all hyped up and really just a real gun shy and skittish. And I asked my mom, what's going on? And that's when she came to visit me, she says, Obi told him if he doesn't do a good job, he's going to kill him. So I said, what are you doing that for? Because at the time I didn't really realize, what the way things would end up and the way things would pan out. So I took the deal, and I did 2 more years on the pistol, and then I was out in another. When I started, you couldn't get the gain time while you were doing the min man, right?
Right.
But after that, the 2.5 years in the back of the sentence, it was gone. So and when I pled, the judge, Ralph Persons, was apparently, and you and I both know that this is a real rarity. He was a preacher as well as a Dade County judge. So he is always ragging those homicide cops. Don't come in here and disparage that defendant and tell them about tell this court about how many people they killed, and stick to the issues, and or I'll charge you with the contempt. And then once I took the deal, Reno, she came back from vacation, found out what Weintraub had done, but I had signed the deal.
Right.
It was over with. And she could hear her screaming in his chambers. They had a sidebar. And they went into the judge's chamber. She was screaming at Weintraub, do you realize what you've done? We can't get the mother, but, we had this guy. We had the son, but I was home in 89. I was back home in 89, 4 years.
Well, when you were locked up, though, some detective, or was it FBI? FBI came to see you, right? Because
Dougie and when I was locked up in Baker Correctional, Doug and Bobby had split up when they were in Tennessee, so they got me first.
Right.
Right. Then Doug was still on the lam. He hooked up with one of the individuals that was also an informant in the federal indictment for the cocaine,
the jumper,
for the smuggling. Yeah, that was his. This individual. There were 2 brothers. Yeah. This was the older brother. They killed him in a federal prison in the Midwest somewhere. Apparently he was, I don't know. Yeah.
Claker.
Yeah. They hung him. in his cell. He was a rat. So like the kid brother, they're informants.
Right.
So to make a long story short, Dougie hooked up with the older brother, whatever he nicknamed the Jumper, because he'd escaped from a few jails, and they robbed a few banks in Jacksonville.
Right. Well, I thought it was because he was jumping over he would run and jump over the.
I guess because I never knew the guy.
Right. I read the articles. Like I remember getting the articles.
I never knew the guy. I was already locked up by then, sentenced and up in Baker Correctional. So they took Doug and put him in prison and on that shootout in New Orleans.
Right. So
Doug got shot up in New Orleans over that when they were on the run.
Right. So he and Claker decide to start robbing banks. They start robbing banks. Then they end up. It gets hot, and the banks are being watched, and they're concerned. So they
got
drive
$50,000 in cash, and they go to New Orleans.
New Orleans, right?
And then Doug was told to fly to Jamaica to stay with a big grower that we knew there.
Right.
A Jamaican had his own. He was a boss, and Doug. We were real close with him, and Doug was going to fly there. Chinpo.
Right.
And, Chinese.
Yeah.
Anyway, that very night they went out and got drunk and called a cab, and Claker got into an argument with the cab driver, and the cab driver took off, and Claker cranked off around at him like an idiot. And there were two undercover New Orleans detectives across the street having a drink. And they got in a shootout. Claker laid right down. He's no killer.
Right.
See? And Dougie had 245s, and they exchanged gunfire, and they hit Doug, and then Doug took off down an alley, and they hit him a few more times, and then, that was it.
This is a shootout on Bourbon Street.
On Bourbon Street.
On Bourbon Street in New Orleans, he gets into a shootout with two cops. And they track him down in an alley. They shot him a bunch of times, right?
6 or 7 rounds. My kid brothers got in and out. But he had a few operations. He had 2 or 3. And then when I called home one night from the Dade County Jail, my mom goes, "You better sit down. I got some bad news. Your brother got in a shootout in New Orleans." And I'm screaming, "Why in the hell didn't he go to New Orleans like I told him? Or why didn't he fly out of New Orleans to Jamaica?" But you could thank that screwball that he was with. So Doug would have it might have blown over. See, because that's what happened on that homicide. It's common public knowledge. The Panzavecchia murder. That's what happened. It blew over. They were never able to indict.
Right.
They never indicted any. They had the city of Miami cops went nowhere with that investigation.
Well, the FBI showed up to talk to you about Doug, right?
Years later.
Right.
In 2006 and 7 in FDC in Miami about the Panzavecchia murder and some other murders.
No, I meant you were locked up and they came and showed you the pictures.
They came to me about the bank robberies.
Right.
So they called me off the compound, and I went in there, and there's 2 FBI agents, and they sit me down. I go, "What's this about?" They go, "Oh, your brother here." They show me glossy black and white photographs of Doug standing there with an Uzi. I said, "We're drug smugglers, man. We don't we don't rob banks." And he slides the whole photo over to me, and it's Doug. And I went, And he goes, "Well," I said, "What do you want me to tell you? I got nothing to tell you." "Well, we want to know about this." And they started going off on tangents about some murders and some other stuff, and and Bobby. And I said, I can't tell you nothing.
All right.
So during my tenure, in 89, while I was just before 87, just before I got out, that's when the whole Miami Herald, the whole one section in the Miami Herald was about Don Aronoff being killed.
Right.
And that's when I remember reading that article, because we'd get a Miami Herald like a night before it would, they would fly a Herald up there, so we would get it the exact day that the paper came out. And I'm reading it, and small, still voice in my ear, because it says Don Aronoff pulled over by a late model Lincoln, dark blue, black Lincoln Continental or a town car. Shots ring out. The car makes a U-turn around Don Aronoff in his Mercedes, and it takes off.
Well, who was Don Aronoff's first? Most people don't know.
Well, he was the innovator of the go fast boat industry,
right?
Essentially.
So basically, the DEA had been formed because there were so much drugs coming into Miami at this time, and they're bringing in. They're using boats that they that they can't catch.
They couldn't catch the midnight expresses.
Right.
And some of the cigarettes, which were modified, they couldn't catch them, so they went to Don Aronoff. That's when Papa Bush had come down there, and Don Aronoff built those tunnel holes, those cats for the federal government.
So when you
called
say
the Blue Thunders,
right, when you say Papa Bush, you mean
the dad.
Right. So Bush, who was
the head of the CIA.
CIA at the time.
They were all in. They were in the middle of everything.
Right.
I mean, listen, we know everything about him.
Right.
So look, he came down there. Nice little PR stunt. Don Aronoff's going to build boats to interdict the Go Fast cigarettes coming out of the Bahamas.
Right.
That was Willie and Sal. At that time, they were running. They were starting to run. They were running hard. So these, and I was locked up with Willie's brother, Gus. So the Falcone. So and Sal Magluta. But anyway, make a long story short, the Aronoff built Aronoff. No one knew at the time that Aronoff had been flipped, but essentially when he was killed, when I was up there in Baker, we thought it was we found out years later. Well, they got Bobby. I had gotten out in '89. They didn't grab Bobby until 90, I think, and then they grabbed Bobby for bragging to some. He was under an alias in a prison in the upper Midwest in Oklahoma, and telling everybody that he was a smuggler and a hitman from Miami, running his mouth, and ended up. One of the jailhouse informants went to the sheriff there and says, "Hey, there's a guy in here that says he's some kind of famous hitman," and the sheriff says, "Boy, there ain't nobody like that up here. Go on back to your cell." Well, he kept coming back to the sheriff, telling him the same story. So they sent the prince down to Miami. And the city of Miami homicide says, "Do you know who you got there?" That's Robert Samuel Young. And they went up. He knows too much about this murder. They went up and grabbed him. And once they grabbed him, he gave it all up.
Well, let's go back for a second. So Don Aronoff is building these boats, but why was he killed? Like, I know you just ran through it real quick for me, but anybody watching this doesn't know half of what you
see.
Just said.
And even at that time, when I was living with Mom in another property that we owned, and he called from the county jail. She goes, "It's Bobby." So I got on the phone with him, and I said, "Whoa, man, long time, bro." He goes, "Yeah, they got me down here in the Dade County Jail. They come up and grabbed me. I was under an alias up in Oklahoma. They indicted me on the Don Aronoff murder." I go, "You mean the one back in '87?" Or, I think it was 1987. And
okay.
I said, "Don't talk on the phone." It's okay. It's good. I got he had some kind of back then they could make a call. It wasn't like a cell phone. It was like a transponder that would do the numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, something like the beeps on the. He had some way to get out on the phone, and then we had us go two-way with his attorney Don Grant up in Fort Lauderdale, and Freddie Haddad was also his attorney.
Right.
So Bobby starts telling me about they brought Ben down from Leavenworth, and I'm going to take it to they're going to charge me with a hit. Because when you back up, when I read that article years before, a still small voice had almost like whispered in my ear, the Holy Ghost whispered in my ear, "Bobby did it." Hey, I'm telling you right now. And when I read the article, I'm reading the article and I'm thinking, just for some reason, I get this thought, late model Lincoln Continental or whatever, pulled up next to Don Aronoff, flagged him down his Mercedes, and got real close to him. I mean, as close as you and I are. See, that's how Bobby worked. He was not a pistolero like me and my kid brother. My mom could skip a tin can in midair with a .38. See, we're all rednecks raised out in Arizona and Texas. So anyway, I just had that feel, that thought, this all of a sudden it came into my head, Bobby. Why? I just never really thought about it after that much until years later. I'm home and Mom says Bobby's on the phone. Then he starts telling me they indicted him on the murder, And then I flashed back and I thought, holy smoke. And I just started, I thought about that thought that I'd had years before. So he's telling me they're going to take him, they're going to give him the chair, they're going to do this, do that. Little did I know that the state of Florida flipped him, and he flipped on Ben Kramer, whom they brought down. Okay, but the bottom line is Ben Kramer, contrary to public knowledge, Ben Kramer was not a killer. He had nothing to do with the Don Aronoff murder.
Right, but Ben Kramer was a huge importer or smuggler of marijuana, and he had already gotten like a life sentence?
Yeah, life sentence.
Right.
Yeah.
So Bobby said that Ben Kramer had hired him to kill Aronoff, but that's not the case.
It's not the case.
Right.
And I had discovery under the federal indictment that Bobby essentially had told he hoodwinked the state of Florida, and he also hoodwinked the feds, and the feds ran with it, and it was all bullshit. See, they ran with that narrative that Ben Kramer had hired Bobby to kill him.
So, but why did Bobby kill him?
An individual whom I won't name was approached by the Colombians, who's extremely, extremely close to me, whom I love very much, had finally let me know a while back, listen, this is what really went down. They came to me and they says, your friend tried to rip us off for a couple hundred keys.
Right.
We found out he was lying to us. Now we're going to kill him.
You mean Aronoff?
Bobby Young.
Okay.
We're going to kill him. Here's the deal. Some of our boats are getting interdicted on the high seas coming in from the Bahamas. This guy that we want him to kill has been he's the boat builder, and he's glassing in transponders into the boats. And
so the Coast Guard can grab him.
Yes. So there you have it. They said, here's the deal. We're going to wash the 200 keys. We're going to give him $250,000, not the $60,000 that allegedly Benny had given Bobby to kill Aronoff. We're going to give him $250,000. We're going to wash the 200 keys, and he's going to kill Aronoff. Otherwise, we're going to kill your friend. And this individual that I'm referring to was incarcerated at the time, so he had to reach out and to Bobby and say, "This is what you got to do."
Right.
Otherwise, you're dead. And,
And then Bobby waited on Aronoff and killed him.
He killed Aronoff, yeah. Otherwise, the Colombians were going to kill him. So,
well,
and this is public knowledge. The thing that, like you and I both know, the thing that irks me is that the state of Florida and the feds ran with that baloney and put it out there as gospel, and like it was etched in stone.
And there's the book Speed Kills, and then they turned that into a movie with John Travolta.
Yeah.
Right.
Which was all they brought in some actor, and Aronoff had nothing to do with Meyer Lansky.
Yeah.
Any of that crap that they were trying to run by the general public.
It's Hollywood.
Yeah. So fake ass. So anyway, bottom line, there you go, and that's the Aronoff murder, and Bobby was never hired by Ben.
Well, Bobby goes to prison, and at this point, your mom's not doing well, right? Like your mom passes away.
She's in '84 she died, the emphysema. So
how old was she?
56.
56. Man, that's young to die.
Yeah, we were very close with Sam the plumber, de Cavalcante. He's the mafioso. He had his own crew that they modeled The Sopranos after. And Sam and I were having dinner just alone one night, and I says, "How is it you got? He was in his 70s. You're smoking." He was sitting there at a steakhouse we were off Biscayne Boulevard, and he says, come on, Mikey, let's go have dinner. So I'm over there, we're talking. I says, "How is it you're smoking?" And Mom, I said, "And you got emphysema." He goes, "Your mother's got the worst kind." He says she's got the, she's got the real bad emphysema, not mine. I still smoke and stuff like that. So there were several different types of emphysema that Mom just had. My grandfather died of it. He was a copper miner in Arizona. He died of it. So the Mayo Clinic had told Mom, she spent a lot of money too with the Mayo Clinic,
Right.
going back and forth up there. They had told her that it was hereditary. So,
Well, so she passes away, and Bobby gets out of prison. But you're not doing anything at this point. You've completely.
When I got out in '89, I got a job. When I came home, Mom goes, "It's not like the old days. You're going to have to get a job."
Right.
And I looked at her and I said, "What, you mean like working?" She goes, "Pretty much." So I go, "Okay." So I got a little apartment on the ocean and turned around and for the time being, I got a job bouncing at a nightclub, pretty famous nightclub in North Miami Beach called Facade.
Right.
And I went to work, a tuxedo, but it was pretty crazy, working there.
Okay. So
As a bouncer.
right. Well, okay. When we were locked up, and I don't know where it is in the story, but I want to mention this one story. I almost really want to mention it for Colby's benefit. So I'm writing this story. I'm going to tell you, I'm writing this story, right? And I'm sure I'll fuck it up, but I'm writing this story, and Mike's telling me about how he's being trained by, who was the boxer that was training you?
When I came home in '83, in the federal prison camp, I still had a lot of the steroids, the residual steroids in my system. So I went in there, and there's a guy, I had to sell surrender. So for the 90 days that Judge Campos gave me to clean up my affairs before my aunt dropped me off in in Safford, Arizona, I pretty much partied for 90 days. I just stopped going to the individual that owned Gold's Gym.
No, this was in Miami. I'm talking about the time you're parking your Jaguar and these guys drive by. Who was that?
Yeah.
Sorry, there was you were training with some boxer or something. What was it?
Let's back up. I came home in '83 from the federal prison camp.
Right.
Dougie got on the boat. Castro grabs him, and I am introduced to Tony Aiello, who was a lightweight champion or Golden Gloves, undefeated. And he lived in North Bay Village, and we became, through another individual that was a hairdresser. Anthony was a hairdresser.
Right.
He also fought. He was Italian from New Jersey, and we became very close. And I met a lot of great fighters through him. I mean, national and Golden Gloves champions, and we were all a little tight-knit group that lived, we eventually, my mom, I wasn't living at home too much anymore. Me and Anthony were training every week. Every day, sometimes we were running 5 miles in 30 minutes. So Anthony takes me under his wing and he starts to train me.
Right. So
and I already knew how to fight, but he really honed my skills.
So Mike's parking his Jaguar one day, and this fucking like a 4x4 with like 3 guys in it drive by.
There was a dump truck.
It was a dump truck? I thought it was a pickup truck.
Biscayne Boulevard at a mall right there across the Keystone Point Marina. And it was called, there was a, Kenny Rogers had come out with a rotisserie chicken. He was the first one called I
don't think they have them anymore. They were good though.
Yeah. I got the worst food poisoning in my entire life twice from Kenny Rogers.
Really? I thought they were great. I thought they were great.
Yeah. So I would have liked to grab Kenny Rogers by his beard and shake him a little bit. But anyway, I almost died on the second bout of food poisoning I got from that chicken. So there was another one that came out called Cluckers. And it was there. And I had a good close friend of mine named Ross that had gotten busted cold in Boston with 80 keys. He was a valet parker. When I got out of the federal prison, the prison camp in '83, and he used to watch me and Mom and Doug pull up to the valet at the place for steak, and he really got close to us because after hours we would go to there were a lot of gyp joints up and down that we called it Gangster Row on 79th Street, right there, going from Biscayne Boulevard over 2 bridges and into Normandy Island. That little area right there on the Kennedy Causeway had a bunch of real fancy nightclubs and restaurants. And Ricky Cravero and a lot of his guys, they all frequented that whole area for years. So, that's where I met Ross. So Ross, when I got locked up, Ross went to became partners with some Colombians, and they owned a restaurant in Normandy Island, and Ross got busted for 80 keys. So fast forward, Ross calls me up and says, let's have lunch. After I got out in 89, that's when I was still a bouncer at Fasadi, I got out in 89. He goes, meet me over here it was the Piccadilly.
Right.
It was, but next door to Clucker's. So I said, okay. So I drove over there, and I'm back in the Jag in because it was a European 12-cylinder, and it was really, the air dam was so low you couldn't get a pack of cigarettes under the air dam. So I always backed it in. And these guys came whipping around the corner in a dump truck, and got a little close to me going too fast in that parking area, and I kind of put my hand out, and one of them flipped me, gave me the gesture with his middle finger. So Ross was come walking up. I backed the car, and they parked down, 6 or 7 cars down or further where they could get that dump truck, and they came walking up, 3 of them, and I'd been partying the night before, a little hungover, and I stepped to him, said, "Hey man, what's up with the, who you flipping a bird at?"
Right.
And the guy goes, hey, listen, man, blah, blah, blah. One thing led to another, and they kind of surrounded me. And words were exchanged. Ross came up. Ross is no fighter, but he was about 6'6", right? And he's standing there, practically an albino. And then one thing led to another, and I figured they were all going to try. You got 3 of them, and there's just one of me. So I knocked out Shorty on my right. And then the other 2 tried to jump me, and I banged them up. One pulled a knife. I took it away from him, banged him up a little bit. And Ross, in the meantime, just running around, he's just yeasting up the whole situation. And the one, I knocked out another individual. And then the third one, he ran into the Piccadilly, and I chased him in there. I just, by this time, I'm a little incensed.
Right.
And then by that time, I ran in there. I caught him in there, and I knocked him out in front of about... I knocked one of his teeth into a bowl of lentil soup where there was 6 or 7 Jewish yentels sitting at a table, and they're screaming oy vey, and the general manager of the restaurants, they watched the place was packed, but there's an undercover North Miami detective there, but he didn't do a thing. He just came out. He didn't get involved at all. So Ross ran in and says, Mike, I heard sirens. So I headed back out towards the car, and I said, I'm out of here. And Ross says, I'm on $1 million bond. Please, Mike, I'll talk to the cops. And Ross talked me into 2 $20,000 bonds. So when they took me to jail, 2 counts of aggravated battery. And when I got down there, I called Mom. She came and got the car. And then she says, the bondsman's coming down there. Give him the watch. So I flipped him the president. I flipped in the Rolex, and then he just bonded me out, and it's
all right. So he tells me this story, right? That was a longer version, but
exactly
the story that I, that the part that got me was 3 guys come up to you on the fucking street, on the sidewalk,
in the parking lot.
You smash 3 guys, chase one of them into the Piccadilly. That's when he pulled the knife on you, took the knife away from him.
Outside of the parking lot, he pulled the knife.
Oh, okay. I think in the book I wrote that he had pulled the knife inside. But anyway, takes the knife away from him, smashes him in the face, right? The cops arrest him, take him away. And I remember when I heard the story, not that this is the most ridiculous story. Like out of all of them, there's tons of stories that are just like, that's just insane. That couldn't have happened. But I read this. I mean, like I'm sitting there and I'm like, did he just say he beat up 3 guys on the fucking... that came up to him? And I thought, man, that's come on, stop it, bro. Like, stop. It's like a Clint Eastwood movie. Not old man Clint Eastwood when he was young, when he was in his 30s doing these things. Like, and I thought that there's no way. But I ordered the Freedom of Information Act. And as soon as I had written that, and I was still writing the story, within a week, I get the Freedom of Information Act. And there's the report on the 3 guys that approach him that he gets into a fight with. And there's attached to it is a transcript of a hearing where it's your lawyer is deposing one of the guys.
Well, he did depositions on all of them.
Okay, well, I remember reading the one where the guy, because I remember what the guy says.
My attorney says to him, he says, Billy Thomas. In fact, you know who gave me Billy Thomas? Bobby, when Bobby was still in Dade County Jail under the Aronoff indictment.
Okay.
He says, get with this guy here, this Billy Thomas. I said, okay. And then, not to get off on a tangent. So Billy quotes me his fee. And I think it's like 5 G's. And he already knew. He had an idea. So it wasn't more. My good brother for 20 years and one of my brother, my best friend, Nick Catrone, who was the son of Vic Catrone from the Catrone crime family in Montreal.
Okay.
And his uncle Frank took over the business. And you see a lot of this on a lot of these documentaries. The Sicilians that came in, the Catrone crime family, and me and Nicky. Nicky was introduced to me when I came home from the federal prison camp in '83. Nicky takes me to see Jeff Weiner, who was a big drug attorney, and Jeff wanted 20 G's. So I says, okay. So I went back to Billy Thomas and told him, I went to see Nicky took me just to get another opinion and 20 G's. So Billy Thomas jacked up his fee. But to make a long story short, so Billy had taken depositions from all of these guys. And they thought they had somehow misconstrued that Ross, 6'6" albino, was me. Or they said the guy, so their descriptions of the defendant were erroneous. Number 2, he admits to my attorney, he admits to Billy, but Billy goes, you pulled a knife on my client? And he goes, yeah, he clocked me. He clocked the one kid first. And then he goes, there's 3 of you and 1 of him. And you pull it. And so he says, yeah, he snatched my knife right out of my hand. And then he knocked my teeth out.
Yeah, that's how. So I read the whole transcript, and there's 3 of them. They approach him. There's a fight. He hits the one guy. One guy runs away. Another guy runs away. Mike chases him into the Piccadilly. And then I'm reading the whole thing. And I remember reading the whole thing. I'm like, okay, so that did happen. Like, this happened. And in the very end, I'm like, it doesn't say anything about his teeth getting knocked out. And then the very last thing is his lawyer says, do you regret approaching Mr. Hudson? And he goes, of course I do. I'd still have my 2 front teeth if I hadn't approached him. And I was like, oh my God, his front teeth did get knocked out. But it was like the last sentence.
One of them landed in a bowl. It's kind of when I hit him with the last shot and knocked him out. The one guy that was still, there was 2 knocked out in the parking lot. One of them got up, the bigger one, and he ran in and jumped on my back when I had already stepped to the other guy, the guy that ran in. And I pulled him over my back like a little superhuman. It's adrenaline. I drug him over my back and knocked him out again. And then the other guy was hanging on. There's a chrome rail that runs through there. You go through a turnstile. It's like a smorgasbord. You get a ticket.
Right.
But it's high end, Piccadilly. And I remember hitting him with that last shot, and something in my peripheral vision, in an elliptical path. And I kind of, in my peripheral vision, it's like a plop noise, plop. And it's his tooth. It went right into a Jewish lady. She had her hair up high in a high pyramid with a bunch of gold pins in it. And she screams, oy vey. And the rest of them scream, the rest of the Jewish ladies scream, oy vey. And so about that time, I hear that Ross runs in. Ross is standing behind me. He was yeasting the whole thing up. And then, but Ross couldn't fight a lick. So he goes, I hear the sirens, and I know when I was an outlaw biker, that was the many fights. I got to my Harley and got to my hog, my chopper, and cranked it over, no lights, and took off every time. Well, guess what? This time I'm heading. I'm heading towards the Jag, and Ross is behind me crying about his $1 million bond. I'll talk to the cops, and I actually got cut with that knife. So I'm showing the cop the knife, or the cop's got the knife, and I'm going, with the right hands, that can sever your jugular. We're
Right.
carotid. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah, but they're pretty messed up bad. Because
Those
I'm sorry,
three of
but
them.
I'm going to have to charge you with aggravated battery. So there you go. Then the cop, I saw him when I became a roofing contractor. I saw him years later. Did a lot of North Miami police officers, a few of them, their roofs. He's telling me I'd see him at a bar. I feel real bad about arresting you. Well, it's a little late now.
So
So
So you come back. You've got your mom says you got to get a job. You end up becoming a roofing contractor, right?
Well, the state of Florida tried to give me 7 years for the aggravated battery.
Okay.
Mom's going, you're going to prison. Now this time she's pretty sick. We sold the house in the ocean. Now we're over here at another property. You're going to prison for 7 years for a fight? I go, Mom, they're looking at my prior
Convictions,
yeah. And I've only been out. So that's essentially what the state of Florida is trying to run. The prosecutor's name was Garcia. And Billy kept putting it off. He kept getting a continuance. And in the meantime, I'm, pretty much just on the street. I'm on bond. So, I'm waiting for, things to pan out. We're going to see what's going to happen. And Bobby's calling all the time. What's going on with the aggravated battery? Blah, blah, blah. So I'm saying, we're just going to wait and see how Bobby or how Billy Thomas handles it. So Billy Thomas on the depositions had said, you pulled a knife on my client. And the guy goes, yeah, man, he clocked me and he knocked my tooth out or whatever. Every time I would go to court, all three of them were there. And one of them raised his hand in court and asked the judge, Your Honor, can part of the plea agreement, can we make sure that he can't work out with weights in prison? And I'm looking over at this guy and I'm kind of smirking at him. And so finally, Judge Catherine Pooler, 1992, we go to court and Bobby's sitting in there. And I knew when we initially got indicted on when Janet Reno prosecuted me in '84, and I wound up, I met two a Cuban and a Colombian, and the Colombian, Richard Carrero, he killed a few guys on a drug shootout, and then Tito had killed a kid and his girlfriend over 2 keys. He was Cuban, but they all got saved at the same time. All of us. So we wound up together in Baker Correctional. And Tito and Richard introduced me to a lady named Judy, who's with the Vineyard Ministry. So she started giving me some certain scriptures and like a psalm that I would memorize. So I remember sitting there reading. I had a little Christian Life New Testament. I'm just reading it, and I started going to a church called Trinity down the street from the other property Mom owned. So I'm sitting there. Billy Thomas walks up to me in this courtroom's crowd. He leans over and he goes, hold on a second. I'm going to pull a sidebar. So he goes up there and I see him go up with that Cuban prosecutor, Garcia. And they're talking. And I hear them. I hear they're getting a little louder with each other. And finally my attorney, you can hear him. And then finally my attorney goes, Your Honor, it got 3 guys against my client. He admits in a deposition to pulling a knife on my client. There's 3 of them and 1 of him. He looks at Garcia and he goes, he says, number 1, there's 3 of them. Number 2, he admits to pulling a knife in the deposition. Number 3, I got a classic self-defense case here. I'm going to trial. And I get the butterflies. Because trials we want to try to avoid.
Right.
Because if I get convicted, the 7-year plea offer is out the window, as you well know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, oh man, how much time aggravated battery in the state of Florida carries a life top? It can carry 15 to life or more. I think it's a life top, or it carries 15 to some ungodly top, like 40 or 50 years. So I turn around and I'm sitting there, and then immediately, excuse my French, but Garcia bitched up quick. He looks at the Judge Pooler. She's looking at him like this, and she's kind of smirking at him going, well, counselor? And he looks over at Billy and he goes, And he looks at Billy and like rapid staccato, almost like, at first it was like Spanish, I thought. And then he goes, will your client do 365 days in the county jail work release? And Billy walks back to me and he says, I go, what'd he say? He goes, will you do 364 days on county jail work release?
Right. That way you don't get any good time, right?
Well, no, that way you don't go to the state penitentiary. You do work release in North Miami at a little work release thing they've got there.
For a whole year, do you get good time?
You don't get good time. You've got a year.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what I pled to. I pled to the 2 counts of aggravated battery. I walked up there. Judge Pooler goes, you report back here for sentencing in 90 days, whatever the date was. She says, Mr. Hudson, if you don't show up, I'm going to reinstate the plea, the 7 years plus more for contempt. If you don't show up here for the, she goes, you're pleading to the 2 counts of aggravated battery. The sentence is known in the state of Florida as a mitigated sentence. The sentence was mitigated from the 7-year original offer by the state of Florida to 364 days in Dade County Jail work release. So I got a job. I had to get a job, be on work release.
Right.
So that's when Mom called. I went back. I'm living with Mom again. We're at home, and she says, I got a call from Tony Spurdy. Tony Spurdy was a famous Gambino soldier. He killed Tommy Altamont and the place for steak 25, almost 30 years before. He's a soldier in the Gambino family. He's working for Bob Shepard at Roberts Roofing in Opelika. He met Bob at the Pompano Beach halfway house when they got out of the state prison. Tony Spurdy did 25 years. He's the mechanic at all the machines, the blowers and all this stuff, the motors that run the hot tar, the kettles and everything, and the machine, the outboard motors that pump the hot to the roof. He calls Mom and tells her, tell Mike to come down here on Monday, and Bob Shepard will give him a job. So I go down there, and I got hired by Roberts Roofing. So that's what and so 6 months later, almost 8 months later, Hurricane Andrew hit. So everybody in that halfway house that I was at, pretty nice place. You're on a lake, you got a color TV, air conditioned. Hurricane Andrew hit while I was in there. We went outside on State Road 9, is right there. We cleaned up all those trees that fell down across State Road 9, chopped them up with saws. And then one day they called us in there and they said, hey, you guys are getting, your sentences are commuted for helping out after Andrew. Andrew was such a bad debacle in in Miami. You're getting your sentences commuted. Whatever you got, that's it. So I did 6 months.
Okay.
And I walked.
And then you started roofing.
I kept working for Roberts. And Matthew, I worked for another 7 years for at least 25 or maybe 30 roofing companies all over Broward and Dade County before Mom died in 94, and I had to finalize the estate from the scrub that she allowed to become the executor of the estate. Fought her for at least 3 years. Finally got the house and everything. Me and Doug divided up the property, and then I mortgaged out the house and became a subcontractor for a big contractor down in South Miami, in Kendall, named Terry Allen, his super. And then I went and applied in the state of Florida for to take the exam, but I had to go to a construction college. So that's what I did. I went to a construction college in Naples and took the exam about 4 or 5 months later and passed the test, and which is extremely, extremely difficult. To be, state certified contractor was all calculations and formulas and negative pressures and aerodynamic multipliers. And so anyway.
How long did you do that?
From 99, late 98, 99, I got the license until 06 when the feds picked me up at my that $2 million 5-acre estate I leased with an option in Southwest Ranches. But I got into debt so bad
Right.
That's why I got back in the boat with Bobby, because they were the creditors were coming after me for $500,000.
So Bobby was released from Florida State Prison for the Aronoff murder, and the first person he comes to look up is you.
Well, from the feds.
From the feds, sorry.
He was in Coleman, where we were.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was. When they let Doug go from Louisiana, the Doug got 20-year sentence in Louisiana. He did 10 of that when the
bank robberies and the shootout.
Yeah, no, he did the Louisiana prison time for the shootout. See, then they indicted, the feds took him up to Baker County where I was at, and they indicted him for the bank robberies.
Okay.
So Doug pled to the bank robberies, and they ran him consecutive. He did 10 years Doug did 10 years in Hunt's Correctional in Louisiana. Then the feds came and picked him up so he could do his fed time for the bank robberies, and they sent Doug to Coleman, and Bobby was in Coleman. And that's where they put together
Aronoff's murder.
Well, Aronoff was Aronoff. That was years before.
So I'm sorry.
They put together the
Bobby getting out,
smuggling operation.
Right.
Get Mike, but get Mike. We got to have
So Bobby gets out. He comes to you. Gets out of federal prison. He comes
in
to you,
89.
89, and says, "Listen, I'm gonna buy a boat. I want to start bringing in coke from
the Colombians are gonna buy the boat. Okay. We're gonna have to go down there and check out the boat and find the right one." And he took the younger brother of the jumper with him.
Okay.
And they checked out a 60-foot sailboat, and a few boats, but they picked that one, the trimaran, and they went down there, and the Colombians paid for everything, and the first load, the Colombians would take a percentage of what we owed on the boat from the back end of when they paid us for so that's it, and so you'd bring in the load, and then whatever they paid us, they would take a percentage out of that. So ended up Bobby, had married that stripper from Pure Platinum.
Right.
But that's how the ex-hooker girlfriend found out about that had probably thrown him quite a bit of money while he was locked up, and then he dumped her and married the stripper, and so she got jealous, and according to my attorney, in the federal indictment, she had found out where he lived and gave him up. Let the feds know where he was living. Well, this is when he jumped to parole in Albuquerque.
Right.
Yeah, because when Bobby got released, he had hepatitis so bad they thought he was going to die of it, so they left him alone. He got paroled to Albuquerque, and that's when he realized he thought he had hoodwinked the parole system. He flew straight to Fort Lauderdale and came to my front door and said he needed to borrow $50,000. I said, I don't have it. It's all wrapped up in the house and the property. I had another house, another property that my mom owned, had a pool, and he pulled up, and I'm out there. By this time, I got a state roofing certification. He's looking at all the Jag was in the driveway. He's looking at the brand new Dodge 4-wheel drives, and all this kind of stuff, and with the roofing company logo on the side of the truck, and what's going on here? I said, I got a state license. And he needed 50 G's. He says, I'm flying to Cali in a couple of days. Me and Sarah. I go, who's Sarah? He goes, that's the girl I met. I don't know, the stripper.
Yeah.
And anyway, so that was it. They flew down to Cali and put it together. And then
you guys start.
They got financed by the Colombians.
And you guys start bringing in the boats, right? Captaining the loads that are coming in and out. How long does that go on?
We're going down to the Caribbean. It went, probably a better part of a year and a half, and then that's it. They, Bobby, and during the interim, Bobby, when you make that kind of money, Bob, I threw some of my roofing. I moved out of there, moving to, so I had 5 properties. So I sold, then we went into in 2001, they grabbed Bobby. Bobby got wind that the apparently the ex-hooker girlfriend or whatever she was, this Kathleen Kunzig, she had informed the Albuquerque Federal Probation Office, United States Federal Court there, that Bobby was not, as sick as he made out, and that he was now in Fort Lauderdale. Somehow they got wind that, according to my attorney, that Bobby was now in Miami. And then, of course, Bobby had rented a $1 million home up in Fort Lauderdale, on a canal where we could bring the boats in and dock them right there. So we that house was rented, and she found out that she was trying to. Little did he know that the feds were now his probation officer wanted him to come in, and he didn't, and they put a warrant out for his arrest. And while I took up with a Cuban girl, the beautiful girl that was a hairdresser, and we were in Tampa. In fact, we came to Tampa on a big hairdresser thing for 3 days in the convention center up here or something like that. And they would shuttle you back and forth to the airport. And I called Bobby, hey, what's going on? Everything okay? And not really. What do you mean? He was doing so much coke,
Right.
and bringing in 4 or 5 strippers every other night, and dropping $20,000 a week on the hookers. That and he's getting a little paranoid, and a couple of times he's getting so high in the coke, he's running around the house with a couple of 9mm. Well, this happened on 2 or 3 different occasions, and one of the occasions I'm at a club by the old Fort Apache Marina one night, and I get a call from the stripper wife. She says, you got to come up here. There's 2 or 3 girls in the downstairs bedroom that are locked themselves in. He scared them to death. He's running around the house naked with 2 9mm. You got to come up here. So I came up there and went upstairs to the loft bedroom and disarmed him. He says, is that you? I go, it's me, bro. Give me the gun. 380. And then they had a balcony. So apparently he's having a paranoid delusion that it's like Scarface. They're throwing a grappling hook up on the balcony rail and they're coming up. So I crank a couple of rounds through the curtain alongside the sliding door, and he goes, did you get him? I says, I got him. I says, so just stay here. We're going to, me and Sarah get rid of the bodies. So to make a long story short, about 35, 40 minutes, he's in there so high in coke. And I come back, it coast is clear. He goes, what'd you do with the bodies? I put them in my truck. I says, come on out. And I went to Sarah. I says, get every Class A narc you've got in here. Everything you've got, every Xanax, roofie, whatever you've got. And I pumped him with 10 of them and put him down. Well, and bottom line is, she called me the next day. He goes, can you believe he got up the next morning? I said, he should have been asleep for 2 days, at least passed out for 2 days. So this goes on and on. So when I'm up there with Anna at the hair thing in the convention center, I call him from the shuttle, and he goes, I go, everything okay? No, not really. I thought somebody was outside last night, so I ran outside, and some things happened, and come to find out the things that happened, he ran out there butt naked with 2 9s and cranked them off in that neighborhood. As you got further down the street, the homes were going for $3 or $4 million apiece on that canal. That house that we were leasing was only $1 million, $2 million home. He goes to a dentist's door, bangs on the door, butt naked. The dentist, he says, who's out there? He says, help me. I live down the street. Opens the door, and he's already cranked off both clips, and the dentist calls the cops. The cops come, and the stripper wife goes out there and says, we own a charter business down in the Caribbean, and we go down there, and we're gone for 35 or 40 or 2 months, however many days we're down there, and we think somebody's been trying to break in. And the cops go, okay. They took the pistols and let Bobby go. And that weekend, him and Sarah moved out of the whole house. He moved into the embassy suites, and Sarah went back to her mom's. The cops printed the pistols. and got the prints and found out who he was. Robert Samuel Young jumped parole in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So now he's got a warrant. So, and we continued to bring, we continued to do what we're doing. Yeah. And that's it. And so he moved. So we went to Guatemala with almost $2 million on the boat to put into the Banco de Guatemala. And he had a tax attorney set it up and paid him $40,000. And it was all bullshit. We went down there, took the boat down there, hired another captain out of the Caribbean, out of the Virgin Islands to take the boat down there. Went down there, and
wait, can I stop for a second? When he says he paid, so Bobby paid somebody, an accountant, a tax attorney. He paid him $40,000 to set it up so that he could take cash into a bank in Guatemala and deposit it. Like, hey, we're going to bring that, but don't worry, I got a guy. Give me $40,000. I've set it all up for you. You can go down there with the cash. But it's bullshit. He just took the $40,000. He never called. He didn't know anybody at the bank. So then Bobby tries to go in with the fucking money. Sorry. We
flew down there, and the captain, we hired a charter boat captain out of the Virgin Islands, flew him in. He took the boat down to Guatemala. Bobby and I flew down on American Airlines.
What year was this?
2001.
Yeah.
9/11.
Yeah.
So about 2 weeks before 9/11, 3 weeks, something like 2 weeks before, we got down there, and the boat was at a marina on the Pacific side of Guatemala. So we were at the Intercontinental Hotel in suites. Each of us had a private, Bobby and Sarah, and then I had my own suite. Went upstairs and went to the roof, and the helicopter came in, picked us up, and flew us over to the boat. We took about $400,000 in cash off the boat and brought it back. So I put maybe $250,000 in my safe, in my suite. Excuse me. And then he says, we're going to go to Banco de Guatemala tomorrow with the tax attorney set it up. We're going to go down there and we're going to deposit the money. And so we sat down there at a little cafeteria having cafe con leche. And I'll never forget, I had huevos rancheros, right? And Bobby's sitting there eating and picking at something that he ordered. I'm eating breakfast because I'm hitting the gym pretty hard. And she goes up there with the $400,000 and then walks in there. And the vice president of the Banco de Guatemala tells Sarah, Senora, you cannot bring this kind of money into this country. You have to wait here. I have to go get the presidente and the security. So we had our own cell phones in Guatemala City. We had our own cell phones when we got down there. Plus we had a sat phone. So she called him, and he's screaming at her at the top of his lungs, get your ass out of there and get down here right now. Called a cab. She barely made it out. She came down. It looked like almost like a courthouse. That's what their banks look like a courthouse.
Right.
Crenellated steps going up to the portico with columns. And at Banco de Guatemala, she came down there. We jumped in the cab and we went to another hotel immediately. And that was it. Flew the money back and put it on the boat and sent the boat back across the Caribbean all the way to the island of St. Vincent. And we were bumped by him. And then 9/11 hit, because I remember being up. We were out going out and partying at night and drinking a little bit, but eating real good. Don't drink the water. We both got real sick there twice.
Yeah,
dysentery. And they had the concierge at the hotel. You'd call them. They said, we will send the doctor up now. They'd send up the doctor and she'd give me a shot. Well, whatever it was she gave me, I was good in 4 hours, 5 hours. So, American Airlines bumped us. Then I'm laying there one morning, got it on mute, and I'm watching the two towers. I watched the one tower's burning. I watched the plane fly into the second one. And I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking of what, and I turn up the volume, and, New York City, this is the second tower. It's just a plane is flown in the second. So I ran down the hallway and banged on his door and woke him up and says, you better turn on CNN. So we got bumped by American Airlines for what? It was 6 weeks we were down there. Yeah,
Jeez.
because of the curfew. So we had to, Bobby goes, we got to get out of here. So we turned around and I contacted Hop-A-Jet in Fort Lauderdale when they lifted the curtain. And I said, you got 3 Americans down here in Guatemala City. Can you come get us? He goes, we got 1 small Lear left. The rest of them are out. He goes, you got the same problem some other people that we're going to pick up have. He goes, where are you? Guatemala City. He goes, I'll be there at 7:45 tomorrow. How much? 10,000. So I came down there and gave them 10 grand. They picked us up the next morning, 7:45, and flew us into Fort Lauderdale.
So
And that was October. They, let's see, 9/11, or not 9/11, but 9/11, right? September 11th.
Right.
We got in there in the early second week of October. They had Bobby on the end of October, right after Halloween. They grabbed Bobby, or before Halloween, they grabbed him. He came in the house that I leased up there in Fort Lauderdale, up there in Lighthouse Point, Lighthouse Pompano. I leased the property for Bobby.
how'd you find out that he got caught? That he got arrested?
I was going out with a girl named Michelle by then, who I'd met at a roofing company, the second roofing company I'd worked for. And what a beauty she was. But anyway, Michelle, a little crazy. But and I called. I was roofing pretty hard. And I was getting some pains in my running down the back of my tricep, and thumbs and forefingers, and index and the thumbs were getting a little numb. So it was like a pinched nerve in my neck. So she sent me to a neurologist, and I went to this on Sterling Road in Fort Lauderdale. And while I'm sitting there in his office, he leaves, and I get a call, and it's the stripper, the wife. She says the FBI, the DEA, the United States Marshals, ATF, they came in every window of the house. This is a $4 million home right there on the edge of the canal, right there on the water, with about 350 feet of dock space.
Okay.
And we had
Grabbed them, right?
Grabbed Sarah, and the rest is history. He started giving it up immediately. He started snitching from right there from Jump Street, and I figured when I walked out to the parking lot, I says, "Why are you calling me in my cell?" That's the first thing I asked her. So I called Michelle and said, "Go to the call the Hyatt Regency. Here's my credit card number. Call the Hyatt Regency in Davie. We're going to the Hilton." I says, "We're going to get a room at the Hilton for 3 or 4 days." "Why, Michael?" I said, "Just do it." So she took the credit card number, reserved me a room. I went back to the house, got the German Shepherds, took them to Noel's Animal Clinic, grabbed all the cash out of the safe, grabbed the gun safe, took all the weapons and all of my the heavy weapons especially, and took them to a buddy's house. And we put him in his attic, and I took everything else to the safety deposit box at the bank in North Miami. And then grabbed Michelle, or she met me up there, and then we stayed up at the Hilton for 5 days. And I waited, and I called my neighbor. When I go out on the boat, my neighbor was a Cuban named George, and he would come over and feed the cat. He had a key to the house, and always had a key. I said, "Go over there and get the mail." He goes, "Oh, Mike, you out of?" He would think I was roofing out of state or something. And George would, I would call him up and say, "Anything going on?" He goes, "No, why?" I go, "Well, look." I said, "If you see any cars or anything, call me in my cell. If you see any cars, pull up in the driveway." Because I moved both trucks. I moved everything. The Jag, everything moved. I moved it that afternoon. And I took him to the church and parked the church parking lot. So then I turned around. It was big, right there on the big church, Trinity. So I turned around and then I moved him later. But, I went to the Hilton and stayed with Michelle and waited. And
Where'd they grab you?
They didn't. I waited 3 or 4 or 5 days, and then the other next door neighbor on the right side, she was the mother of the kid that was with Bobby when they were in prison in Cuba.
Okay.
And the oldest son was the one that got lost in Hurricane David.
Okay.
So they had another son who was a crackhead. He had been a big smuggler too, but he lost everything and he got on crack. So I called over there and asked him, "Hey, see anything weird going on?" And he goes, "What do you mean, man? What, Mike?" He snapped to it immediately. I said, "See anything looks like any unmarked cars or anything like that?" He says, "Nah, nothing." So we waited 3 or 4 days. I finally went back home. And when I went back to the house, and I had the foreman of my 2 crews, they were running the roofs and everything. I went back to the house and had the call identifier back then and hit it. And the first message I got, it said right there, it was so long it couldn't even fill up the identifier. It said Federal Bureau of. And I went, holy mackerel. What? And then I tried to call the number back. This number cannot be called back. You cannot call this number, and that was it. And I realized he had called me from the Federal Bureau from the FBI office. He called me from there. So that was it. Dougie had gotten in touch with me, and I let him know Bobby got busted, So that was it. Doug said, "Don't answer any of his mail." I said, "I don't intend to." He says, "If he writes you a letter, something's not right." And he started writing me a bunch of letters. Wanted me to go down to the Caribbean. He wanted me to go over here. And, he had close to 20 million, 15 million maybe. I don't know. It's scattered around, but I don't know. And wanted me to go down to the Caribbean to a certain island and grab one of the boats, move that boat, do this, do that. And he's writing me all these letters, and I know that they're reading his mail, and I know that the phones are tapped.
Right.
So from there, I froze on him. And Hurricane Wilma hit a few years later, and I did millions. I did millions when Wilma hit, and then Bobby was locked up, and he found out about it. He started sniffing around because the stripper's parents called me. So one day they called me on several different occasions, and I'm thinking something's not right. They're fishing for him. He's wanting to know. Once he found out that, what he did was essentially he turned around and just gave everybody up on the house just out of spite because he was locked up and nobody else was. That's the word that I got.
Right.
From the attorney.
Well, when did you get arrested?
Well, I got arrested before the statute of limitations ran out.
What was it, 5 years?
5 years. November 7th, election day, 2006. By this time, I was in Southwest Ranches, What
was the amount of the indictment? Was the dollar amount it was outrageous. It was.
Well, yeah. I mean, they what they do.
They add them all up.
They cut it 50 times, the feds, and then they multiply it times the amount of grams in a kilo.
Ghost dope, right?
Ghost dope. Yeah. So it's some ungodly amount.
It's like 45 million or something, or
more. That was just the amount. That was the amount of money that they never recovered in U.S. funds that they thought.
Indictment 45. It says like $45 million or something is out. It's a fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, but they were talking. When the younger clacker, I'm getting the discovery from the attorney. When I'm reading that, I'm looking at it. It's got to be a typo. 22,000 kilos. So I'm reading the indictment, and I ended up pleading to the last boatload. So it was a total of 2,270 keys, but immaterial of how many loads were brought in. The feds are usually they're all an individual account. They will have you plead guilty to one count.
Right.
That was part of their deal.
So it was $45.5 million of cocaine imported of a controlled substance into the United States. Damn.
Which they didn't have a gram of.
Right.
They never had a gram. They didn't have anything but an informant.
Right.
That's all they had. Based on uncorroborated hearsay testimony with no evidence. This is our American taxpayer dollars hard at work.
Well, so they grab you. you can't go to trial.
No, of course not.
You're gonna have Bobby's gonna testify.
And then my attorney was initially with the first one, I cut him a check for 5 figures. Eddie O'Donnell. He was the attorney that got famous under the 1980 Miami riot, the McDuffie case. He represented the cop that killed McDuffie. They killed the black guy on the motorcycle that tried to run the police officer over. The police officer hip shot, 1 in a million shot, headshot. And then that's when they rioted. When Eddie represented him, Eddie O'Donnell represented him and got him off. And that's when they rioted in 1980 in Miami. That's what catapulted him into the limelight, Eddie O'Donnell. So he represented me initially before I wound up with another attorney for the plea. So
you took a plea for what?
I pled to one count of the one count.
I mean, how much time?
17 years. But they armed careered me.
Right.
See, they armed careered me on the guns, and they careered me under the Career Offender Act on the drugs with that they didn't have a gram of. See, so the judge ran it concurrent. He hated my case. He looked at that bum Powell. The prosecutor, he says, this defendant shouldn't even be in front of me. I know all about your star witness. See, they used Bobby to set up a high season interdictment, and he tipped them off. He got immunity. He got immunity on 7 or 8 homicides going back to the late 70s or early 80s. They gave him immunity on everything. See, now think about that. Benny Kramer, all bullshit, right?
Right.
And now Bobby thinks he's going to hoodwink the government again. So he's going to set up a boat to come in, with what? I don't know, however many thousands of kilos on the boat. He's going to set that boat up, and then they're going to let him walk. Now he's got the Hep C. He's not really showing any real signs or symptoms of like a relapse, but that's what killed him. See, the Hep C, and because he never got out, right. So he turns around and has the stripper wife tip him off, according to my attorney, but the last attorney that I retained, Charles Craig Stella. So this is Stella. This bum turns around and tells me he knew all about the stripper wife tipping off the feds, and then the hooker wife tipping off the feds, and then that Bobby had tipped off the Colombians that the federales were waiting on them. So they never grabbed them. So their big newspaper, their faces on the front of the newspaper
never happened.
Yeah, never happened. So J. Robert Acosta, the United States Attorney for the 11th Circuit, that got deposed, that had to step down because of the case with the child molester that had the island.
Oh yeah. Epstein.
He was the attorney that allowed him to walk from Jump Street years before. And I forget who appointed him. Did Obama appoint him?
I don't know.
Anyway, J. Robert Acosta was the United States Attorney for the 11th Circuit, and he was the attorney at the time when this indictment came down, and he went to Roger Powell and he goes, "Hey, what happened to the big indictment? I mean, the big high seas interdiction, we don't know." They went back in the phone taps, found out Sarah, instead of just going to a payphone with $50 in quarters, she turns around and goes and calls him from the landline, which is tapped, and says, Daddy says, turn around. It's a setup, federales. So they found out that and so they jerked his immunity. So what did he get? He got a 5K1 and a Rule 35 that Freddie Haddad worked out for him when he started crying about it, because I got all the discovery from my attorney and all the letters that he wrote the judge. I did a good thing, and all about being a rat. I did a good thing, and now I'm suffering for it. And the government jerked my immunity, Your Honor, and wah, and oh boo-hoo, and so Freddie Haddad got him a fight, worked out a deal with the government. Well, will you give him a 5K1 or Rule 35 if he gives up his wife and all of his friends? There you go. Nobody was in, but I got the discovery, he started snitching from Jump Street that very day.
How much time did you do total? 14?
On 17 years, I did 14 and a half.
14 and a half, went to the halfway house,
6
got
years
out.
in Georgia in the pen. And, me
got moved
me and
from the low.
Guillermo Rocha, and then who knew Bobby.
Right. You got moved from the low for...
Went from the Georgia pen to Coleman.
Yeah, from the pen to Coleman. Then you were at the low with me. Then I wrote this story. Then you got charged with inciting a riot.
With me and the Puerto Ricans. And this counselor, the day that senator got shot, Scalia, and I remember going. I worked at. Remember, I had the job.
Facility.
Yeah, and we got fog, so we got sent back. Fog count. I fell asleep, and
Fog count. Oh my God, I forgot about
then all of a sudden I hear everybody talking about a shooting or something like Trump got shot. They shot Trump. And I wake up, to go to the bathroom, and I look up and they go, yeah, Trump got shot. It was the senator at that ball game. So I come back, I fall asleep, and then all of a sudden now they're making everybody go. All the Latinos go to the computers, and then all of us American and the blacks and the whites, we go into the TV room, and this counselor walks in with a big wart in her chin, and walks up and wakes me up. I don't even know her. She's on the other side of a C-dorm upstairs, and she wakes me up and says, you got to go into the TV room. So I'm walking down I grab my chair and I'm walking down there, and there's a young kid that was about 3 or 4 cubes down. He goes, Mike, they're these feds. They're what's going on? He says they're killing all the feds. So and I make a comment back to him. She turns around and runs to the ward. I go in the TV room. She runs to the warden and says, because when I woke up, I heard there was a lot of lockers banging and stuff like this when I was still asleep. And I woke up and go, what's going on? It sounds like the Puerto Ricans are rioting in here or something. I hear a lot of. She turns around, makes a bunch of lies like the lily-livered little chicken shit fed that she is, right? And goes and tells the captain that I decided to riot with the Puerto Ricans, a bald-faced lie. They threw it all out in DHO court.
Right.
And then says, when the kid goes, they're killing all the feds. And I go, I says, I don't know. I says, it sounds like it's about time they got around to it. I'm thinking that it was, maybe a terrorist act of some kind. I wasn't really sure what was going on. So she turns around and flips that and then tells the captain, so they come in the TV room and grab me, and they put me in there with, they throw it out in DHO court. They put me in there with Spinelli, and then
Okay.
Mike Spinelli, he was a Lucchese soldier, so we knew each other pretty well, and then eventually they throw it out, and I end up. They said, no, we're going to ship you anyway. So I got shipped to Yazoo. So. Well,
I mean, you got out and you went to truck driving school, and now you're driving a truck.
I ran a roofing company in the summer of 21, and then I got to get that contractor who knew me from the old days.
Right.
He did a little prison time, so he hired me. The Cherry Brothers, and he hired me, and he paid for the Class B to get reinstated because I had a Class B for almost 15 years, and then turned around and I decided to get the A, so I got the A, and then we drive a semi across the U.S. and get caught in snowstorms and.
All right, listen, I'm wrapping it up. Let me wrap this up real quick.
Delete that. Yeah, there's some stuff we'll delete some of the.
All right. Well, one, I appreciate you coming by. So this is good.
Thank you, brother.
All right. All right. Hey, if you like the video, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notified of videos just like this. Share the video. Leave a comment in the comment section and I will try and respond. And if you want to get in touch with me to be a guest, you have an interesting story, please send me an email. My email is in the description box. Really appreciate you guys watching. Thank you very much. See ya.